Chapter 382 Game Between the Best. Chapter 382. Game between the best. On the cloud-shrouded first mountain of the college, a pavilion was standing on the steep summit. Here one could get a striking view of the entire Book Mountain. At the moment there were two old men in the pavilion playing a game of chess. They were clearly the college chief and Mr. Du from the cottage. Bai Lishu, who was standing beside them, was somewhat puzzled. Such a scene was indeed extremely rare. It was the first time he saw his master and uncle playing chess. What wind was blowing today? Why does it feel abnormal? It has been so long since we last played. Senior, your skills have improved significantly. You are less direct than you were in the past. Now every move of yours seems natural and yet hidden with more moves. You are a master at it, Mr. Du remarked, smiling. Your moves may seem mild, but you have secretly gained control of the entire game. Over these years, you're becoming better at planning and calculation. The long beard of the college chief swung in the air, and he was sage-like. Although he was old, his voice was firm and stable. This is not planning. This is momentum. Mr. Du shook his head. You made your moves in the whole Eastern Barren territory in an attempt to fulfill your wish. So now, how's the momentum? The college chief sneered, staring at Mr. Du Sr. Why do you have to be so unhappy? Mr. Du smiled. How many years have both of us been cultivating? How long more do I have? Sooner or later I'll pass away. I want to leave here to find a way to break through. Is it so difficult to give you this position? The college chief snarled, looking at Mr. Du. Even if you don't want it, what about your first disciple? Why did you ask him to leave that time? To fulfill your wish. Hearing the conversation between the two, Bai Lishu was shocked. Rumors outside claimed that time, Mr. Du asked his first disciple to establish his own clan instead of staying at the college. The college chief was extremely dissatisfied with this, and a conflict broke out between the two. The real reason was actually that the college chief was looking for a person to take over his position, but Mr. Du rejected. Therefore, he thought of the Sword Saint. This was indeed surprising. Senior, do you think I'll be a good chief? Mr. Du smiled with a lazy expression. Moreover, I think you're well aware of some other reasons. College Chief Xiao stared at Mr. Du eventually. He heaved a long sigh in his heart. He knew why Mr. Du would not take over his position, but he did not even allow Sword Saint to take over. The college chief was extremely unhappy. He did not have much time left. Although cultivators could live much longer, they were not immortal. He was not yet a sage and would still die eventually. Only after he made the breakthrough his lifespan could be extended. Hence, he wanted to leave the Eastern Barren territory and look for opportunities outside. With his talents, he would not be able to feel the sage plane and take the last step by secluding in the Eastern Barren territory. Senior, I know that you have high hopes for me. I have also thought about how you can leave without worries after all these are finished. But, Mr. Du gave a bitter smile and shook his head. If you wish to fulfill your ambition in the Eastern Barren territory, you will go against the benefits of the others. It's certainly not as easy as you have imagined, College Chief Xiao said. He knew what his junior wanted to do. That's true. It's so difficult to change just the Eastern Barren territory. Mr. Du continued shaking his head. He gazed into the distance and added, what's coming will come. Hearing his words, College Chief Xiao similarly raised his head. In the sky wind and clouds whizzed. Suddenly the howl of dragon erupted, shocking the entire earth. On Book Mountain, countless people looked up at the sky, where they saw a real dragon devouring clouds and descend from the height. The enormous dragon was golden and majestic. 3 people were standing on its back. The person who was in front had a crown on his head and was wearing the emperor's robe. He looked all-powerful. He was the most powerful person in the Eastern Barren territory, the King of Qin. On each side of the King of Qin, there was also an elder. They looked unfathomable. Apart from them, many cultivators appeared in the sky around them as well. They were powerful nobles from the 4 major forces which had allied. Now they had also come to Book Mountain. Immediately Book Mountain was shaken. Many people ascended into the air to face their common enemy. Qin dynasty finally sent their army to Book Mountain. Standing on the back of the dragon, the King of Qin looked at the pavilion on the first mountain, as if his look had penetrated across space. He stared at the two elders playing chess and laughed. "Greetings, College Chief Xiao," Mr. Du with a cold expression on his face. College Chief Xiao lifted his head and shouted, "Scram!" He wished that the King of Qin could scram as far as possible. At the moment he was somewhat anxious. "Senior, since the guest is here, we don't have a reason to chase him away." Mr. Du, however, smiled casually. He looked at the King of Qin in the sky and said, "Please." "All right," the King of Qin nodded, smiling. He walked down from the sky, while the two elders followed him closely. On the other hand, the dragon remained hovering in the air. The various mountain elders of Book Mountain, as well as the cultivators from Sword Saint Mountain and Moon Clan, ascended into the air one after another. They stared coldly at the people opposite them, creating a stalemate. Goddess Wangyue came near the pavilion on the first mountain but kept her distance. Then, she looked at the two elders beside the King of Qin. Their eyes looked deep, and they were not releasing any aura, but everyone could feel that they were extremely dangerous. In addition, they looked ancient. If they still seemed old despite having cultivated to this level, they must have lived for many years. The King of Qin landed on the ground, after which he saluted to Mr. Du by folding his hands and said, "I have heard your name for very long, but unfortunately have not met you in person. Today I came here to visit you. Please do not blame me for disturbing." His tone was sincere, and he was not hypocritical. Instead, he meant what he said. Mr. Du was indeed a respected figure in the Eastern Barren territory. There were 8 disciples in the cottage. The first 3 were already famous in the Eastern Barren territory, and any one of them could establish their own clans and stand at the peak of the Eastern Barren territory. The other disciples were still growing, but they had already displayed their remarkable talents. In the future, it seemed unlikely that they would be much weaker than the Sword Saint and the other 2. Even if Mr. Du did not know how to cultivate, he would still be considered as a legend by picking these disciples and teaching them to such a level. Furthermore, the King of Qin did not believe that Mr. Du really could not cultivate. The 2 people beside the King of Qin also stared at Mr. Du, as if they were trying to feel something from him. "You're too polite." Mr. Du smiled casually. He had noticed that while the King of Qin had brought many cultivators here, the leader of Donghua clan and his wife, as well as several other important figures, were not here. Mr. Du smiled mildly. He knew what had happened. "College Chief Xiao and Mr. Du, you have been enjoying yourselves. I am mediocre at playing chess. Mr. Du, are you interested in playing a game with me?" The King of Qin said, looking at Mr. Du. "Please." Mr. Du extended his arm. College Chief Xiao stared at him and his beard swung in the air. "Senior." Mr. Du shouted at College Chief Xiao. College Chief Xiao was, however, still staring at him. "Senior, our visitors are our guests," Mr. Du added. Only then, College Chief stood up unwillingly. Then, he walked to the side and glanced coldly at the King of Qin. "College Chief Xiao, I apologize for the trouble." The King of Qin nodded at the College Chief. Then he sat down opposite Mr. Du. The pieces returned from the board as they started a new game. In the sky above Book Mountain, the people from both the college and Qin dynasty and its allies all gazed at the situation in the pavilion, feeling somewhat emotional. The most powerful person in the Eastern Barren territory, and the mysterious and low-key legend from the cottage were playing a game of chess on Book Mountain. They all knew clearly that in this game, the pieces would still fall onto the chessboard, but they would affect the whole Eastern Barren territory. "Mr. Du, I heard that you are College Chief Xiao's junior, so you're more senior than me. You should go first," the King of Qin said politely. Mr. Du nodded gently and landed his first move casually, as if it only depended on his mood. The King of Qin smiled and similarly made his move. Book Mountain seemed to be very quiet, but the atmosphere was somewhat tense. The sound of chess pieces landing on the chessboard was exceptionally clear. "Mr. Du, you seem to be making your moves randomly, but without me realizing it, you are already taking control of the whole game. Terrific." The King of Qin smiled. Then he made his next move. Seeing the scene, College Chief Xiao's eyes sparkled. Mr. Du wanted to take control of the game, while the King of Qin followed him closely. All his moves were direct and aggressive. Mr. Du smiled and continued the game. As the two played slowly, an invisible aura actually spread out from the King of Qin and enveloped the space. "Mr. Du, you're a legendary figure. Why are you confining yourself to such a small place? The king of Qin made his move. On the chessboard, there seemed to be a dragon charging out and devouring everything. I make my moves after careful consideration. Mr. Du smiled and continued to make his move casually. Immediately, the region where his piece landed seemed to be rescued from the siege. Once they were rescued, they could respond to the whole game and form an unstoppable force. The king of Qin held a piece in his hand, but his hand hovered in midair. The aura around him turned into the shape of a dragon. It was as if he was temporarily trapped. Finally, his finger landed onto the board. The dragon charged out and wanted to kill its enemy at all costs. At all consequence? Mr. Du shook his head, after which he made his next move. He never once spent time thinking before making his move, as if he had already known everything. However, his move was still defensive. You take control of the whole game. If your plans work out, you will be unstoppable. We do not have much time left. We'll either make or break it, the king of Qin said emotionlessly. He looked at the chessboard where he felt an invisible pressure. Then he made his move, which charged into the enemy's territory in an attempt to break the balance. You leave yourself with no paths of return. If you lose everything. Why? Mr. Du said again and continued the game. The people on Book Mountain listened to the conversation between the two. There were many hidden meanings which they could not understand fully. The pieces of the king of Qin and Mr. Du landed on the chessboard, but the chessboard itself could be the entire Eastern Barren territory. The king of Qin froze as he stared at the chessboard. When Mr. Du made his last move, the situation changed drastically. He had always been in a defensive position, but after that move it felt like he could clear all his enemies with one strike. The pieces which the king of Qin sent on the siege all seemed to be in a dangerous position now, as if they would be killed immediately. Do you still want to continue? Mr. Du asked. The king of Qin was shocked in his heart. His fingers trembled gently as he stared at the chessboard, after which he made his move. The two ends of his pieces on the board worked together to form a siege as if they were two dragons. If any of them won, they would engulf their enemies together. I have already made my move and cannot return. Qin Yu and the rest have gone to Sky Mountain. After the battle there ends, they'll come here. Unrepentant. Why? Mr. Du shook his head and put down his next move with his hand. Immediately, a region that was under the siege also changed drastically and cut the connection between the two dragons. It was as if this move could decide the game. It'll be difficult for them to leave Sky Mountain in one piece, Mr. Du remarked casually. Chapter 383 Battle Between the Best. Chapter 383 Battle Between the Best. At the foot of Sky Mountain, the wind was blowing and snowflakes were dancing wildly in the air. In the distance there was a group of cultivators. Many people looked in that direction and were astonished. The group consisted of Qin Yu, the crown prince of Qin dynasty, Donghua clan leader and his wife Lu Nantian, Futian sword clan leader, the lord from Royal Xian Temple, as well as several elders from Qin dynasty and Donghua clan. So many strong cultivators had appeared at Sky Mountain, and they were heading directly towards the place where the three strongest disciples of the cottage were at. The Eastern Barren territory was about to change drastically. The long-awaited battle was about to erupt at the moment. Nobody had expected it to happen neither at the college nor at Qin dynasty, but rather at Sky Mountain. The only question was why the king of Qin was not present. Sword Saint Zhuge Hui and Gu Donglu also noticed the group, standing proudly in the air. Their eyes were only filled with coldness. It seemed like the group was aiming directly at them. At the other side, the cultivators from various top forces of the Barren state all seemed to be interested in the situation. It seemed to them that the Eastern Barren territory was not in a peaceful state. They would probably be able to see how strong the best cultivators of the Eastern Barren territory were. The crowd beside Sword Saint and the other two retreated as far as they could. Qin Yu and the rest had arrived and the final battle was imminent, so clearly they had to avoid it totally. Therefore, shortly afterward only 3 people remained quietly in that region, as if they were isolated by the entire world. The snow fell down continuously from the sky, onto the 3 who were standing straight at their spots. Sword Saint looked majestic, Zhuge Hui cold and proud, while Gu Donglu extremely sharp. This was the first time the three eldest disciples of the cottage stood together to fight their enemies. Many people turned very emotional. These three were the legends of the Eastern Barren territory. They were the models for countless many. However, this time their enemies were way too strong. Donghua clan leader and his wife, Futian sword clan leader, Royal Xian temple lord. All of them were very influential figures in the Eastern Barren territory. How would the cottage disciples fight them? It seems like someone has a poor memory. Or perhaps those hits from my whip that time simply aren't painful enough. Zhuge Hui smiled coldly as she glanced at Qin Yu. Immediately, Qin Yu's face darkened. The battle at Sky Mountain last time was the biggest humiliation he had experienced in his life. Looking down at Zhuge Hui, who was wearing a white shirt and standing in the snow like a fairy, Qin Yu said, "The second disciple of the cottage indeed looks elegant. I heard that you're still single now. How about marrying into Qin dynasty? Coincidentally, I need a concubine." After that, he looked at the other people beside him and said, "Be gentle later and don't injure her." Qin Yu really wanted to clear himself of the humiliation he had experienced at Sky Mountain on that day. The only way was for Zhuge Hui to submit herself below him and be played by him. She would use her entire life to repent for that battle. Lady Yuxiao glanced emotionlessly at Qin Yu and felt somewhat disgusted. Qin Yu was humiliated because he was weaker, and yet he wanted to humiliate Zhuge Hui in such a way which was really distasteful. That day at Sky Mountain, Qin Li was killed and Qin Yu lost badly in the battle, which totally shattered his confidence. His mentality therefore became somewhat distorted. This could also be seen from his act of using Hua Qingqing to get closer to the people from the barren state. At the moment, Qin Yu would achieve his goal at all costs. However, Lady Yuxiao did not say anything. Donghua clan had also crossed the point of no return. Just as Qin Yu finished speaking, an extremely sharp aura bloomed from Gudonglu and ascended into the air, charging towards Qin Yu. His murderous intent filled the sky. Hearing Qin Yu's words, Zhuge Hui suddenly laughed. "Concubine." She then put her hand near her waist. Following a soft noise, her long whip appeared in her hand. Zhuge Hui's arm trembled slightly. The whip rotated and flew into the air, turning into a white bolt of lightning which penetrated across space. In the sky, thunder roared and lightning flashed. Immediately, countless lightning flew on the whip as it swept towards the sky. It was as if the whip had turned into a lightning storm that was attempting to engulf the entire region. Every lightning in the storm held a destructive power. Anyone who got trapped in the storm would almost certainly be destroyed. Back. The people in the distance had already retreated a huge distance, but feeling the power of the storm, they ran back again as they still felt unsafe. Zhuge Hui's casual action actually caused the whole region to be enveloped in such a devastating power. Besides Sky Mountain, the people from the barren state were all surprised by the scene. It seemed that they had indeed underestimated the power of the college. At least the lady before them was very strong. This lightning spell was definitely one that had exceeded the noble level. In the sky, the expressions of Qin Yu and the rest all turned dignified. Zhuge Hui had only cast one spell, and it already caused them to feel some pressure. This lightning spell was cast by the whip, a sage ritual implement. At the moment, all the lightning forces in the world had been brought together and the catastrophic storm was charging towards them, trying to engulf every person. Leader. Qin Yu held his dragon spear in his hand, but he looked at Donghua clan leader who was beside him. The previous battle already proved that he was no match against Zhuge Hui. Donghua clan was a force which was as famous as the Qin dynasty and the college. Thus, the power of its leader was undoubtedly very strong. Donghua clan leader stared below him. He was holding a scepter in his hand, the earthly scepter. Donghua clan was well known for its spells, and its leader cultivated both martial arts and sorcery. At the moment when he held the earthly scepter, an invisible gravity enveloped the region. Accompanying a violent rumbling, brown-colored radiance stared converging wildly around him. It actually turned into many enormous meteorites which were as huge as mountains. Then they dropped down wildly towards the lightning storm. Rumble! The sky cried and the battlefield turned into an actual doomsday. Bolts of lightning and meteorites collided into each other. Under the endless purple lightning, the meteorites were crushed continuously, but they seemed to be endless as well. They dropped down continuously, trying to fill the storm. Zhuge Hui's rotating arm suddenly pointed directly at the sky. At once, the lightning storm engulfed the sky and stopped gathering any powers. The shirt of the Donghua clan leader swung in the air and his long hair danced. He pointed his scepter downwards and immediately, a terrifying gravity stopped the storm from ascending. Suddenly, a whip struck out from the storm towards Donghua clan leader. The expression of Donghua clan leader did not however change and a sacred, illusory figure appeared beside him. The figure looked huge and burly as if it was a divine being. He pointed his scepter out and immediately, many enormous palm prints appeared in the sky. They blotted out the sky and grabbed towards the whip, sealing the entire space. Like an agile snake, the whip suddenly changed its direction and charged towards Qinyu. Qinyu's body turned into a golden beam of light which dodged to the side. Then the whip swept towards the dragon Qinyu was on, causing it to howl ferociously. The whip wound around its huge body directly, after which the lightning storm appeared again. Zhuge Hui's arm trembled suddenly. Right away, the radiance circling around the dragon in the lightning storm turned into many lightning swords and cut the dragon into countless pieces. The dragon gave out cries of misery and roared continuously. Seeing the scene, the crowd in the distance was astounded. The dragon was a noble level 1, and its physical defense was extremely strong. However, it was cut into many pieces directly by Zhuge Hui's whip. It was then easy to imagine what the lightning storm could do to a human. All of a sudden, a wave of sword will bloomed in the sky as Futian sword clan leader stepped forward. Holding the famous sword the Alcade, he turned into a blade of light and descended from the sky. The silvery light reflected from his sword lit the entire sky as he struck directly towards Zhuge Hui who was attacking Qinyu. Sizzle! An extremely appalling broadsword will also bloomed. Sword Saint turned into a bolt of lightning and his broadsword will penetrated across space. It cut through the silvery blade of light and ascended straight upwards, charging towards Futian sword clan leader Han Ruoshui. That year, Sword Saint became famous after battling Han Ruoshui in Futian sword clan. At the moment the two were fighting again. Sword Saint was actually more famous than Han Ruoshui now. However, Han Ruoshui had a famous sword, but the Sword Saint did not have any ritual implement. At the instant when they started fighting, even the sky seemed to be split into pieces. Broadsword will and sword will filled the entire sky. Even though the onlookers were very far from the battle, they could still feel how dangerous the situation was. Sword Saint did not have a ritual implement, but he chose to have a forceful close-ranged combat. Gu Donglio's body flashed as he charged towards Qinyu directly. His speed was extremely fast like a mere illusion. Clang! A violent sound erupted. The First Lord of Royal Xian Temple struck down with a golden bell, blocking Gu Donglu. The golden bell flew in the sky and a frightening pressure was spreading from it. Another sage ritual implement. Does Royal Xian Temple also have one? Many people were shocked. Maybe it was from Qin Dynasty's ancient tomb, and somehow Royal Xian Temple First Lord got it. Perhaps the sword of Futian sword clan leader came in the same way. All the three of them have ritual implements. In addition, Qinyu, Lady Yuxiao, and Lu Nantian had not participated in the battle. It's no wonder that they dare to come here directly with so much confidence. Many people discussed. Nevertheless, the three cottage disciples were indeed very strong. To deal with them, Qin Dynasty needed so many powerful cultivators, as well as the aid from sage ritual implements. Look at Sword Saint! Someone exclaimed. The melee combat between Sword Saint and Han Ruoshui even caused space to split apart. As they battled, they rose higher and higher into the sky and were hardly visible. The rest could only see blades of light, as well as the broadsword will and sword will that had filled the place. However, Sword Saint's actions suddenly became much slower, but the broadsword will from his body grew in intensity. A broadsword appeared in his hand and his every move looked all natural as he turned the forces in the world into broadsword will. When he struck out, a straight beam of light appeared, cutting the sky into two halves. Han Ruoshui struck out wildly with the Alcade, but his attacks were crushed in the broadsword will. Hence, he could only retreat and his situation looked bleak. Go and help him, Qinyu shouted at the lord from Royal Xian Temple. On the other hand, he tried to block Gu Donglu with the dragon spear in his hand. Gu Donglu was as famous as him and that time Gu Donglu even won Lu Nantian. But at the moment Qinyu had a ritual implement. Alright, The lord from Royal Xian Temple flashed and struck out at Sword Saint with the golden bell. Looking at the battle in the sky, many people were speechless. Futian Sword Clan leader and the lord from Royal Xian Temple both had sage ritual implements, and yet they could only barely fight against Sword Saint. Chapter 384 Off the Mountain. Chapter 384. Off the mountain, Qin Yu held the golden dragon spear in his hands as he radiated with a cool golden light. With sharp, cold eyes he looked down at Gu Donglu. The 3 senior disciples of the cottage rattled the eastern barren territory. Today they would meet their end. With his father keeping everyone in check at the college, no one dared rush to their rescue. When the battle here was finished, they would head over to destroy the college and the cottage. It would be a cleansing of the eastern barren territory. Qin Yu moved and took the form of flashes of golden lightning, breaking into the skies. Before he could even reach Gu Donglu, the dragon spear released lightning that filled the sky and charged at him like sharp blades. Gu Donglu lifted his head. Gaze sharpened and his murderous intent-filled eyes turned somewhat demonic. In the next moment, Qin Yu entered his line of vision and his opponent's every move now seemed to be in his control. All Qin Yu knew was that he could feel shadows appear in his spiritual will. They were like war gods that charged at him. This pissed him off and his heart cooled even more. Spiritual sorcerers were so annoying. The only way to defend against this type of spiritual attack was with spiritual energy. There was no other way and it was no use trying to dodge out of the way. Hiss! Flashes of lightning emitted from the dragon's spear ripped through skies. What followed was the image of the spear shooting forward. A light grew at Gu Donglio's feet and as if he had been teleported, he disappeared from where he stood. The spear pierced into a bed of snow, releasing a loud explosion. The ground had been broken and what was left was a terrifying dark hole. Qin Yu waved the long spear and his body turned with the motion. The lightning seemed to have shifted with the wind and were carried over to a new location, the location where Gu Donglu was standing. Boom! The lightning continued to crackle in the sky. However, each flash only managed to get his shadows as Gu Donglu moved way too quickly to be caught. His white clothing danced in the wind and the light around his feet was still shining brightly. His hands were held in a mudra. The heavens and earth harmonized and ancient characters began to revolve around his body. It was the character Xing of the Kujian 9 seals of spiritual power. Each character of the 9 seals correlated with one mudra, one spell. Qin Yu's face fell. He turned slowly and looked at the figure across from him in the sky. He spoke coldly. Is dodging all you know to do? Gu Donglu stared back at him and all Qin Yu could feel was his body go numb. His spiritual will seemed to be restricted while illusory figures of war gods charged into his mind. Images of dragons appeared within Qin Yu with a roar. 9 dragons with bright eyes circled and along with these 9 dragons, there was also a large, majestic golden dragon. This golden dragon was the dharma of his life spirit. With loud roars, the dragons, as well as the long spear in his grasp, were on the move. Qin Yu took a step forward and waved his spear once, splitting the skies. However, his attack was still unable to touch Gu Donglu because he was just too quick. Whoosh! The 9 seals continued to revolve around Gu Donglu. A bright image of a figure appeared behind him, basked in the light from the 9 seals. Gu Donglu looked like a deity at this moment. The Xing character floated in the air and was imprinted on his body. When his environment harmonized, more lines of ancient characters appeared. Following that, Gu Donglio's body could be seen zipping through the air. Only his shadow could be seen in the vast space. It was beginning to get hard to tell which image of him was real and which were fake. These images all came in front of Qin Yu and were destroyed by the spear in his hands. Then the images continued to come at him. It was a wild scene to witness as there seemed to be no end to these images of Gu Donglu. Behind Qin Yu, the dragons rushed out only to realize that a powerful force of energy gathered, which led to the release of war gods. The images of 9 war gods graced the skies. They were majestic and formidable with ancient characters revolving around them. They were ready to take on the dragons. So powerful, thought the crowd as they observed from afar with racing hearts. They were too powerful. The 3 eldest disciples of the cottage were ready to take on the top dogs of various great forces. The second disciple, Zhuge Hui, a goddess-like beauty, was up against the clan leader of the Donghua clan. The first disciple, the Sword Saint, fought 2 men while the third disciple, Gu Donglu, fought Qin Yu who had a ritual implement. However, the Qin dynasty had people who had yet to make their move. Lady Wuxia watched the battle between clan leader Hua and Zhuge Hui. She was ready to tag him out at any time. It was obvious the couple didn't want to bully a junior cultivator by fighting together. After all, Zhuge Hui could only be considered a junior to them. Lu Nantian did not make a move either. He observed the battle between Qin Yu and Gu Donglu. He had fought Gu Donglu all those years ago in Dongqing College, but Gu Donglu was much more powerful now. He had already made his way into the Grade 1 noble plane. At the same time, he was enlightenment with a sliver of sage abilities. Although it was just the basics, he was on his way up. As for the other cultivators, they were all gathered in the air around the Battle of the Sword Saint. Better safe than sorry. If both clan leader Han Ruoshui of the Futian Sword Clan and the First Lord of the Royal Xian Temple couldn't handle him, they would be ready to attack him as a group. They had their hearts set on coming out victorious in these battles. They could never allow these 3 eldest disciples of the cottage to return to the college alive. The cultivators from the barren state watched the battles in shock. They were surprised at just how capable the college's disciples were. They all had sage abilities. If they were willing to go to the barren state, it would only be a matter of time that they entered the sage plane. Never in a million years did they expect this. Du Aoi's were trained on the battlefields. He took notice of clan leader Hua and Lady Yuxiao's abilities. They were extremely powerful indeed. He wondered what they would do if they knew about what he had done to their daughter. He wasn't worried though. He had brought quite a lot of powerful cultivators from the Holy Fire clan. Besides, did they even have the guts to take him on even if they knew? At the Qianqiu Temple's campsite, the Arhat had already returned. He took a look at the battlefields and let out an emotionless smile. This was exactly the situation he talked about. He had another thought. If this situation got even messier, would it be able to start a bigger storm that would drag in the top powers of the barren state as well? In the end, the Qin dynasty and the college would both suffer great losses, and may even have their names wiped from the Eastern Barren territory. This way the Qianqiu Temple, the Witch clan, and the Ji family would be the only top powers left in the Eastern Barren territory. "What are you thinking about?" asked a monk when he saw the little twinkle in the Arhat's eyes. "I was wondering when our temple would be able to spread throughout the Eastern Barren territory and receive the respect of the people," answered the Arhat. "Buddhism reaches those who were fated for it. There is no need to be greedy for the respect of the people. Fate comes from Buddha. If it's not fated to be, there is no need to force it," explained the monk who now held his hands together. "Do you know why our temple is built in the western region of the Eastern Barren territory, facing Sky Mountain, and why we refuse to move elsewhere? To use the evilness from Sky Mountain to strengthen our hearts for Buddhism. To be unaffected by the invasion of evils is the fruit of our labors," said the Arhat. "There is one more reason. With a clear heart, you will be able to see your true self. Knowing your true self will help rid yourself of all inner evils. Those cultivating in Buddhism have no need in the business of the material world," said the monk. He held his Buddhist beads tightly and closed his eyes. "Thank you for your advice, Abbot." The Arhat put his hands together and bowed his head lightly at the head monk. Naturally, he understood the meaning behind the abbot's words. On Sky Mountain, Yi Futian's group made their way off the mountain at an unusual speed despite the ground being covered in snow. In no time they were halfway there. This was when they noticed a figure seated quietly among the snow and boulders of the mountain. The person was covered in a thick layer of white snow. All that could be seen through the thick blanket of precipitation were a pair of beautiful eyes. It was Hua Qingqing. She was waiting. The demon bird was able to find him, so Yi Futian was able to see everything on Sky Mountain. He walked toward her and removed his long, white robe before draping it over the girl. "It's cold." He smiled at her. Her innocence-filled eyes met his. "He has great eyes." "Thank you." Hua Qingqing spoke softly. Yi Futian smiled and turned away. He knew the true meaning behind her words of gratitude. "What a gentleman," teased Nanyu. He looked over at Hua Qingqing and lowered his voice. Such a pity. In his opinion, she had already fallen to the wrath of Du Ao. It was truly a pity that this innocent, beautiful girl was taken advantage of by a guy like him. Nan Yu's heart wavered for her, as beauties did to many. Chu Shang also looked sympathetically at Hua Qingqing. The group then proceeded on their journey off the mountain. After they left, Hua Qingqing shook the snow on her body before her thin arm, white as snow, reached out. Yi Futian obviously knew that her clothes were half ruined. She put on Yi Futian's white robe, not caring how it might look to other people. She then followed the footsteps left behind by Yi Futian's group and headed off the mountain. At this point, the group reached the side of the mountain, and with a giant leap, they were in the air, descending from Sky Mountain by flight. At the foot of the mountain, the camp set by the people seemed so orderly. 3 different battles had broken out in the sky. There were the cultivators from the barren state and the others who observed off to the side. When Yi Futian and the others leaped off the mountain, they landed in the middle of a battle. Big brother, second sister, third brother. Yi Futian froze. He then saw Qin Yu and the others, which caused his expression to turn cold. The people of the Qin dynasty had actually picked a fight with his senior brothers and sister at Sky Mountain. Du Ao turned his attention in one direction in confusion. That was when he saw Hua Qingqing and smiled in her direction. Hua Qingqing had also seen him, but her expression was cold. She's actually okay? The Arhat was surprised. He looked at Hua Qingqing and saw the clothes she was wearing. He couldn't help but let out an interested expression. Could there be a story on Sky Mountain? Hua Qingqing was wearing Yi Futian's clothes, and she had also purposely lied about Yi Futian's time on Sky Mountain. The Arhat was sharp at picking up these things, and it felt strange. Could something truly interesting have happened at the top of Sky Mountain back then? Qingqing. From afar, Lu Nantian saw her. Then he saw the clothes she was wearing, and the look on his face changed. Capture Yi Futian, ordered Qin Yu, who was in the middle of his battle with Gu Donglu. Some cultivators who had been observing in the sidelines charged in Yi Futian's direction. They really have a death wish. In the midst of her battle, Zhuge Hui struck down with her long whip, forcing clan leader Hua back. She then rushed over to Yi Futian, leaving behind only illusory images of herself. Clan leader Hua reached out, and his large hand grabbed a figure only to have it disappear in front of his very eyes. Only then did he realize that the figure wasn't really Zhuge Hui. He seemed confused for a second, then screamed loudly at the cultivators headed for Yi Futian. "Watch out!" Just as his voice rang out, Zhuge Hui appeared and snapped her long whip in their direction. Chapter 385. Exposed. Chapter 385. Exposed. Zhuge Hui's whip swept through the air at the cultivators headed for Yi Futian. All their faces dropped before backing up quickly. The whip was extremely quick. The bright light illuminating the weapon seemed to have transformed into a sharp blade, cutting through the air. Snap! The whip landed directly on one of the cultivators. Along with a horrid scream, everyone froze as they witnessed the noble's body split in half under the impact from the whip. The whip dancing in the sky now seemed like the sharpest, most powerful weapon in the world. Zhuge Hui flung his body off to the side before she rushed over in Yi Futian's direction, leaving only split images of herself. At the same time, the Sword Saint's weapon came down with a terrifying force, giving the Futian Sword Clan's leader and the First Lord of the Royal Xian Temple no choice but to move back. The Sword Saint distanced himself under the power of sword will as well. As for Gu Donglu, Qin Yu had no ability to stop him from leaving the battle at all. The battles halted abruptly as Zhuge Hui, the Sword Saint, and Gu Donglu were now all standing in the air in front of Yi Futian. They weren't going to allow the cultivators of the Qin dynasty or the Donghua clan to get close to him. No one from the Donghua clan seemed to be in rush to continue the battle either. Clan leader Hua and Lady Yuxiao's eyes drifted over to Hua Qingqing. "Qingqing, come here." The young girl made her way over to Lady Yuxiao. A look of confusion crossed the couple's faces when they saw the white robe she was wearing. Lady Yuxiao voiced her confusion. "Qingqing?" Her curiosity on the subject was evident in her eyes. She had seen the same white robe on Yi Futian. He was no longer wearing it, making it obvious that his clothes were now on Hua Qingqing. Nanfeng, Chu Shang, and the others all focused on Hua Qingqing. She probably didn't know how to open up about the humiliating and hurtful things that were done to her. It was something that would be difficult for any female. As for Du Ao, he kept up his cold demeanor as he bathed in the light of the holy fire. The fire in his eyes seemed to be masking a hint of mockery. "Father, mother, let's go home," Hua Qingqing said suddenly. It was indeed something she couldn't talk about. This wasn't only a matter of her reputation, but also, how was she going to explain Yi Futian's clothes? Was she supposed to tell everyone that he saved her? That would only hurt him, because then the people of the barren state would find out that Yi Futian was responsible for what happened with the demon bird. That was exactly why Hua Qingqing wished for the battles to end here, and she would explain everything to her parents once they returned home. Go home. Clan leader Hua was confused. Nantian, bring Qingqing over to the side. Things with Hua Qingqing could wait until they got home. Finishing this battle was the important thing right now. The 3 cottage disciples were much too capable. If they let them go, there would be unthinkable repercussions. Clan leader Hua knew that if the disciples got a couple more years to cultivate, the 3 of them would be at the top of the Eastern Barren territory. This was the reason why Emperor Qin was in such a rush. Hua Qingqing looked at her father, not knowing what to do. If she confesses that Yi Futian saved her, it would put him in danger, but if she didn't say anything, her parents would kill him. As for telling her parents the truth about what Du Ao did to her, what would happen if she did? Would her parents declare war on the powers of the barren state? It may lead to the end of the Donghua clan at the end. From her eyes, one could tell that Hua Qingqing was extremely conflicted. She didn't know what to do. At this moment, Qin Yu was staring at her. She was actually wearing Yi Futian's clothes. It seems this girl isn't as pure and innocent as she lets on. Qin Yu's younger sister Qin Mengruo married Qian Shanmu of the Donghua clan and was killed. What did Hua Qingqing do? She hid the truth about what Yi Futian did on Sky Mountain. It looked as if something they weren't aware of definitely happened on Sky Mountain last year. However, Qin Yu did not come out to point fingers at Hua Qingqing right now. Could be dealt with later. What he needed now was to use the abilities of clan leader Hua and his wife to defeat the Sword Saint and his juniors. Just then, the Arhat noticed the stalemate they were in from where he stood at the Qianqiu Temple campsite. He looked up at the cultivators from the barren state and asked, "Have you guys been on Sky Mountain?" Those from the barren state turned to look at the Arhat, listening as he continued to speak. "With 2 people who have been on the mountain before leading the way, there's no way you guys wouldn't be able to make it up Sky Mountain." "We were attacked by a demon bird," said Nanfeng. "Demon bird?" A look crossed the Arhat's face before his eyes moved toward Yi Futian. That's when he noticed that Yi Futian was also looking at himself with chilling eyes. In this instant, Yi Futian suddenly realized who had tattled. He never thought it would be the Arhat of the Qianqiu Temple. He should have guessed. "I get it now," said the Arhat. His eyes moved away and folded his hands. He chanted the name of Buddha and said nothing else. "What does that mean?" asked Nanyu. "I can't say." The Arhat shook his head. Nanyu's brows knit together in confusion. Han Lan of the Taixian Mountain spoke next. "If you know something, say it. You wouldn't believe it even if I were to tell you. Also, I wouldn't be very well liked after saying so. I am not yet a very experienced monk and can't take the hatred that would result from telling." The Arhat shook his head once more. Kongming, the Qianqiu Temple's abbot, looked at the Arhat and called out for him. The Arhat's monastic name was Kongming. Du Ao moved toward the Qianqiu Temple group while the 3-legged golden raven and the cultivators of the Holy Fire clan followed behind him. Looking down at the Arhat, Du Ao said, "Say it and I can guarantee that no one will be able to hurt you. The abbot forbids me from speaking about it." The Arhat shook his head yet again. "I'm afraid that the abbot would be held responsible for what I have to say. How would I continue to cultivate at the temple after that? You can come with me to the barren state and join our Holy Fire clan for cultivation," said Du Ao. The Arhat looked around and saw that Nanfeng had also approached. "I can also guarantee not to let anyone hurt you." The Arhat bowed his head sliding and then bowed deeply at the Qianqiu Temple's abbot. "Abbot, monks don't lie. I have to speak the truth." After that, he turned back to Du Ao. "There is no demon bird on Sky Mountain. Do you think we're blind?" Nanyu spoke coldly. He was attacked by the demon bird and also suffered injuries. The Qianqiu Temple has been in the western region, facing Sky Mountain, for years now. No one is more knowledgeable on the matters of Sky Mountain. There is only the will left by the demon bird, but it's not actually here. If you guys don't believe me, you can ask the abbot, said the arhat. Everyone's attention shifted to the abbot immediately. All they saw was that he had his hands clasped tightly, and that he was chanting the name of Buddha. He was greatly disappointed. Wise monk, Nanyu called to the abbot. Observing Sky Mountain can help you understand your heart and see who you really are. For the looks of it, Kongming, you already know your own heart, said the abbot. The arhat nodded and replied, I do. If so, then you can go now, said the abbot. Thank you for everything. The arhat bowed again. Of course he understood his own heart. The more he cultivated in Buddhism, the clearer things became. Buddha says that all living creatures are equal, but where was this equality? People only respected those of high status. Cultivating Buddhism was simply a pursuit of power for him. Now that it was clear to him that the Qianqiu temple had no ambitions, there was nothing left for him there. Plus, there were also the changes in the Eastern Barren territory. Buddha talks about chance. His chance was here now. Let's go, said the abbot. He turned to leave, leading the others of the Qianqiu temple with him. Many of them looked back at the arhat. His comprehension of Buddhism was so great. The arhat was able to comprehend the true meaning of scriptures easily, and was even given the title of arhat because of that. However, it seemed like he was also extremely capable in hiding who he really was. What a pity. The people from the barren state watched as all this unfolded and knew that what the arhat said must be true. Duao spoke. Continue what you were saying. I already said that Hua Qingqing was not the only one who had made it onto Sky Mountain, so had Yi Futian. In reality, they weren't the only ones. He moved on to explain further. When Yi Futian tried to kill the Qin dynasty's Qin Li on Sky Mountain, he was already at wit's end. He couldn't fight anymore and was being chased by Hua Qingqing. There to protect Yi Futian was fellow cottage disciple Yu Shang. In his group was also a demon beast, the Black Wind Eagle. The beast turned into the demon bird in order to protect Yi Futian. It wounded Hua Qingqing and I before flying onto Sky Mountain. Then Yi Futian and Yu Shang continued onto the mountain as well. Hua Qingqing also resumed her chase, following behind them. The arhat continued, if you don't believe me, you can ask Qin Li's father, Qiyu. It was him that told you guys Hua Qingqing made it onto Sky Mountain. Then again, you can also ask Hua Qingqing, but in my opinion, something must have happened between her and Yi Futian on the mountain. Otherwise, there is no way his clothes would end up on her. Abruptly, Duao's face turned green, as did Nanfeng and Nanyu's faces. After listening to the arhat's explanation, they believed a good half of what he said. So, there wasn't a demon bird on Sky Mountain at all. Then where did the one they saw come from? That demon bird saved Hua Qingqing, muttered Duao. Nanfeng and the others felt enlightened as everything suddenly seemed so clear. The demon bird appeared suddenly on Sky Mountain and saved Hua Qingqing. Then Yi Futian put his clothes on her. How funny. They had thought that Yi Futian was simply being a gentleman. It seemed as if they were too naive. They had been played by a youngster from the Eastern Barren territory. Interesting. Nanyu clapped and turned around slowly. His eyes stared in Yi Futian's direction. Interesting indeed. He brought them onto Sky Mountain and had the demon bird attack them, wounding them. No wonder he kept trying to get them to keep climbing up. Duao's eyes were chilling and radiated with a murderous intent. That demon bird almost killed him. Maybe Yi Futian wasn't gutsy enough to kill everyone, but if just one person was killed, there was no way anyone would suspect it was his doing. Plus, there were others present. Who would have thought that he almost died in the Eastern Barren territory? Yi Futian didn't look at them because his eyes were trained on the arhat. After the arhat spilled the beans, everything was now out in the open. Yi Futian could no longer hide anything. Why did he do this? Zhuge Hui and Gu Donglu were also staring at the arhat with a cold demeanor. However, the arhat had already hopped on the three-legged golden raven along with Duao. He had betrayed the Qianqiu temple. He saw this as his chance to leave the Eastern Barren territory, and was now heading to the barren state for cultivation. You tricked me and got me on Sky Mountain. Then the demon bird attacked. Did you want me dead? Nanyu asked Yi Futian. His smile was ingenuine. Are you serious? Nanyu's eyes filled with a murderous intent. Cultivators of various barren state powers moved toward Yi Futian. That was when Nanfeng spoke up. And we thought you didn't get the relics of Sky Mountain. Looks like we underestimated you. What did you get from Sky Mountain? Chapter 386. Do you deserve it? Chapter 386. Do you deserve it? Hearing the Arhat's words and the inquiry of people from the barren state, people all stared at Yi Futian. They had never expected that Yi Futian really reached the mountaintop and got the Sky Mountain's relics. For centuries, countless people had tried but failed. However, Yi Futian made it. It was pitiful that he had such a great talent but encountered with strong cultivators from the barren state. The Arhat had exposed the fact. Yi Futian was set in danger now. The cottage was competent to confront with the Qin dynasty, but it couldn't be these foreign forces' match at all. At this moment there was only silence on the Sky Mountain. Lady Wuxia looked at Hua Qingqing and asked, "What exactly happened on the mountaintop on that day?" Hearing what the Arhat had said, Lady Wuxia guessed that there must be a story between her daughter and Yi Futian. Hua Qingqing lowered her head and said lightly, "Someone wanted to kill me and Yi Futian saved me. Who was it?" Lady Wuxia asked coldly. "Mother, can we just skip over it?" Hua Qingqing looked at her mother with her beautiful imploring eyes. Things were getting more and more complicated. She didn't know what Yi Futian was going to meet, but could only hope that her parents could stop entangling with Yi Futian. If the Donghua clan was involved again, they would be in a very dangerous situation. "Madam, we can talk about this later? If we don't handle the cottage now, you know the result," Qin Yu said while coming up and glancing at Hua Qingqing. Lady Wuxia stared at Qin Yu coldly. If it weren't for Qin Yu, her daughter would not have gone to the Sky Mountain and been threatened by others. Yi Futian saved her daughter. Lady Wuxia owed Yi Futian now. Lady Wuxia turned to Du Ao. From what they had said before, she inferred that Du Ao must be the killer. Lu Nanshan's face grew livid. His body seemed to effuse dire flames. "Sir, madam, I didn't expect that, but it has happened." "Good to hear that Miss Hua didn't get hurt," said Qin Yu. "With the Barren State's forces, we can very easily dominate the whole eastern Barren territory now." Bang! The head of the Donghua clan hit his scepter on the ground. Veins bulged on his face. As the head of the Donghua clan, how could he stand with the fact that his daughter was bullied by others? "Sir, think about the larger picture. We'd better act now. Yi Futian's group are doomed to die," Qin Yu kept saying. He gestured to the others and walked toward the cottage. The cottage's 4 famous disciples were surrounded near the Sky Mountain. At this time Yi Futian looked at Nanfeng and laughed. He walked back toward the Sky Mountain and turned around when arriving at the edge of the mountain. He smiled at Nanfeng and said, "Why should I tell you what I got on the Sky Mountain? It's none of your business." Hearing Yi Futian's words, people all sneered. "It's not about who you are. It's about what you got. Can't you understand? What a fool." Nanyu looked at Yi Futian disdainfully. "It's none of my business?" He sneered and moved toward Yi Futian. "The relics on the Sky Mountain are not something that you can take. Just tell everything and you can still live." "Really?" Yi Futian looked at Nanyu and said, "Even though you believe me, you are still going to kill me after I tell the truth. To tell or not, what's the difference? I'll still offer you the chance to join the Nantian house. You follow me, be our guard, and I'll let bygones just be bygones." Nanyu walked to Yi Futian as if he was trying to save him. Seeing Nanyu walking forward, the people of the Nantian house became vigilant. They surrounded the Sword Saints group quietly to get the upper hand. They probably didn't dare fight back though. What Yi Futian got was the Sky Mountain's relics. No one could save him now. Zhuge Hui turned to Yi Futian and Nanyu disdainfully. Nanyu thought he was smart enough? She knew what kind of person Yi Futian was. Nanyu wanted to bribe her little brother? Was he serious? "Follow you." Yi Futian smiled at Nanyu. "Do you deserve it?" Hearing Yi Futian's provocative words, Nanyu blanched but then smiled more brightly. His body effused some extremely sharp aura which made him look like he was wearing a suit of silver armor. He reached out his hand and then a silver spear condensed with bright cold light. In an instant, Nanyu became very powerful with his opulent armor. "I can give you one last chance. If you don't cherish it, there is no more." Nanyu smiled. Yi Futian laughed and turned to the Sky Mountain. Suddenly, Nanyu rushed toward Yi Futian very fast like a lightning. The others didn't intend to assist Nanyu because they thought it was beyond doubt that Nanyu would defeat Yi Futian anyway. Seeing this, Qinyu smiled with satisfaction. Now that the Baron State was attacking Yi Futian, the cottage would definitely go to help. A wonderful show was right away. Perhaps the Baron State could do all the things he wanted this time. Whoosh! The silver spear pierced toward Yi Futian directly with a stunning speed. It seemed that Yi Futian didn't notice what was happening. He didn't turn around. But with a stomp, some blazing light projected from his legs as if all wind and thunder gathered around him. With a buzz, his body disappeared, leaving only a blue electronic light in the air. The spear pierced nothing. Standing on the Sky Mountain's precipice, Yi Futian turned around slowly and looked at Nanyu. It's Shadow Step. Gu Donglio's eyes flickered. His little brother was really talented. Within such a short period, he had mastered this spell to such an extent. Gu Donglu also practiced the Shadow Step. He knew it was not easy, but Yi Futian could use this spell to escape Nanyu's attack so easily. Obviously, he had reached the proficiency or he wouldn't use it in such a situation. Nice try. Nanyu glanced at Yi Futian and then his body rushed toward Yi Futian again like a straight silver lightning. Just at this moment there were rustles. Countless golden vines appeared around Yi Futian and rushed toward Nanyu very fast like countless golden spears. More horrible was that those golden spears twisted like vines and overshadowed the sky. They twisted randomly. It was the spell Death Coil. Nanyu was forced to stop. He brandished his silver spear and a silver curtain appeared around him, demolishing those vines rushing toward him. His arms waved with an amazing speed. In an instant, silver light blazed and all the vines were cut off. But soon, people found that the vines seemed endless. They suffused the whole space and threatened Nanyu. What is this? The Baron State's strong cultivators were stunned, especially Nan Feng. He knew Nanyu's strength. Nanyu was the Nantian house's talent. His level was much higher than Yi Futian's. Though both were at the lower arcana plane, Yi Futian had only reached the first plane. And yet Yi Futian could still cast a spell and trap Nanyu. What did it mean? At this time Nanyu was vexed. Blazing light burst from his spear into the sky. Every move he made pierced the air with incredible mighty force. When his spear pierced those vines, metallic sounds were heard. Blazing light projected behind Nanyu. His life spirit burst out. It was a figure of the god of war with a spear in hand. Nanyu and his life spirit waved spears synchronously. Everything around them was shattered. The death coil couldn't get close to them now. Die! Extremely cold light flashed in Nanyu's eyes. He turned into a flash of silver lightning and shattered all the coming vines. Nantian House's talent is forced to release his life spirit? The Baron State's people didn't doubt the result they expected, but were still a little surprised by the process. They looked at Yi Futian on the precipice. Yi Futian reached out and blazing purple lightning soared like thunder chains. His body bathed in this brilliant purple light like a god. The sky changed color. People at the foot of the mountain looked at the sky with astonishment. They had never seen purple lightning. Your defense is really strong. Yi Futian's eyes turned demonic. Purple light flickered in his eyes. His mentality had melted in the spell. Then the brilliant purple lightning flashed through the sky and squarely hit the incoming silver figure. Nanyu growled and his silver spear pierced toward the coming purple lightning. That lightning was conducted through the spear and shocked Nanyu's body. In an instant he was shocked and shook violently. His mentality was also attacked by the lightning. It was a mixed spell named Divine Thunder Kill. Bang bang bang. While Nanyu was numb, more purple golden lightning came down and hit him. Nanyu's body kept shaking. He totally lost consciousness. With some rustling, the death coil came again and entangled his body. Nanyu's body was pulled up into the sky and hovered before Yi Futian. Countless people were stunned at this scene, especially the Baron State's strong cultivators. Nanyu was defeated in such a miserable way, but he was supposed to be stronger than Yi Futian. You still want me to follow you? Yi Futian looked up at Nanyu in the air. Nanyu stared at Yi Futian with vicious eyes. Blazing light appeared again, but soon the vines smashed him onto the precipice. How dare you? At this time, a strong cultivator in noble plane stepped out from the Nantian house. He rose into the sky and reached out his hand, wanted to catch Yi Futian. Yi Futian glanced at him coldly and said, Go away. Clang. As soon as he spoke, the bell tolled and a horrible invisible storm demolished everything. With a loud explosion, that cultivator and noble plane paled and was thrown back in the air. Chapter 387 Final Day for Qinyu. Chapter 387. Final day for Qinyu. Not only did the windstorm force back the noble, but it also swept through Sky Mountain and the void. Light flowed through many strong cultivators. They had to shield themselves with their hands but still let out grunts, faces paling. Those above the noble plain all retreated. From the barren state camp, dragons roared and the golden raven screamed. The boundless sky shook. After a long while, the bell faded, sweeping towards the west of the eastern barren territory. Echoes sounded below the mountain. Everyone looked up at Futian. He stood proudly in the air looking down at everyone. They all understood now that Futian controlled the bell. Just like the bell at the foot of the mountain last year. He truly controlled the will of Sky Mountain. The noble from the sacred fire sect lowered his head and arched his back. Then his head rose slowly, looking at Futian with a horrible expression. That one utterance had forced him back. The eyes of the other barren state cultivators shone. It was as the Arhat had said. Qinyu's expression was ugly, and then he sneered. This way no one could protect Futian. He would die today. No matter what happened, he wouldn't be able to escape. With his power, he didn't qualify to control Sky Mountain yet. The barren state forces wouldn't let him go. The cottage wouldn't be able to protect him either. Futian's eyes fell on his seniors. Zhuge Hui grinned at him. Junior, you're pretty good. Senior sister, that was an accident. Futian shuddered when he saw Zhuge Hui's smile. That wasn't on purpose. I was wondering which bastard did it last time. Didn't think it was you. Zhuge Hui had a faint smile in her eyes. She guessed it, but it was still shocking to witness. Of course, she wasn't really blaming Futian. Senior sister, I'm not filial. How about I leave the cottage? You can all go back. I won't return, Futian said. The Sword Saint and the others were all shocked. They gaped at Futian but quickly understood. This guy was worried he would involve the cottage, so he tried to separate himself. After all, the opponent was no longer the Qin dynasty but the barren state. Futian knew that his seniors wouldn't watch without doing anything. But that would offend the barren state forces. Hearing these words, Zhuge Hui flashed and walked to Futian with a smile. Senior sister, Futian called. Smiling, Zhuge Hui reached out and pulled Futian's ears. Say that again? Senior, I'm sorry. Futian was about to cry. He was an adult now. Did she have to do this in public? His perfect image was destroyed. Good. Zhuge Hui let go and patted Futian's head. Don't say those things anymore. Futian really wanted to cry. Couldn't she take care of his ego? Without him realizing, the Sword Saint and Gu Donglu had also walked over. They didn't say anything but just standing there showed their stance. Futian felt warm inside. His seniors were great. Let go of me, a cold voice came, shattering the moment. Futian turned. Nanyu had been immobilized by the mountain with the spell, seemingly tied up like a hog. His extremely dark eyes glared at Futian. He was humiliated in front of everyone. Do you know what you're doing? I am from the Nantian house of the barren state. Nanyu's voice was frigid. If people heard that the descendant of the main lineage of the Nantian house was humiliated in a place like the Eastern Barren Territory, he would become a laughingstock. You asked why I didn't challenge you at the college. Do you know why now? Staring at Nanyu scornfully, Futian mocked, a failure like you can't even take a hit. It's meaningless to defeat you, other than making you threaten me with your family. Do you know what insulting is? Nanyu's immobilized body trembled. His expression was extremely dark. He couldn't refute Futian's words. Enough, Nanfeng said from a dragon. Let go of him. Futian gazed coldly, ignoring him. Are you willing to join the mortal world? We are a clan. You are talented and will find a place there, Chu Shang suddenly said, inviting Futian to the mortal world. Futian smiled at her. Would he still be free after joining the mortal world? He would be handing his fate over. Thank you, Fairy Chu, but I like the clan I'm with now, Futian said, smiling. I received the Sky Mountain relic by chance. It belongs to me. Can you take your people away now? Chu Shang studied Yi Futian. He was too naive. The relic was Yukio, one of the 10 top musical pieces. Yi Futian couldn't keep it. Even if Chu Shang agreed to leave, the other forces wouldn't. It wasn't that simple. What about you all? Yi Futian looked at the other forces. They looked back without saying anything. I'll attack if you try to rob me. Will we just stay here in a stalemate? Yi Futian asked. He hated how low his level was. Otherwise, he could just kill whoever wanted to rob or kill him. There was no need to be so careful. He knew he couldn't do things out of loyalty. It would be better if he was alone. He could escape after killing. But with the cottage, college, and his family, how could he escape? He couldn't only think about himself. Everyone he can attack using the Sky Mountain's will. He would be useless without it. If you go to the cottage, he will return, Qin Yu said, expression cold. Since Yi Futian had Sky Mountain's will, it would be hard to kill him here. If they went to Book Mountain, it would be easier. The bell doesn't affect people of the Arcana Plane as much. They can take him, the Arhat said from the Golden Raven. He obviously felt the bell earlier, but he could bear the reverberations. Many Arcana Plane cultivators had come from the barren state. They could capture Yi Futian easily. As for nobles, Yi Futian's side only had 3. How could they fight back? If Yi Futian used Sky Mountain's will to fight, all nobles would be hurt, including his seniors. That works. Qin Yu's eyes flashed. Take them, Dueo said coldly. Strong cultivators of both the noble and Arcana Plane walked forward. Senior sister, I want to start killing, Yi Futian said. Me too. Zhuge Hui scanned the crowd coldly. Let's kill Qin Yu first, Yi Futian said. He looked at Qin Yu as if the man was already dead. Okay. Zhuge Hui nodded. Yi Futian looked over at Qin Yu, and then saw the leaders of the Donghua clan with Hua Qingqing. The girl looked at him and said, Mother, father, can you not fight? Qingqing, go back. The leader sighed. He wanted to step out, but that was impossible now. The barren state was involved now. Yi Futian and the cottage had their fates decided. The Eastern Barren Territory would belong to the Qin dynasty now. How could they step out now? Emperor Qin and the Qin dynasty would wipe them out. Clan leader, the Donghua clan will become the top clan after this battle, Qin Yu said. He knew that Lady Yuxiao didn't like him. The clan leader nodded and stepped forward. Countless strong cultivators charged towards Yi Futian's group. Below the mountain, everyone watched this with shaken hearts. Seniors, if I do anything, I swear it's not on purpose, Yi Futian pleaded. Zhuge Hui glared. Was he going to do it again? Don't use too much force, Zhuge Hui said. Of course, Yi Futian smiled tremblingly. Then he soared into the air, eyes turning cold while looking at Qin Yu. Qin Yu, Sky Mountain will be your burial ground. With that, he started communicating with Sky Mountain's intent. That moment, the snow fell stronger from Sky Mountain. They swept towards Yi Futian and everyone felt a terrifying spiritual qi. All the snow on the mountain turned into spiritual qi, filling the space. Every snowflake contained spiritual qi. He can use Sky Mountain's spiritual qi. Everyone's expressions changed. Now they understood that people of the Arcana Plane couldn't kill him. Golden vines suddenly extended from Sky Mountain, reaching above everyone. They expanded wildly and quickly, covering the sky and even the snow. Yi Futian stood there with his handsome eyes shut tightly. He quietly sensed everything. Qin Yu's group looked up. Retreat, he said. Rustles sounded endlessly as the vines covered the heavens. Qin Yu tried to retreat, but then the bells started ringing again. The rings swept through. That moment, an ancient bell appeared in everyone's minds. The bodies in the air shook and grunted. Qin Yu's face turned white. Clang. The bell rang again. A huge bell fell from the sky in their minds, shaking everything. With a grunt, Qin Yu spat out blood. His face was white. In addition to him, all nobles on Sky Mountain were like this. Blood seeped from many mouths. The powerful figures of Barren State were pained. The Sword Saint Zhuge Hui and Gu Donglu sat before Yi Futian with closed eyes. They didn't have to care about anything other than fighting against the power, so it was easier. Qin Yu roared. Golden light covered him. He wanted to escape. Clang clang. The bell kept ringing and he kept spitting out blood. His body fell while endless vines fell too. They wrapped around his body and brought him towards Futian. No, Qin Yu was actually terrified. He couldn't control his own body. Chapter 388. Start killing. Chapter 388. Start killing. Qin Yu felt himself flying towards Sky Mountain. Vines wrapped tightly around his limbs and neck, dragging him to the mountain. He was truly afraid. His father had gone to the cottage to stop Mr. Du and the college. If they killed the Sword Saint and the others, the Eastern Barren territory would belong to the Qin dynasty. But he never thought that not only could Futian activate Sky Mountain's bell, he could also control its spiritual qi. I won't die. Qin Yu had a strong will to live. Gold flashed brilliantly from his body, tearing through everything. At the same time, his ritual implement armor flashed, blocking the spell's attack. The gold vines were cut by the powerful metal intent. Qin Yu got some hope, but then he heard a clang. He spat out a mouthful of blood. His hope was extinguished. Futian was truly going to kill him. Fear intensified inside Qin Yu. There was an explosion. He felt himself crash against the mountain as the vines transformed into blades that pierced him. However, Qin Yu was covered in the ritual implement armor, blocking that attack. Ding ding ding. The bell flattened everything. The boundless sky trembled. Bastard! Stop! The noble figures of the barren state were all on the ground, vomiting blood. The majestic dragon was limp on the ground, blood flowing from its mouth. The golden raven was also weak on the ground, bleeding fiery blood. It was tragic. All strong cultivators were forced down on Sky Mountain while the weaker ones still stood. They didn't know what to think about the nobles on the ground. The bell kept echoing in their minds. Futian controlled the bell on Sky Mountain, defeating them instantly. He was so cruel. Qin Yu was tied up on the side of the mountain like Nanyu. He was weak to the point that he was on his last breath. The ritual implement dimmed and his spiritual energy was down. He couldn't use spiritual qi to armor his body. The sharp thorns touched Qin Yu's neck. They were frigid to the bone. Qin Yu looked up weakly and said quietly, "Let me go." "Let him go?" Futian laughed. Qin Yu hadn't thought about letting anyone go when he plotted to destroy the Lu kingdom. The Qin dynasty is cruel. A force like this is destined to drown in the river of time. Qin Yu, you won't be lonely. As soon as Futian finished, an extremely sharp blade pierced Qin Yu's neck. Blood flowed out. His eyes were wide as saucers as if recovering his energy. He glared at Futian. "I refuse," he roared with all his might. Finally, his eyes dimmed and his aura disappeared. He was nailed dead to the mountain. The snow and ice of Sky Mountain covered him. Instantly, he was turned into an ice statue, sealed to the side of the mountain. The Lu kingdom refused too, Futian muttered. Beside him, Nanyu trembled in fear. The unimportant low-class figures he'd looked down on now had an aura that scared him. Futian had used Sky Mountain's intent to defeat all strong cultivators here and crucified a top-level noble. Futian turned slowly. Countless eyes at the foot of the mountain gazed at him in terror. He had received the Sky Mountain relic and controlled its intent. Qin Yu, crown prince of the Qin dynasty, had died on the mountain. He probably wouldn't be the only one. In the snow at the foot of Sky Mountain, the leaders of the Futian Sword Clan, Royal Xian Temple, and Donghua Clan were all pale. They were all breathing with difficulty now. They knew that since Futian could kill Qin Yu, he could kill them too. In the sky, the golden vines covered the sun. There was no snow anymore. Futian gazed at the leaders of the Futian Sword Clan and Royal Xian Temple. The vines went to them. Boom! The Futian Sword Clan leader used his last bit of power to transform into sword light to escape. With a clang, the bell rang and he dropped down, powerless and hopeless. Vines swept over and curled around him. Then they snaked up his arm. His sword was raised into the sky and cut a beautiful arc. With a soft sound, the Futian Sword Clan leader, a top figure in the Eastern Barren territory, had his neck sliced by his own sword. Like Qin Yu, he died on Sky Mountain. "No, I'm willing to submit to the cottage." The Royal Xian Temple leader gazed up at Sky Mountain, at the handsome figure hovering there. He was willing to submit to them. Right now, he just wanted to live. "Don't insult the cottage." Futian looked at him in scorn. The sword flashed and blood spilled onto the snow. Everyone's hearts were numb. This was the third top figure that Yi Futian had slain. He had started killing. Who would have thought that these top figures would die like this? The Alcade sword flew towards the leaders of Donghua clan as fast as lightning. The leader's face was white. He stood with his wife and sighed inwardly. The Donghua clan had always wanted to be the #1 clan. Thus they joined with the Qin dynasty. Who would have thought that the disciples of the cottage were all this talented? Instead of dying in the hands of the sword saint, they would be killed by the youngest disciple. They really had been dreaming. The Alcade transformed into icy lightning filled with murderous intent. Then a beautiful figure stood before them. Qingqing, the leader, yelled. It was Hua Qingqing before them. She looked up at Sky Mountain. The Alcade was coming down like lightning with extreme sharpness. Boom! Sword aura burst forth. Cold light reflected on Hua Qingqing's face. Her eyes stayed open without even blinking. Rather than looking at the sword, she looked at Yi Futian. Qingqing, move aside, her father said, but she seemed not to hear. She remained there. I'll die for them, Hua Qingqing said to Yi Futian. You didn't attack me on Sky Mountain and helped me keep the secret, Yi Futian said. That's why I saved you earlier. However, your parents must pay. Hua Qingqing was different from the people of the Qin dynasty and Donghua clan. That was why Yi Futian saved her. However, the Donghua clan leader had tried killing his seniors. I know. That's why I will die for them, Hua Qingqing said softly. You can't. They didn't participate in the matter with the Lu kingdom, and didn't know. It was the Qin dynasty. If you've already decided, kill us all. Hua Qingqing's eyes closed slowly. A teardrop fell from the corner of her eye. She wasn't afraid of death. She just thought of the snow on Sky Mountain and that beautiful melody. If she knew this day would come, would she have attacked Yi Futian? Would she have kept the secret for him? Junior, forgive them, the sword saint murmured with his eyes closed. Yi Futian heard his words and looked in Hua Qingqing's direction. What will the clan leader do in the future? I will retreat and never be involved in the Eastern Barren territory again, he said. What if you can't? Yi Futian continued. If they can't do it, I'll die. Hua Qingqing opened her eyes and looked at Yi Futian. Yi Futian looked at those determined eyes. The next moment, the vines with the Alcade sword whooshed away to another direction. He didn't kill the Donghua clan leader and Lady Yuxiao. The other direction was where the sacred fire sect was. The Arhat's expression changed drastically. Help me! He flashed and hid behind Du Ao of the sacred fire sect. The frigidly shining Alcade came over. Du Ao looked up at Yi Futian and said coldly, Do you dare kill him? Whoosh! The vines curled around the Arhat, tying him up and taking him into the air. Let go of me! The Arhat looked up at Yi Futian in fear. The golden vines took him straight into the air, right across from Yi Futian, who looked at him. You wish to enter the barren state? The Arhat wanted to use Yi Futian's life as a spring to cultivate in the barren state. I don't agree, Yi Futian whispered. Behind the Arhat, the Alcade came with the vines. With a squelch, the blade cut into the Arhat's head. Slain. His eyes were still open but blood kept flowing. The vines disappeared and he dropped down the sky. His heart was utterly cold. Wasn't this his chance? Strong cultivators from the barren state had come. He could leave the Qianqiu temple in the Eastern Barren territory and enter the barren state to cultivate. Everything was so perfect. He even knew Yi Futian's secret. Why was this the ending? Why did he die? The Buddha spoke of reincarnations. Where was it? A person died just as a candle would be extinguished. They would disappear from the world. His life was still so short. He had so much talent but hadn't shown yet before dying at Sky Mountain. He wasn't willing. But even so, he had died. His corpse fell onto the snow like the clan leaders of the Futian sword clan. None of them were willing. None of them had expected this ending. I'm sorry. These personal rivalries have nothing to do with you, Yi Futian said to Du Ao. His voice was calm, but Du Ao's expression was extremely ugly. These were personal rivalries that had nothing to do with him? That was a slap to his face. And yet, Yi Futian's voice was monotone. He didn't consider Du Ao at all. Of course he didn't. If not for the force behind Du Ao, Yi Futian would have started killing directly. He'd already offended him. Did he have to care about Du Ao while killing the Arhat? If he did, wouldn't he just submit to him? Chapter 389. Is it not good to be alive? Chapter 389. Is it not good to be alive? Sky Mountain fell into a deafening silence. After killing Qinyu and the others, the vines dancing in the sky slowly disappeared. Snow fell down from the sky, along with waves of coldness. Countless people gazed at Futian. At the moment, the handsome young man seemed to be the only person left in the world. Qinyu had died, so had the Futian Sword clan leader, and the Lord of Royal Xian Temple. Donghua clan leader and his wife announced that they would live in seclusion in the future. The final battle in the Eastern Barren territory ended in a way that nobody had expected. It felt somewhat unreal but certainly very shocking. After this battle, nobody in the Eastern Barren territory would be able to fight against the cottage. Of course, the forces from the Barren state were not counted. However, Futian had done more than just kill Qinyu and the others. He had also greatly offended the people from the Barren state. He injured Nan Yu and killed the Arhat right before Du Ao. He had suppressed all the nobles from the Barren state and all of them looked weak and dying at the moment. Even strong demons such as the dragon and three-legged golden raven were exhausted. It was thus obvious how much Futian had offended the rest. The ringing finally stopped and the echoes also gradually dissipated. Only then many people could relax. The nobles stood up one after another. All seemed to be injured, after which they stared coldly at Futian. Although Futian did not aim this attack at them, the unexpected calamity still caused them to be extremely furious. They were humiliated in such a ridiculous way, so of course they would feel unhappy. Are you not going to let him go? Nanfeng said to Futian. At the moment, his tone was not as domineering as it had been. He had witnessed everything that had happened. If they really forced Futian too hard near Sky Mountain, their ending would be more or less the same as Qinyu. Futian was stunned, after which he turned around and looked at Nan Yu, who was still nailed to the cliff. Smiling, he said, "Sorry, I forgot about you." Then golden vines shot out towards Nan Yu's head like lightning. Blade-like vines magnified rapidly in Nan Yu's eyes. His body trembled fiercely and he could not help screaming in horror. Fear even caused him to close his eyes and his bound body kept spasming. He saw for himself how Futian had killed those people just now. Seeing the vines charging towards him, he obviously thought that Futian was going to kill him. Bang! The golden vines pierced into the cliff beside Nan Yu, which exploded. Then the vines swept towards his body and Futian asked, "What is it?" Nan Yu opened his eyes and realized that the vines on his body had all vanished. Futian was staring at him innocently. Seeing Futian's expression, Nan Yu knew at once that he had been fooled. Following a cracking sound, Nan Yu looked at Futian coldly as a strong aura spread from his body. However, when he saw the swaying golden vines around Futian, he only felt somewhat powerless. In any friendly fight, accidental injuries cannot be avoided. I believe that as a genius from Nantian House, you will not be so stingy. Futian smiled and said, "Please." At the moment, Nan Yu even felt like he wanted to kill somebody immediately. Looking at Futian's mocking look, he turned around and walked up to Nanfeng and the rest. This time they would admit defeat. "Do you really not want to join us in mortal world?" Suddenly, Chu Shang looked at Futian and said, "I am being very sincere. With your talents, you will definitely be valued in mortal world." "Thank you for your kind will, but I will not," Futian replied, smiling. "All right." Chu Shang took a deep look at Futian. What a pity, she thought. Turning around, Chu Shang brought her people and left the place. In addition, the people from other forces also took their leave one after another. On Sky Mountain, who could defeat Futian? Futian stared emotionlessly at the disappearing figures. He knew that the entire issue was far from being over. Not resigned. Suddenly, Zhuge Hui opened her eyes and smiled at Futian. Somewhat, Futian said. He had the ability to kill everyone on Sky Mountain, but he could not. Instead, he could only let all of them go, so he would of course feel dissatisfied. If you are not resigned, then become stronger. When you are more powerful than everyone else, you don't have to be scared of anything anymore, Zhuge Hui said, smiling. The world was just so cruel and real. The people from the barren state could threaten Yi Futian in so many ways, but Yi Futian could not kill them even though he had the ability to. Nanyu was so supercilious and arrogant, but only because he had Nantian House behind him. Otherwise, who would he be compared to Yi Futian? Looking at the handsome young man before her, Zhuge Hui smiled brightly. He was so clever and talented. One day, he would stand way above those from the barren state. Yup, I'll try my best. Yi Futian grinned and nodded. If he was alone and had no families, perhaps he would kill all the people from the barren state, but he was not. Okay. Next, it's time to clear the debt between us. Zhuge Hui smiled and stared at Yi Futian. Yi Futian blinked his eyes. Then, he raised his head to look at the snow on Sky Mountain and remarked, "Sister, the snow scenery on Sky Mountain is really beautiful, just like you." Zhuge Hui was still looking at him, smiling. "Big brother, third brother, are you feeling better now?" Yi Futian said again. In the pavilion on the first mountain of Book Mountain, two people were sitting there, playing a game of chess. In the sky there were many cultivators. Some were from Qin dynasty while others from the college. They were all staring nervously at the two. At the moment, the game between the King of Qin and Mr. Du seemed to have reached its climax, especially after the sentence from Mr. Du. He said that it would be difficult for Qin dynasty to leave Sky Mountain in one piece. Was he saying that a battle had already erupted at Sky Mountain? Could the three disciples from the cottage really kill Qin Yu and his team? Taking a chess piece in his hand, the King of Qin stared at Mr. Du. His look was extremely sharp. However, Mr. Du only smiled gently, as if he had taken control of everything. This caused the King of Qin to have a bad feeling. "Mr. Du, are you joking?" the King of Qin asked, smiling. Mr. Du shook his head. "I usually don't joke." "Perhaps you have seen wrongly," the King of Qin said again, after which he put down the piece in his hand. With this move, his pieces on the board were connected once again. The situation on the board changed and a terrifying force seemed to be gathering. Life is just like a game of chess. Take a step back and conflicts will automatically be resolved. Retreating does not mean cowardice. It's merely a way to live, Mr. Du said in a calm tone. Without any hesitation still, he made his next move. Beside them, College Chief Xiao was astonished. He did not expect Mr. Du to be so skilled in chess. Mr. Du had thoroughly displayed his attitude towards life on the chessboard. Previously, his moves had all been retreating and defensive. On the other hand, the King of Qin followed him closely and was very aggressive. However, at the moment, Mr. Du's move changed his stance drastically, as if he had inverted the world. In an instant, he ended the game. The pieces of the King of Qin seemed to be destroyed totally, while Mr. Du's pieces were like sharp blades which annihilated everything in their path. A cold sweat broke out from the king's forehead and he felt somewhat uneasy. Life was just like chess and chess was like life. Mr. Du's game caused him to feel frightened. This was not just a game of chess but also a game of the Eastern Barren Territory. The King of Qin held a piece in his hand as he stared at the chessboard before him. After a long while, he still could not make his move. He actually did not know how to continue. "This game has already ended. We don't have to continue," Mr. Du said softly. "I don't believe you." The King of Qin looked coldly at Mr. Du as he continued his next move as if he was making his final struggle. Mr. Du shook his head and also made his next move. The king's face turned extremely pale. Suddenly, a powerful aura spread out from the back of Book Mountain, along with many loud roars. A battle seemed to have happened. Then, everyone saw a few people charging towards them. College Chief Xiao frowned. That was the entrance to the ancient barren world. Did a group of people just break through by force? "Your Majesty, the spiritual imprint of the Crown Prince is destroyed," someone shouted. His words entered the ears of the King of Qin like a bolt out of the blue. His hand froze in midair and his body started trembling. His son Qin Yu had died. Boom! In the sky, all the people from the Qin dynasty were bewildered. The Crown Prince Qin Yu had died. What did this mean? Qin dynasty probably had a miserable defeat at Sky Mountain. But how could that be? Donghua clan leader and his wife, Futian sword clan leader, Royal Xian temple lord, Qin Yu and Lu Nantian were all very powerful cultivators. Furthermore, they had brought several sage ritual implements. How would they lose? Puff. The king of Qin took a deep breath and closed his eyes, after which he opened them again. The piece in his hand fell down onto the chessboard. Raising his head, he looked at the old man before him and asked, "Mr. Du, you have already set up your plan at Sky Mountain? So who is that sword?" The king of Qin pointed at a piece on the board. He did not understand why he would lose. "Is it important?" Mr. Du shook his head. "Then how about Book Mountain? Who will stop me from destroying the place?" The king of Qin said coldly, pointing at the chessboard. He slowly stood up and an extremely frightening aura erupted from his body. Apart from him, the two elders from Qin dynasty also released their auras. The auras from them engulfed the vast Book Mountain. In the sky, the cultivators from Qin dynasty also released their auras and pressured the rest. The disciples from the college, Sword Saint Mountain, and Moon Clan all ascended into the sky. They similarly released their auras to fight against the incoming pressure. "Are you still unrepentant?" Mr. Du asked. "Do I have a choice?" The king of Qin picked up his piece and put it onto the chessboard. That was a place of no return. He was making his last stand. "I have taught a few disciples on Book Mountain. I want neither fame nor wealth, not to say the ambition to unify the Eastern Barren territory." At the moment Mr. Du was still sitting there quietly, as if he was muttering to himself. "All I wanted was to influence a few people so that they can inherit my ideology. Slowly, they can influence the entire Eastern Barren territory. Why is it so difficult? I don't care about your ambitions." Rumors claim that Mr. Du does not know cultivation. Today, I want to see for myself if you really know how to cultivate or not. The king of Qin said coldly as his might pressed onto Mr. Du. Mr. Du raised his head to look at the king of Qin and asked softly, "Is it not good to be alive?" Chapter 390 Reason for Becoming a Disciple. Chapter 390. Reason for becoming a disciple. Is it not good to be alive? Mr. Du's calm voice erupted in the ears of the king of Qin, sending a wave of coldness down his spine. Even though Mr. Du had not released any might, his words alone still had such a power, the power to instill fear into the king of Qin. Junior. College Chief Xiao stared at Mr. Du with a solemn expression. "I have no other choice." Mr. Du scratched his head as if he felt somewhat speechless. Roar! Suddenly, the howl of dragon erupted and shook the earth. On Book Mountain, many college disciples were astonished and actually felt their blood boiling. The powerful howl came from the king of Qin. Then an appalling dragon charged out from his body and flew into the sky. A terrifying golden claw struck out towards Mr. Du's head. The two were too close to each other and the attack was too violent. Moreover, the person who made the attack was the king of Qin. Nobody below the sage plane would survive such a surprise attack. At this instant, every single person on Book Mountain stared at Mr. Du, their hearts racing. Mr. Du, however, did not die. The golden dragon claw remained in midair. Many illusory dragons charged out from the frightening claw, howling, but even such a strong attack did not manage to kill Mr. Du. Time seemed to be frozen. Mr. Du just stood there quietly. The monstrous dragons tried to engulf his body, but they were blocked by an invisible radiance. The flowing radiance seemed to be indestructible. Furthermore, the radiance slowly enveloped the body of the king of Qin. The king of Qin started trembling. He was astonished, frightened, and puzzled. Sage. The king of Qin could feel his heart sink. He looked at Mr. Du but only saw him staring back with his usual calmness and quietness. The king's look changed continuously. Then he asked why? Why do rumors claim that you do not know how to cultivate? How many people in the world dare to say that they know how to cultivate? Mr. Du replied. But why did you not attack us? The king of Qin was still lost. He thought that he had already exerted enough pressure. If Mr. Du was really so powerful, why did he not destroy the Qin dynasty? He had never once assumed that Mr. Du really did not how to cultivate, for he did not dare to underestimate a person who could teach Sword Saint and Gudong Lu. However, Mr. Du had always kept a low profile, which made him feel that although Mr. Du could cultivate, he would only be as strong as College Chief Xiao, or perhaps even slightly stronger. But he would certainly not be a sage. Otherwise, why would he only make his move now? Am I not attacking you now? Mr. Du said slowly. Then the dazzling radiance brought the body of the King of Qin up into the sky. All of a sudden, an illusory figure appeared behind the King of Qin. His pupils seemed to have turned gray and a horrifying will charged towards Mr. Du at this instant. Many illusions appeared on Book Mountain. Many evil dragons seemed to have emerged in the sky above the mountain, blotting out the sky and the sun. Countless people were bewildered as they stared at the frightening illusions before them. Many also felt scared. The two elders from Qin dynasty went beside the King of Qin and released a similar power. It was as if they had turned into death. A face formed from dark current appeared in the sky and looked down at Book Mountain. "Who dares to touch my descendant?" An extremely cold voice erupted, causing many people on Book Mountain to feel frozen. The King of Qin? His descendant? It was said that the Qin dynasty had opened the tomb of their ancestors. It seemed that they had actually found a will left behind by their ancestors. The scene was too scary. Everyone felt that their bodies were enveloped by death. Was this the real reason why Qin dynasty dared to come to the college? Mr. Du raised his head to look at the illusory figure in the sky and said emotionlessly, "Your descendant has been unfilial. I'm helping you to teach him a lesson." An endless amount of dark current flew in the sky as the eyes of death stared at Mr. Du then. The dark current charged down wildly toward every corner of the college. Mr. Du extended his hand to the sky. In the next instant, an enormous palm print appeared above Book Mountain. The palm print stood between the sky and the earth and covered the entire Book Mountain. The endless dark current collided onto the palm, but sharp sword will and blazing flames also appeared on the enormous palm. The palm print expanded rapidly and covered the entire sky. The palm print was like a world by itself, while its fingers were like 5 mountains. The sword will at its center was powerful enough to penetrate through the sky, and the divine flames that had filled the sky could burn the world into nothingness. The sword will and flames merged together. All the people from the Qin dynasty were enveloped by the palm print. No. The King of Qin and the others from Qin dynasty felt an endless fear engulfing them. They tried to ascend into the air in an attempt to escape, but they quickly realized that the palm print seemed to have frozen space. They could not move at all and a heavy gravity pulled them downwards. Instead of escaping, they were only sinking down. It seems that the only thing that can solve everything is still power. In this world, the biggest thing is indeed the fist. Mr. Du gave a self-mocking smile. He closed his palm slightly and in the sky, the enormous palm print started to clench. "Mr. Du, please." Many people begged. However, at the moment, Mr. Du was not merciful at all. The palm print clenched directly. Accompanied by an ear-piercing bang, everything turned into ashes. The palm print turned into spiritual qi and slowly dissipated. Sunlight poured down from the sky, but everything in the sky was gone. There was no more dark current, neither was there any cultivator from Qin dynasty. There was only some willpower that had remained behind. Everything else had turned into insignificant pebbles in the long river of history. With that clench, the Qin dynasty had completely turned into the history of the Eastern Barren Territory. On Book Mountain, countless people trembled and were shocked beyond words. Nobody could adequately describe their feelings at the moment. The enormous palm print had changed the era in one move. Was this the real Mr. Du? He was the Mr. Du who was said not to know how to cultivate but had nurtured the best disciples in the Eastern Barren Territory. Countless people stared at the old man, and their eyes were filled with respect and fanaticism. The disciples from the college, Sword Saint Mountain, and Moon Clan all had only one feeling. Mr. Du from the cottage was unquestionably the strongest person in the Eastern Barren Territory. The old man slowly withdrew his hand. Feeling the countless fanatic looks, he heaved a long sigh. Then, he looked at College Chief Xiao and said, "Why is it so difficult to keep a low profile?" Cough. College Chief Xiao was instantly drawn back into reality, and looked at Mr. Du speechlessly. However, Mr. Du only put his hands behind his back and walked away slowly. This bastard! He is still in the mood to feel complacent. College Chief Xiao cursed softly. On the path between Sky Mountain and Book Mountain, a group of cultivators was traveling in the air. They were precisely Sword Saint Zhuge Hui, Gudong Lu Yi, Futian and the rest. After resting for a while, they started their journey to Book Mountain. "Brothers and sister, will anything happen to the cottage?" Yi Futian asked, feeling somewhat worried. Since Qin Yu had intercepted them here without the king of Qin, he had very likely gone to Book Mountain. Apart from that, Yi Futian had also offended the cultivators from the barren state. Don't worry. The master is there, so nothing will happen, Gu Donglu replied. Yi Futian's eyes sparkled, after which he asked again, what level is our master at? He would be an idiot if he really believed that Mr. Du did not know how to cultivate. Sage, Gu Donglu said directly. Yi Futian's eyes brightened. It seemed that he had been worrying for nothing. Actually, I worry for the master, Sword Saint suddenly said. Cultivators from the barren state had come here, and Qin dynasty also forced us so tightly. I think that the master has to display his powers. Both the second sister and third brother kept quiet. This caused a strange expression to appear on Yi Futian's face. Since the master was a sage, why should they worry? Little brother, do you know how we became the disciples of Mr. Du? Sword Saint suddenly asked Yi Futian. Yi Futian shook his head. I'm an orphan. Many years ago when I was young, I wanted to enter a small clan to learn broadsword techniques. However, I was rejected because my talents were too poor. I could not even go up the mountain. Someone pointed at a stone wall at the foot of the mountain and told me that if I could carve a word on the wall, they would let me onto the mountain. I took my broadsword and attempted for 3 months. Finally, I managed to make a very light mark onto the wall. Excited, I tried to enter the clan but was chased out again. An old man passed by that told me that I was too stupid to cultivate, and that I should follow him to do miscellaneous work. Disheartened, I decided to follow him. Thinking about his past, a warm smile appeared on Sword Saint's face. He would never forget this. Then you became Sword Saint in the Eastern Barren Territory. Yi Futian blinked his eyes. It was really a simple story. Second sister, how about you? Yi Futian asked curiously. I forgot, Zhuge Hui said. Yi Futian was totally speechless. She ran away from her home that time and her family members were all looking for her. Master told her that there was a good place where she would never be found by her family. So he brought her to the Eastern Barren Territory, Sword Saint said, smiling. Yi Futian did not know what to say. What about third brother? Yi Futian asked again. That's even simpler. That year when the master brought your second sister out to play, they met your third brother. I heard that after seeing your second sister, your third brother decided to follow them and would never leave again, Sword Saint said. Yi Futian was somewhat dazed. Were these really the 3 cottage disciples who had become famous in the world? What amazing reasons they had for becoming disciples of Mr. Du. Oh. Chapter 391. Removal of the ban. Chapter 391. Removal of the ban. According to Sword Saint, the reasons why the 3 became Mr. Du's disciples were really simple. In reality, however, there were much more hidden behind the simpleness. Sword Saint did not tell Yi Futian that in order to carve something onto the stone wall that time, he did not sleep for 3 months. His sword-yielding hand was rubbed to bleeding. He fell down countless times but stood up every time. Finally, he succeeded but was still chased out, after which he lost consciousness. Mr. Du was beside him and watched him for 3 entire months. When Sword Saint fainted due to starvation and then woke up, Mr. Du gave him a few fruits. That was why he would live to become the eldest disciple of the cottage in the first place. Sword Saint also did not tell Yi Futian that the people who were searching for Zhuge Hui that time were extremely powerful, but Mr. Du still managed to bring her out. Similarly, he did not tell Yi Futian that after Gu Donglu and Zhuge Hui met, Gu Donglu once saw the young and beautiful Zhuge Hui using lightning to cultivate her body, which was almost a self-abuse method. He asked Mr. Du why he would mistreat his disciple in such a way and questioned his ability to teach. Then Gu Donglu, who had already displayed his talents that time, had a friendly fight with Zhuge Hui, and lost badly. He was still not convinced and asked Zhuge Hui if she could stop cultivating using that method. Zhuge Hui smiled and asked him if he would protect her, to which the severely injured Gu Donglu agreed. Therefore, everything after that followed. Unfortunately, until today Gu Donglu still could not win Zhuge Hui. Of course, all these had all become history. Apart from themselves, nobody would know their feelings towards their master, as well as towards each other. The Eastern Barren Territory was wildly astonished. In a single day, a catastrophic event that had not happened for hundreds of years occurred. Qin dynasty was annihilated, while the powerful cultivators from Futian Sword Clan and Royal Xian Temple all died on Sky Mountain and Book Mountain. Donghua clan leader announced that he would seclude in the future. Mr. Du and Yi Futian from the cottage had once again shaken the world. On Sky Mountain, Yi Futian controlled the willpower of the mountain and caused the bell to ring, suppressing all his enemies. On Book Mountain, Mr. Du displayed his powers as a sage, eliminating everything with a single palm print. Everyone in the Eastern Barren Territory realized that an era had ended. Qin dynasty, which once wanted to rule the world, had completely turned into a speck of dust in history. After receiving the news, many people in the Eastern Barren Territory visited Book Mountain. In this battle, the name of the cottage spread to every corner of the territory. Some people were excited while some were in fear. Those who were excited were of course the disciples from the college, Sword Saint Mountain and Moon Clan, while those who were in fear were allies of Qin dynasty. Only the strongest cultivators died in the fight, so most people were still alive. Despite that, in the cottage, Mr. Du did not seem to be so excited at all, nor did he seem to be very complacent like he was on Book Mountain. In the back mountain, Mr. Du was lying on a rock and drinking his wine quietly. "Master," Sword Saint shouted. Then Sword Saint Yi Futian and the rest walked to him. Apart from them, Goddess Wuxia was also present. She came here to visit Mr. Du but did not want to disturb him by herself. Seeing the return of Sword Saint and his team, she followed them here. "Mr. Du," Goddess Wuxia said, saluting. "Hi." Mr. Du nodded. "What is it?" "May I cultivate under you, please?" Goddess Wuxia said, bowing. The scene on Book Mountain just now had really left a huge impact on her. Was this the real power of the Sage Plane? She wanted to break through her current level and needed a good teacher. Mr. Du was undoubtedly the most suitable person. "I'm lazy and do not plan to take in another disciple." Mr. Du sat up and smiling, he shook his head. Goddess Wuxia was somewhat disappointed at first, but immediately she was relieved. A mysterious person like Mr. Du would obviously not take in disciples easily. Mr. Du, with the situation in the Eastern Barren Territory now, what should Moon Clan do? Goddess Wuxia asked. If Book Mountain really wanted to unify the Eastern Barren Territory, she would be willing to support. Although she did not have a choice anyway, this time she was being sincere. After spending these few days in the college, she could feel the difference between this place and other places. Even though there were also conflicts between college disciples, they would focus mainly on cultivating. Furthermore, the aim of the college was to teach its students. This was unlike a clan. Apart from cultivation, there were also many malicious competitions. There were of course also many miscellaneous things in the college, but relatively its members were much friendlier. "It's up to you," Mr. Du replied, smiling. "In the past I have always wanted to change certain things, but in the end I have done nothing. Mr. Du, with your reputation now, everyone in the Eastern Barren Territory would respond to your call. What can you not achieve?" Goddess Wuxia was confused. "If I unify the Eastern Barren Territory after eliminating Qin dynasty with my powers, then I will be no different from Qin dynasty itself. Once I leave the Eastern Barren Territory, or if someone even stronger appears, the same thing will happen again. Human minds and ambitions are the hardest things to change in the world." Mr. Du shook his head. "Mr. Du, what is your ambition?" Goddess Wuxia asked. "I wish that clans and families will no longer be the main players in the cultivation world. On the other hand, they will be replaced by places such as colleges. The people in the world will no longer keep precious resources to themselves. Instead, they will teach others and knowledge can be passed down the generations," Mr. Du said, staring at Goddess Wuxia. Goddess Wuxia was stunned, after which she bowed slightly at Mr. Du in admiration. Then she said, "Mr. Du, if your ambition is fulfilled, all the cultivators in the world can have a better environment. However, I think it's a wish that can never be realized. There is greed and desire where there are people. Powerful cultivators will naturally want to establish their own clans or families. When the people who agree with your ambition stand at the peak of the world, your ambition will automatically be fulfilled," Mr. Du said, smiling. Goddess Wuxia was stunned. She suddenly thought of the cottage disciples. She was astonished as she suddenly understood his meaning. Mr. Du's words were correct. If one day, his disciples became the strongest few in the Eastern Barren Territory, they would practice his ambition and establish different colleges. Furthermore, they would continue to nurture people who agreed with their ideals. When such a group of cultivators stood at the peak of the Eastern Barren Territory, the influence of clans would be weakened indefinitely. Places such as the college would become the sacred land in the territory. I got it. Goddess Wuxia bowed, after which she left the place feeling somewhat shocked. This was the mysterious and unfathomable Mr. Du Sword Saint, and the rest all stood at the side and listened quietly. When Mr. Du said these to Goddess Wuxia, he was also saying it to them. Futian also heard the conversation, but he did not think too much about it. He did not have such a great ambition to care about the whole world. What his master had said was still too far away for him. How's the people from the barren state? Mr. Du asked, looking at Futian. I let them off. Will the sages from the barren state come here? Futian asked. Mr. Du was a sage and the ban was still effective. As long as sages could not enter the territory, there would be nothing to be scared of. Yes. Mr. Du nodded. Futian was momentarily stunned. Mr. Du was actually so certain about it. Seeing his expression, Mr. Du smiled and said, a relic from the two emperors is way more attractive than you think. If the emperor did not set the ban, the cultivators from the barren state would have come here long ago. They did not dare to sneak up Sky Mountain only because they are afraid of the willpower left behind by the emperor. However, now you have obtained everything. The people from the barren state will definitely not give up so easily. Mr. Du smiled and continued. The divine prefectures is vast and boundless. The emperor has to rule the world, so he will definitely not keep a close watch on the Eastern Barren Territory. If someone here goes missing one day, do you think he will ever notice it? Futian gave a bitter smile. Of course he understood what Mr. Du meant. In the past, there was nothing in the Eastern Barren Territory that could attract the attention of the cultivators from the barren state. Thus, the barren state had obeyed the rules. However, the situation was different at the moment. Then I'll stay on Book Mountain forever, Futian muttered. Since the ban was still effective, nobody would touch him openly. Hearing Futian's words, Mr. Du said again, actually, I have something that I didn't tell you just now. What? Futian asked curiously. That year when Donghuang the Great announced the ban, the complete sentence was that sages could not enter the Eastern Barren Territory, but if there were sages in the Eastern Barren Territory, then the ban would be automatically removed, Mr. Du said, staring at Futian. Futian looked at Mr. Du in bewilderment and blinked his eyes. Then, even his face turned dark as he stared firmly at Mr. Du. So this meant that after Mr. Du displayed his power as a sage, the ban had become ineffective. Cultivators from the barren state could come to the Eastern Barren Territory directly. So after receiving the news, more people from the barren state will come here? Futian asked. Yep. Mr. Du nodded seriously. Futian's face darkened further. On Sky Mountain, he did not dare to touch the people from the barren state because he was scared of revenge from the barren state, and that they would kill his friends and relatives. On the other hand, as long as he did not kill the people from the barren state, the powerful cultivators from the barren state would at most aim at him only. However, now that the ban in the Eastern Barren Territory was removed, all the cultivators from the barren state could come to the Book Mountain directly. In this case, Futian could not dodge from anything. Master, what should I do then? Futian asked. How do I know? The old man muttered. Then he lied down and continued drinking. This old bastard. Futian cursed in his mind. He was actually still in the mood to drink. Master, Futian shouted. Don't worry. I will not let you drag the others down, Mr. Du said lazily. In the worst case, I'll hand you over to them. Shay. Futian regretted his initial decision. Could he still sever his relationship with Mr. Du now? Chapter 392. Disaster of Donghua Clan. Chapter 392. Disaster of Donghua clan leader, and his wife had announced that they would dismiss the clan and seclude in the future. In one night, all Donghua clan disciples left. The clan which once wanted to become the first clan in the Eastern Barren Territory turned particularly deserted. At the moment only a few people remained. For example, Lu Nantian and Qian Shanmu. After knowing what happened on Sky Mountain, Qian Shanmu had a mixed feeling. His wife Qin Mengrua was killed by Yi Futian, but his junior Hua Qingqing let Yi Futian off instead. Because of Hua Qingqing's decision, Yi Futian did not kill his master and masteress. However, what would happen if Hua Qingqing did kill Yi Futian on Sky Mountain? Victory? That would be impossible. They had already received the news from Book Mountain. Mr. Du was a sage. They were destined to fail from the start. It was a meaningless battle in which the cottage did not suffer any losses. If the king of Qin did not decide to go to Book Mountain himself, Mr. Du would not even need to display his powers. Suddenly, Donghua clan leader looked at Qian Shanmu, who was kneeling on the ground, and said, "You should leave." Qian Shanmu kowtowed on the ground, after which he stood up and departed. After he left, only 4 people remained in Donghua clan, namely Donghua clan leader and his wife Lu Nantian and Hua Qingqing. Nantian, bring Qingqing and leave from the ancient barren world. The clan leader said to Lu Nantian, "Masteress, you should bring Qingqing and leave." Lu Nantian shook his head. "Nantian, are my words already useless?" The clan leader turned somewhat serious, but Lu Nantian still stood there quietly. "Masteress, you leave. We don't have much time. Do you want to kill Qingqing?" The clan leader scolded. "I'm not leaving." Hua Qingqing stood at the side. Masteress, we have been wrong from the start. Perhaps Mr. Du has already foreseen everything from the beginning. He does not want to rule the Eastern Barren Territory at all, but instead only wants to teach his disciples peacefully so that they can become stronger. On the other hand, we want to obtain all the influences in the Eastern Barren Territory. Only now do we understand that everything has but been a dream. In front of the really powerful forces, the Eastern Barren Territory itself is meaningless, Lu Nantian said to his master and masteress. Then, he knelt on the ground and added, Masteress, I hope that in my next life I will still be your disciple." After that, he stood up and walked up to Hua Qingqing. He reached out his hand, wanting to touch her pure and flawless face, but in the end, he still put his hand down, just like in the past. However, he only felt somewhat relieved. Smiling, he said, "Qingqing, live on." Then Lu Nantian turned around resolutely and walked out of Donghua clan. Looking at his back, tears flew down from Hua Qingqing's eyes. "I don't really have any regrets in my life, and it has been perfect, apart from the battle with Gudong Lu. Nevertheless, it's not embarrassing to lose to a cottage disciple, is it?" Lu Nantian shouted. Then he suddenly sped up and turned into a beam of light, charging out of Donghua clan. At the moment, there were many people outside Donghua clan observing its every move. In the distance, there was a restaurant which was entirely reserved by a group of people. Outside the restaurant, there was a dazzling golden raven which was showered in a holy radiance. In the restaurant, there was a young man sitting down and drinking while looking in the direction of Donghua clan. His eyes seemed to be filled with flame intent. He was drinking leisurely as if he was enjoying himself. Cultivation was, after all, an extremely difficult activity in the first place, as it needed much patience and perseverance. Therefore, when he had free time, he would spend it on enjoying himself. The young man was precisely Du Ao, the cultivator from Sacred Fire sect of the Barren State. He did not leave the Eastern Barren Territory. After leaving Sky Mountain, he wanted to go to the college directly but heard that there was a sage there. Hence, he would obviously not go there hastily. On the other hand, he asked some of his people to go back to the Barren State, while he brought the rest to Donghua clan. On Sky Mountain, he almost died because of a beauty. He could not kill Yi Futian for the moment, but how about the beauty? How could he give her up? Suddenly, Du Ao noticed someone walk out from Donghua clan and battle with his men. The person was showering in a brilliant flame as his life spirit appeared, which was actually a 3-legged golden raven. This caused a strange expression to appear on his face. He then commanded, "Ask him if he would submit to me. I can bring him to Sacred Fire sect to cultivate." All right. A cultivator walked towards that direction. However, many terrifying suns appeared behind the person in the distance, and he burnt the person from Sacred Fire sect to death immediately. Meanwhile, he continued to battle the people from Sacred Fire sect as he advanced towards the restaurant. Humph! Let's not wait anymore and go there directly. Apart from her, kill everyone else, Dueo said coldly. At once, the people beside him walked out of the restaurant and towards Donghua clan. In the distance, many people were astonished by the scene. Donghua clan leader announced that he would seclude in the future and dismissed the clan. However, before he could leave, the cultivators from the barren state came to Donghua clan and attacked it without any reasons. The members of the cottage would clearly not know what was happening in Donghua clan. Yi Futian also did not think that such a thing would happen. On Book Mountain, Mr. Du, college chief Xiao, and the cottage disciples were all present. Even the few mountain elders and goddess Wangyue were here as well. This was the first time Yi Futian met the college chief. He looked somewhat pale but sage-like. At least he had a better temperament than that old guy. Yi Futian had heard in the past that the relationship between Mr. Du and the college chief was very bad. However, from the look of it, it was not that bad after all. At least Mr. Du and college chief were chatting happily at the moment. Furthermore, they were chatting about the future of the college and the big brother. Think carefully. It's all up to you. Don't take my thoughts into account, Mr. Du said to Sword Saint. Shut up. College chief Xiao widened his eyes at Mr. Du. Master, I am willing to. Sword Saint nodded. Great. College chief Xiao looked excited and laughed. Fantastic. At least you are not like your master. Senior, watch your words. Mr. Du smiled and stared at college chief with a Yunoman look. College chief Xiao pointed his finger at him, and his beard trembled in frustration. Forget it. Who asked me to be weaker? In this case, I will gather everyone tomorrow and announce your decision to the college, College chief Xiao said, feeling at ease. He was finally able to unload his burden as someone was willing to take over his position. More importantly, the person was indeed very suited for the job. No problem. Sword Saint nodded. Looking at the scene, Yi Futian felt somewhat emotional. From the next day on, his big brother would be the new chief of the college. Since you have agreed to it, take care of the Eastern Barren territory in the future, Mr. Du said to Sword Saint, looking at him seriously. Sword Saint nodded solemnly and replied, Master, I'll practice your ideology. At the side, Goddess Wangyue asked, will Sword Saint Mountain combine with the college in the future? I established Sword Saint Mountain to teach my disciples in the same way the college does, so I will let the Sword Saint Mountain disciples decide for themselves if they would stay or leave, Sword Saint replied. Goddess Wangyue smiled and suddenly asked, Can I stay here? Everyone was momentarily puzzled as they stared at Goddess Wangyue in bewilderment. Goddess, what do you mean? Sword Saint asked. I'll stay in the college to cultivate, and Moon Clan will combine into the college to become another mountain. For example, Moon Mountain, Goddess Wangyue said, smiling. Even Mr. Du and college chief Xiao seemed surprised. Goddess Wangyue was the leader of Moon Clan, and she was actually willing to become a mountain elder in the college. In addition, combing Moon Mountain into the college would be against the will of Moon Clan ancestors. I agree, someone suddenly said. Everyone turned their heads to see Yi Futian lifting both of his hands in the air in agreement. Everyone then looked at Hua Jieyu, who was beside Yi Futian. Hua Jieyu blushed slightly and lowered her head. After which she kicked Yi Futian with her shoe. Why is he in such a hurry? You have no rights to say anything here, Mr. Du remarked emotionlessly. Shay. Yi Futian widened his eyes at Mr. Du. However, thinking about Moon Clan combing with the college in the future, he felt elated. I think it'll be hard for you to convince the members of Moon Clan, Sword Saint said. Moon Clan was different from Sword Saint Mountain in that he established Sword Saint Mountain all by himself. Both Moon Clan and the college exist for people to cultivate. Even if Moon Clan stays at the college, it will still be passed down the generations, maybe in an even better way. If they do not agree, I'll stay here myself and let the members of Moon Clan choose if they would stay or leave. I'll give my position as the leader to someone else, Goddess Wangyue said. After the event, this time and her conversation with Mr. Du last time, her state of mind had changed. Therefore she made such a decision. You can take the mountain occupied by the cottage, Mr. Du said. Mr. Du. Goddess Wangyue was stunned. Giving the mountain occupied by the cottage to us? In the future, there will only be the college in the college. There will no longer be the cottage, Mr. Du said, smiling. Yi Futian seemed to have a premonition and felt somewhat sad. Was the cottage, the legendary place of the Eastern Barren Territory, going to vanish? Mr. Du. Suddenly, everyone heard a voice from a certain direction of Book Mountain. They turned around and looked in that direction. College Chief Xiao frowned. Why is it the entrance to the ancient barren world again? A powerful aura spread out from there. Immediately, Mr. Du seemed to have known what was happening. Frowning, he stood up. Then everyone saw two figures charging towards them. Behind the two figures, there were many cultivators chasing them. Bang! A frightening flame flew into the body of the person in front. The person trembled fiercely and pushed the other person towards Mr. Du. How dare you? College Chief Xiao shouted coldly, and many people walked forward. However, they quickly realized that the person flying towards them was Hua Qingqing. Hua Qingqing turned around with much difficulty as an invisible force was pushing her forward. She looked at her mother and her eyes were wet with tears. At the moment, an illusory three-legged golden raven appeared on the body of Lady Wuxia, which was burning her wildly. Lady Wuxia's body was ablaze and her aura weakened continuously. She looked the people from the college and said, I know that in the past I have offended you much. I'll repay you in my next life. Mr. Du, please save my daughter Hua Qingqing. After that, the burning Lady Wuxia knelt down in midair, appearing to be exceptionally miserable. In the Eastern Barren Territory, perhaps only Mr. Du could save her daughter. Hence she chose to escape to this place. Chapter 393. The Eastern Barren Territory United Under One. Chapter 393. The Eastern Barren Territory united under one. Everyone from the college was swayed as they watched Lady Wuxia kneel down in the air, bathed in a rush of flames. Lady Wuxia used to be a well-known female cultivator. She later married clan leader Hua, but no one expected for her life to end up this way. No matter what the relationship between the college and Lady Wuxia was like, they couldn't help but feel sorry for her. It was a truly horrible thing to witness. Goddess Wangyue clenched hands into a tight fist, and a force of ice will descended upon Lady Wuxia, wanting to exterminate the flame. However, the flame of the divine golden bird which surrounded Lady Wuxia seemed to contain a hint of sage will because it could not be put out. Gradually, the image of her became faint as she began to fade away. She was trying to push through the immense pain. Her eyes were trained on Mr. Du mother. Hua Qingqing cried out loudly at the sight of her mother in pain. Tears streamed down her beautiful face. Mr. Du sighed deeply. He knew there was no saving Lady Wuxia. She was holding on to her last breath with all the strength left in her body. It was the only reason why she had yet to disappear completely. Mr. Du spoke to her. Don't worry, go. Thank you, Mr. Du. Lady Wuxia bowed to him and was gone immediately, her image disappearing within the flames. Mother. Hua Qingqing's heart clenched tightly. She wanted to charge out and reach for her mother. However, Goddess Wangyue reached out her hand and cast a wind spell. The invisible force wrapped around Hua Qingqing's body and brought her to the side. Futian never thought clan leader Hua and Lady Wuxia would end up this way after letting them go back at Sky Mountain. His cold eyes swept over to the cultivators of the Holy Fire Clan, and the young man mounted on the three-legged golden raven, Du Ao. He had already tried to make a move on Hua Qingqing back on Sky Mountain. Fortunately, he was stopped by Futian. What Futian didn't expect was that instead of hiding and lying about his evil doings, Du Ao made another move for her after leaving the mountain. Only this time it was publicly. Did this rascal not have any shame? Especially as a disciple of one of Barren State's top powers. Perhaps he didn't at all about what the people thought, doing only what he pleased. Even if it was wrong, it had to be known to the public. Even the Qing dynasty needed to come up with an excuse to wipe out the Lu kingdom. Pardon me, but this girl is someone we want. Please hand her over to the Holy Fire Clan. An elder illuminated by flames stepped forward. He radiated with hints of sage will. His aura was strong. It was he who attacked and killed Lady Wuxia. The people of the college looked at the elder. He sounded polite, but the look in his eyes told another story. Everyone understood that for the Holy Fire Clan to do something like this, they had no morals, no conscience. They only held back because there were sages in the college. Otherwise, there would be no talking to them. They would simply kill everyone in their way. Everyone remembered clearly how things went down the last time the Holy Fire clan arrived at the college. They remembered just how crazy and wild these people from the barren state were. Scram, Mr. Du spat out in a cold tone. The cultivators of the Holy Fire clan stared down at Mr. Du from where they were in the air. It seemed that not even a sage from the Eastern Barren Territory could strike up any fear or respect from them. Since it seems like Senior is not willing to welcome us, we'll leave, Du Ao said from his spot on the three-legged golden raven's back. His eyes, filled with a hint of mockery, drifted onto Futian. Futian stared right back. He could feel the disdain and ridicule from Du Ao's eyes. On Sky Mountain, Futian was wildly arrogant because he had the will of the mountain at his advantage. He used it to kill many powerful cultivators, and used the sound of the bell to injure barren state cultivators. Now there were sages in the Eastern Barren Territory. The ban had been lifted. Du Ao wanted to see just how arrogant Futian could be now. The people of the Holy Fire clan left. Du Ao was in no hurry. When the sages of the clan arrived, everything would fall into their hands, whether it be Futian or Hua Qingqing. How presumptuous, said College Chief Xiao. He was angry but couldn't do much. He knew that although his junior brother could stop the opposing party, he had to think about the disciples of the college. Furthermore, College Chief Xiao knew something no one else did. Mr. Chu couldn't stay at Book Mountain for much longer. The second the ban was lifted, things were already set. Everyone looked over at Hua Qingqing. Their hearts hurt for the crying girl. The Holy Fire clan had already crashed the college. One could already imagine what happened at the Donghua clan. There was no need for questions. Let her rest, Mr. Du said as he watched Hua Qingqing. He sighed inwardly. Okay, nodded Goddess Wangyue. She led the young girl away and the others also began to disperse. However, the disciples of the cottage stayed. Mr. Du shook his head. How are we as humans supposed to keep the desires of others under control with just morals? How are we supposed to control those with the weapons and desire to hurt others without rules and regulations? When he finished what he had to say, he began to walk away. Futian watched the teacher's back as he departed. He was beginning to understand the teacher's dreams. These powerful cultivators from the barren state arrived in the Eastern Barren Territory and lacked even a shred of respect for anyone. They showed no signs of wanting to hide their hunger and desire for power. Neither did they care about what anyone else thought. In order to conquer Hua Qingqing, they went as far as killing her family. Cruel and violent. A person with a weapon will produce the killing thought. Because there is no one to restrain them. It was said that Hua Qingqing, one of the Eastern Barren Territory's three great beauties, is innocent and kind. She didn't know of the evils of the world. Her innocence was reflected in her beauty, clean and pure. She had been protected from the real world since the day she was born. But it was this kind girl that experienced the greatest evil. How ironic. Fourth brother, do you have a pen and paper? Futian asked Shui. Yeah, he nodded. Shui then pulled out the supplies from on his person and asked little brother, what are you going to do with it? Copying down a musical score. Futian explained quickly and walked over to a stone table. Laying out the paper, he began to write. Zhuge Hui and the others grew curious and came to his side. This is? Zhuge Hui asked quietly. The Yukio song. Futian answered with a smile. What's it for? Asked Zhuge Hui. I'll gift a copy to anyone who comes to the college from the barren state. He replied nonchalantly. Everyone gave him a strange look. The Yukio song was one of the world's 10 great musical pieces. It was left by the great emperor. Was Futian really going to just give it out so easily? You'll gift it? To anyone? Asked Zhuge Hui. Yup, I'll gift it to anyone. Futian said as he nodded in all seriousness. Actually, I should say I'm lending it to them. I'll make them pay for it later. Shay. It seemed like Futian was preparing to keep track of anyone who comes to Book Mountain. Perhaps this type of compromise was a form of resignation. Don't worry. The Yukio song isn't that easy to learn. I'll also leave a copy at the college for people to copy. From now on, a copy will be given to any barren state power that comes to the college, smiled Futian. Not even Hua Qingqing, who was very talented at the guqin, could play this piece. The reason why Futian could play it was because his will synchronized with the wills of the two emperors on Sky Mountain, and received this piece directly. As for the last portion of this piece, it had to be played with emperor will. Yi Futian was certain, even if the cultivators of the barren state received the Yukio song, it wouldn't be that easy for them to learn. Better yet, they probably wouldn't be able to learn it at all. Zhuge Hui chuckled and patted Yi Futian's head. Little brother is a special person indeed. I'm liking you more and more. Yi Futian blinked before sneaking a glance at third brother. Jieyu, you don't mind, do you? Zhuge Hui smiled at Hua Jieyu. Senior sister, if you like him, you can take him with you, Hua Jieyu said softly. Yi Futian looked at Hua Jieyu as if he had been wronged. Does she have to be so cruel? Today was a special day for the college. College Chief Xiao, the Sword Saint, and Goddess Wangyue gathered the disciples of Book Mountain, Sword Saint Mountain, and the Moon Clan respectively. The enormous crowd gathered at the square on Book Mountain and focused their attention on the group of people at the front. College Chief Xiao, the Sword Saint, Zhuge Hui, Gu Donglu, all the mountain elders, and Goddess Wangyue stood on an elevated plane looking down on everyone. Many people had heard rumors and knew that College Chief Xiao had something to announce today. There were already large groups gathered at the foot of Book Mountain. They looked up at the sacred mountain, the holy place of the Eastern Barren Territory. News of what happened at the Donghua clan had already spread. The ruthless doings of the barren state cultivators greatly angered the people. Hua Qingqing was now staying on Book Mountain. Had it not been for Mr. Du, Hua Qingqing would have been taken by the people of the barren state. But could the college really stop them? From today on, Sword Saint Mountain will merge with the college. The disciples of Sword Saint Mountain will enter the college for cultivation. Anyone who objects can leave now. The Sword Saint's voice resonated on Book Mountain, shocking many. From today on, the Moon Clan will merge with the college. The disciples of the Moon Clan will enter the college for cultivation. Anyone who objects can leave now. Goddess Wangyue's voice rang out right after. From today onwards, the position of college chief will be held by the Sword Saint. Goddess Wangyue will take the position as vice college chief and aid the Sword Saint in running the college, teaching the youth of the Eastern Barren Territory, passing on their knowledge. Another voice spoke out. At the foot of the mountain, many people lifted their heads to look at the long stairs in front of them. The three great powers of the Eastern Barren Territory had announced such big changes today. From this point on, the Sword Saint and Goddess Wangyue were in charge of the college. At the bottom of the Book Mountain stairs, a few groups appeared. The arrival of these three groups had many people in shock. They were the Qianqiu Temple, the Witch Clan, and the Ji family. With the arrival of these three groups at Book Mountain, the great powers of the Eastern Barren Territory were now all gathered at the same place. Although Mr. Du had no thoughts of ruling all of the Eastern Barren Territory, the reality was the entire Eastern Barren Territory already belonged to the college. The three groups walked up the stairs and arrived at the square. We have come to congratulate the college. We hope that the Sword Saint will never forget your true self and your initial intentions. The abbot of the Qianqiu Temple held his palms together and bowed in the Sword Saint's direction. Abbot, you are too polite. I will keep your teachings at heart, the Sword Saint said as he returned a courteous bow. The Witch Clan has come to congratulate the college. The Ji family has come to congratulate the college. The other two powers expressed their congratulations as well. In the large crowd, the Witch Clan's Gu Biyue had a smile on her face as she looked in Yi Futian's direction. Who would have thought this day would come when they first met in the ancient barren world? A distance away, the wind picked up and clouds rolled in, catching the attention of everyone on Book Mountain. They all turned to look in the distance. What they saw was a large group of people riding closer to Book Mountains on clouds. Chapter 394. The Thousand Thundering Illusions. Chapter 394. The Thousand Thundering Illusions. All the most powerful cultivators in the Eastern Barren Territory were gathered on Book Mountain, and they were sternly looking into the distance. They're here. Many people shared the same thought. The crowd gathered at the foot of Book Mountain were also looking up at the figures rolling in on clouds in the sky. Powerful cultivators from the barren state had arrived on Book Mountain. Not even the gathering of all the Eastern Barren Territory's top powers would be enough in comparison. The Eastern Barren Territory had just been united. How was the college going to resolve this threat? Would they hand Yi Futian over? Everyone in the Eastern Barren Territory knew the exact reason for the arrival of the Barren State cultivators. It was because of Futian. He stepped onto the top of Sky Mountain and acquired the relics of the two emperors. He was able to control the will of Sky Mountain. It was rumored that he received one of the world's top 10 musical pieces, the Wuxia song. The newly arrived crowd descended from the skies and separated into 4 groups: the Mortal World, Nantian House, the Holy Fire Clan, and Taishan Mountain. Du Ao, Nanfeng and Nanyu, Chushang and Hanlan were also present. They were the first to get the news in the Barren State, and thus were the first ones to arrive. Other powers of the Barren State most likely haven't yet received the news. Du Ao, Nanfeng, and Nanyu stared at Futian. The look in their eyes was ice cold. Beside them were the most powerful cultivators of their respective groups. Sages were among them. They were interested to see how arrogant Futian could be now. They remembered every detail about what happened on Sky Mountain. We heard that a sage has appeared in the Eastern Barren Territory. We're curious to see who he is. The person who spoke was of the Nantian House. He stood in front of Nanfeng and was donned in a glamorous long robe. Years ago, when the great emperor set the ban, sages disappeared from the Eastern Barren Territory, and the plain no longer existed there. If a sage were to appear, even those in the Barren State would get the news. Although the Eastern Barren Territory had little to no contact with the outside world, the powers of the Barren State still kept an eye on them. Otherwise, they wouldn't have known about the bells that rang from Sky Mountain. But now there was a sage in the Eastern Barren Territory and they didn't hear anything about it before. Obviously, the person in question was intentionally hiding his identity, and this was his hideout. If it weren't so, there was no need for a cultivator of his level to stay in a place like the Eastern Barren Territory. Just someone from the mountains. There's not much to say. A voice drawled from somewhere on Book Mountain. It was Mr. Du. He did not appear beside the Sword Saint or College Chief Shao. Now back to you guys. Why have you come? We heard someone from the Eastern Barren Territory made it on Sky Mountain and obtained the relic of the great emperor. So we wanted to come to see for ourselves just who this person is. A sage from the Holy Fire Clan spoke nonchalantly. He had on a long robe, covered with images of flames. A strong flame intent radiated from him. Me. Just then Futian walked out from the crowd. He looked to the newcomers from the Barren State and spoke. I stepped onto Sky Mountain and harmonized with the will left by the great emperor. From that, I was able to control the power of Sky Mountain. Other than that, I also received the score for the Wuxia song. So you're finally willing to admit it? Nanyu smirked. Wasn't Futian really arrogant on Sky Mountain? He even tied him up to the stone wall at Sky Mountain and humiliated him in front of everyone. Nanyu was curious how Futian would meet his end. And then, the sage from the Nantian house pushed for Futian to continue with emotionless eyes. The will of Sky Mountain is already in my control. It would be useless for you guys even if you got your hands on it. As for the score for the Wuxia song, I can give it to you guys, said Futian. Du Ao and the rest all sneered. Mockery filled their eyes. All right, the sage nodded. Futian reached into the front of his robe and pulled out the musical scores. With a wave of his hand, the 4 copies were delivered to each of the 4 groups. Reaching out, the sages of each group received the papers. Opening up the page, the sage of Nantian House gave it a once-over before folding it back up and speaking. You should come take a little trip with us. That's going too far, said College Chief Shao. He already handed over the score, and they still wanted to take Futian? Who knows if he's still hiding some other treasures. Besides, he was so arrogant on Sky Mountain, he'll be fine. Nanyu sneered. There's another person on Book Mountain. Hand her over, said Du Ao. The person he was speaking of was obviously Hua Qingqing. Who cared about the sage? What had to be done must be done. They weren't going to leave until they were handed all the people they sought. Futian gave a deep inward sigh and then smiled bitterly. Just then a figure approached. It was Mr. Du. He looked right at Futian. So? Did you really think compromising and giving in would work? I'm sorry, teacher, said Futian. He felt a little guilty. On the way back to Book Mountain from Sky Mountain, he had heard some stories about the teacher from First Brother. Futian knew that even though the old man was a sage, he seemed to have another identity. He was hiding out in the Eastern Barren Territory. It was because of this that he was such a mystery. Not a lot of people have seen him or knew much about him. Yi Futian didn't want his teacher to pique the interest of the barren state because of today. That was why he willingly handed over the score. Unfortunately, it was no use. Although the old man said he didn't care about Yi Futian and would hand him over, Yi Futian knew it was just a joke. Mr. Du looked at Yi Futian once and stepped forward to look at the crowd. You already got the musical score, so why aren't you all getting the hell out of here? Everyone looked at Mr. Du strangely. Old geezer, do you want to die? Asked Nanyu. Now that the ban of the Eastern Barren Territory was lifted, who cared if this old man was a sage? How dare he try to get rid of them? Whoosh! A delicate figure whisked by. It was the cottage's second disciple, Zhuge Hui. With a loud thunder-like crack, her long whip unfurled in Nanyu's direction. How presumptuous! A noble from Nantian House made his way toward Zhuge Hui. The noble with a sharp, cutting aura reached out his hand. Zhuge Hui snapped her whip once more, cracking down like lightning and thunder. A crisp snap was heard, and following that were the horrid screams of the noble. He was struck by the whip and flung off of Book Mountain. His body twitched uncontrollably upon landing at the bottom. The Nantian house sage took one step and released a terrifying energy at Zhuge Hui. Mr. Du moved at the same time. His hand reached up at the sky and clenched into a fist. Immediately, the sage froze and turned his attention over to Mr. Du in shock. One more move and you die, Mr. Du said calmly. As soon as his utterance was heard, the four groups from the barren state looked up at him, dumbfounded. Was he actually threatening a sage of Nantian House? The sage indeed made no other motions. Zhuge Hui, on the other hand, charged over to Nanyu. Top-level nobles stepped out. There were even those who had been enlightened by sage will. However, Zhuge Hui's whip danced wildly in the air. An image appeared on her body. The people were shocked to realize that she was duplicating. 1 into 2, 2 into 4. In short moments she was everywhere, waving her whip at the same time. Thunder and lightning erupted, lighting up the skies majestically. The thousand thundering illusions. The eyes of the everyone from the barren state lit up and watched everything unfold in shock. Illusory images filled the sky. In the lit-up sky, her whip came down, cracking one after another. The nobles of Nantian House were flung away one by one. In a split second, a long whip bypassed everything in its way to get to Nanyu, picking him up into the air. Let me go! Nanyu screamed out in horror. He had already been treated this way once on Sky Mountain. This was already the second time. But at this moment, it didn't seem like anyone from the Nantian House could hear his screams. They were all frozen in place as they watched the beautiful girl bathed in the lights from the lightning. The thousand thundering illusions was an exclusive skill from a certain barren state power. Second sister is so powerful, thought Yi Futian. He was also surprised by the scene in front of him. It seemed as if she had been hiding her true abilities. Whether it was the people on Book Mountain or at the foot of the mountain, everyone was looking up at Zhuge Hui. The long whip moved in a circle, spinning Nanyu around in the air. Zhuge Hui looked up at him just to hear him scream out in anger. You dare touch me? Just then the whip moved toward a stone wall on Book Mountain. Nanyu's body hit the wall along with the force of lightning, and the wall exploded loudly. Nanyu's pitiful cries followed. The whip snapped back, and with one movement of Zhuge Hui's arm, Nanyu's body was flung away from Book Mountain. Who are you? The Nantian House sage asked Zhuge Hui. The thousand thundering illusions doesn't belong to the Eastern Barren Territory. Take a guess. Zhuge Hui smiled at him. She then stepped toward the Holy Fire Clan. Looking at Dueo, she spoke again. He offended me. You guys wouldn't mind if I taught him a lesson, would you? Even if you are of the Zhuge family, what right do you have to teach a disciple of our clan a lesson? Asked a sage of the clan. Based on the fact that he acted out of place in front of me, she said. Her whip snapped once again. The sage wanted to make a move but felt a strong pressure descend upon himself. Lifting his head, he saw Mr. Du with confusion on his face. He questioned, who is he? Snap! The whip cracked down and no one was able to stop it. Dueo cried out in pain. After being hit by the whip, he toppled over on the three-legged golden raven. A deep bloody mark appeared on his body. Countless pairs of eyes were frozen in place, shocked at everything that had just happened on Book Mountain. Everything was so unexpected. For example, no one expected that the powerful cultivators of the barren state would get so badly beaten up. Many years ago, something big happened to the barren state's Zhuge family. Their first daughter suddenly went missing and couldn't be found even after the family searched high and low in the barren state. A cultivator from the mortal world spoke out suddenly. The four powers were stunned. They had all heard of this story. So, the girl in front of them was the daughter of the barren state's Zhuge family, Zhuge Mingyue. Chapter 395. The Reappearance of Donghuang. Chapter 395. The reappearance of Donghuang. The cultivators of the barren state stared at the beautiful girl in shock. Perhaps the name Zhuge Mingyue was unfamiliar to many of the younger cultivators, but they were aware of the background she came from just by hearing this name. Zhuge Qingfeng was the top dog of the Zhuge family. He made his name many years ago, proving himself to be more capable than all others his age. Presently, he was already a great legend in the barren state. Zhuge Canyang was the most outstanding cultivator among the newest generation of the Zhuge family. He had already reached the sage plane a couple years ago. A true talent indeed. These two people were known as the most outstanding of the entire Zhuge family in the last 1,000 years. The former was Zhuge Mingyue's father. The latter her older brother. With a background like that, not even the sages of the four great barren state powers could compare. As for Nanfeng, Nanyu and Du Ao, they were merely young prodigies of the barren state powers. They weren't even the very best. So, they obviously couldn't be compared to Zhuge Mingyue. And just like that, they realized that a person of such high status was hidden within what they considered an inferior clan. Nanyu and Du Ao had an awkward look on their faces. Just by hearing this name, they knew that there was nothing they could do about the beating they just received. They weren't going to get revenge, and there was absolutely no one who dared to do it for them. Hearing their words, Zhuge Hui turned to the disciples of the cottage with a great smile. Remember my real name, Zhuge Mingyue. Seeing that she had just admitted her identity, the barren state sages were shaken. The sage of the Nantian house spoke. Who would have thought that the daughter of the Zhuge family ran away and ended up in the eastern barren territory? A place cut off from the barren state and where sages were forbidden. You even changed your name. No wonder the Zhuge family was unable to find you even though they searched high and low in the barren state. Not only did Zhuge Mingyue change her name, but she also rarely left the mountain. Before Futian was attacked in Chaoga City, there weren't even many people in the eastern barren territory that knew of her existence. All they knew was that no one had ever seen the second disciple of the cottage. I heard that Zhuge Qingfeng had originally intended to send Zhuge Mingyue to cultivate at the Holy Ji Palace. Why did you choose to run away here to the eastern barren territory instead of joining the most sacred group of the barren state? You even found yourself a teacher here, asked a sage of the Holy Fire clan. The Holy Ji Palace was the holy land of the barren state. It was a place where many demon beasts could be found. Every great power in the barren state wished to send their younger generation cultivators to the Holy Ji Palace. Zhuge Hui, on the other hand, chose to run away. Because that's where the young city lord of White Cloud City cultivates, said a mortal world sage. Everyone's eyes rounded immediately. They shivered at the thought of that person. As sages of the barren state, they had obviously heard some of the barren state's stories. The city lord of White Cloud City once cultivated at the Holy Ji Palace with Zhuge Qingfeng. The two of them were the two most outstanding disciples and were closer to each other than anyone else. Naturally, they had hoped for their descendants to come together as well. However, the daughter of the Zhuge family was rebellious by nature and hated having her fate decided by the family. Eventually, she ran away from home. She definitely had a strong personality. Are you done? Zhuge Mingyue smiled at those who had spoken. Looks like Miss Zhuge is ready to return to the family. Now that Zhuge Mingyue had revealed her identity, the Zhuge family was obviously going to be sending for her. Then again, her identity might have been revealed even if she hadn't done so herself. After all this happening in the Eastern Barren Territory wasn't exactly something that went down quietly. The Zhuge family was bound to take notice. Get out of here if you're done. You guys already got the musical score. From now on, you're all forbidden from stepping onto Book Mountain. If I find out in the future that anyone makes a move for Book Mountain, They won't be stepping outside ever again. Otherwise, it'll be an impending death, Zhuge Mingyue announced as her eyes swept across the crowd. She continued with a smile. You should all know that I can kill any one of you. But your clans wouldn't dare lay a finger on me. Du Ao clenched his fists tightly and a fire was lit, engulfing his body. His eyes shot out flames of rage. He couldn't believe he was being bullied in such a way. Snap! The long whip swung out and landed on Du Ao. His skin split open. He had once again been attacked and was now growling with pain on the ground. Oh, the hatred he felt. He couldn't believe he wasn't ever going to be able to get revenge for this brutal beating. Everyone knows how to bully others. How does it feel? Zhuge Mingyue smiled big. These people had descended on Book Mountain, arrogant and oblivious to anyone else. Even with a sage on Book Mountain, Du Ao led the Holy Fire clan here to stir up trouble. He was so sure that no one from the college dared to hurt him. He was the same on Sky Mountain. He was the only one allowed to hurt others. No one was allowed to retaliate. She knew how to bully people with power too. We will take our leave now. The sage of the mortal world said his farewells before leading his people off Book Mountain. They had not suffered any losses and even got the score. There was no need for them to linger. If it hadn't been for Nanyu of the Nantian House and Du Ao of the Holy Fire Clan, Zhuge Mingyue wouldn't have been provoked. They were asking for it. The Nantian House and the Holy Fire Clan also gradually began to leave Book Mountain. They came with arrogance and left with panic. Very quickly, those arrogant barren state cultivators had all left. Countless pairs of eyes landed on Zhuge Mingyue. No one would have expected for the cottage's second disciple to have such a strong background. She had completely overpowered those from the barren state. Of course, they were also surprised by just how powerful Mr. Du was. He threatened to kill a sage if he made another move. This teacher and disciple were truly a well-hidden pair. Zhuge Mingyue walked over to Yi Futian, who stood not too far to the side. Why are you looking at your second sister like that? She asked with a soft chuckle. Yi Futian's eyes were frozen on the beautiful face in front of him. A bright smile then lit up his face. Because my second sister is so pretty. Zhuge Mingyue laughed lightly at his words. Reaching out a pale finger, she knocked him on the head. He knew now that her identity was revealed. She would probably have to leave the Eastern Barren Territory and return to the Barren State. Don't look so sad, kid. Let's go, she said. She then walked over to Mr. Duke teacher. He nodded his head knowingly and announced to everyone, Today, my eldest disciple gains control of the college and will begin to teach here. The cottage is officially disbanded. From here on out, there is only the college and no more cottage. Hushed whispers erupted at his announcement. Was the cottage that was renowned all throughout the Eastern Barren Territory for so many years really going to be history now? The disciples of the cottage were saddened by Mr. Du's words and all lowered their heads. I'm leaving, said Mr. Du other than the Sword Saint. All the disciples of the cottage followed him up the mountain. Teacher, both you and senior sister are so powerful. Why did little brother still have to give out the score? Asked Luo Fan. He wasn't too happy about what happened today. Although the teacher and his senior sister were able to kick those people off Book Mountain, it still didn't feel all that satisfying. Are we able to protect you guys forever? Asked Mr. Du. Never underestimate those who are willing to sacrifice everything for benefits. She was able to scare them, yes. However, if your senior sister and I weren't here and if they didn't get the score, who's to say they wouldn't have made a move for your little brother? They got something that they wanted. The sages knew that we had already made a compromise and knew when to take a step back. Teacher, leave things on Book Mountain to me. Go, Zhuge Hui said to Mr. Du, it's been so many years. There's not much more keeping me back anymore. Your teacher's lazy and doesn't want to run around anymore. Mr. Du replied, shaking his head. Teacher, who are your enemies? Asked Yi Futian. Don't think too much, kid. Focus on cultivation. I will leave you some books. Be good and finish all of them, ordered Mr. Du with a glare. Okay. Yi Futian nodded obediently. Sometime after all that, the college had finally been settled. However, it was still pretty lively as many people from all around the Eastern Barren Territory came, wishing to meet the sage. However, the back mountain where the cottage was located was quiet. The atmosphere was different there. On this day, a bright blinding ray of light suddenly broke through the clouds in the sky above Book Mountain. Many people lifted their heads to the sky and watched as a group descended from where the light shined through. Bodies clad in armors approached like a group of divine generals. In the midst was a beautiful young girl. The female wore a crown and a robe. Basked in a divine light, she looked just like a goddess from the heavens. Yi Futian, who was in the middle of cultivating, looked up as well. Seeing the group, his heart rate sped up and he felt short of breath. How could it be? How could it be them? He had seen this girl before. It was in his younger days on Mount Yao in Qingzhou City. This girl's surname was Dong Huang. Mr. Du leaped into midair and stared at the incoming group. He seemed calm and unbothered as if he already knew they were coming. The disciples of the cottage stepped outside one by one, looking up at the sky. They were taken aback by the blinding sight of this divine army. They could all feel that the teacher was waiting for these people. This was probably why he didn't leave. If he left, what would they do? "Excuse me, are you the princess, Her Highness?" Mr. Du asked the girl. She nodded her head lightly. A smile reached Mr. Du's eyes before he kneeled down completely. "Greetings to the princess from a sinner. If you know you have sinned, then get up and leave with us," said a soldier behind the girl. Mr. Du nodded and stood. He smiled at the girl. "Your Highness, you should be 20 this year, correct?" "Yes," nodded the girl. "Good, very good." Mr. Du was actually smiling in this situation. He lowered his head to look down at the cottage. "I won't be around to guide you guys from now on. Remember to take care of yourselves." "Teacher." The disciples called out one after another. "I'm going now." Mr. Du gave them all one last smile and he was high up in the sky in a flash. The girl lowered her head to look down on Book Mountain and her eyes landed on Yi Futian. After all these years they have finally met again. A couple years ago they were 16 years old. Now they were 20. Chapter 396 Parting. Chapter 396. Parting. Mr. Du left. All the disciples on Book Mountain witnessed his departure. People working for Donghuang the Great came for him. No one knew exactly who Mr. Du was or that he had anything to do with the great emperor. The people from the Baron state did not actually leave the Eastern Baron territory and so, they also got wind of this news. They were all shocked but finally understood how Yi Futian acquired the relics of Sky Mountain. His teacher was connected to the great emperor so it wouldn't be weird for him to get the relics. And so, they decided to leave the Eastern Baron territory. Not only were they wary of Zhuge Mingyue, but also because of that Mr. Du Zhuge Mingyue didn't go to cultivate at the Holy Ji Palace and unexpectedly became the disciple of an incredibly powerful recluse. Yi Futian had someone carve the score for the Yukio song on a stone wall, located on one of Book Mountain's mountains. Whenever someone from the Baron state came, they would be led there. This prevented anyone from targeting the college for the score. What Du Ao did to the Donghua clan was the perfect example. The cottage was engulfed in a peculiar atmosphere. It was that of parting. The teacher was lost before but everyone knew that he would come back. This time no one knew if he was coming back or if he was even allowed to. They wouldn't even be able to go find him. Furthermore, the second sister was also going to leave soon. This magical place, the cottage, may truly be split up. On the mountain, the disciples of the cottage were currently seated together for a meal. There was chit-chat and laughter. Zhuge Mingyue spoke with a light smile on her face. "Our little fifth brother still makes the best food. Senior sister, if you like my food then I'll cook for you every day. I won't step another foot off the mountain," Luo Fan replied while bustling around. "Since when have you been such a good boy?" Zhuge Mingyue chuckled. "Second sister, who will look after me when you leave?" Beiteng Xinger's voice was low and melancholic. After being brought to the cottage by the teacher, Zhuge Mingyue had taken care of her. One could even say that she was raised by Zhuge Mingyue. "Xinger, do you want to come with me?" Zhuge Mingyue asked. Beiteng Xinger froze. When she realized it wasn't a joke, she began to feel conflicted. Should she leave with the senior sister? If she left, who would take care of the others? "Go," Gu Donglu said in the middle of his meal. "Eldest brother is busy with the college and won't have time to take care of you." Beiteng Xinger looked toward Gu Donglu and understood the hidden meaning behind his words. He might leave the cottage too. Her eyes reddened. To hide the fact that she was about to burst into tears, Beitang Xinger lowered her head and continued eating. Years ago when her family died, it was the teacher that brought her to Book Mountain. It was third brother who got revenge for her. Since then the cottage was her home. Her senior brothers and sister were closer to her than family. Now the teacher was gone and they were all separating. The cottage would no longer exist in the Eastern Barren territory. Xinger, why are you crying? You're all grown up now and will have to marry soon. We would have had to separate sooner or later, Shuiyi said when he noticed the tears in the corners of her eyes. I won't marry. Beitang Xinger shook her head. Silly girl. Zhuge Hui patted her head. She then looked toward Yi Futian. Why so quiet today? This rascal was usually the most active, but he hadn't said a word today. What's wrong? Feeling sad? Teased Zhuge Mingyue. Senior sister. Would you pretend not to know me when I go looking for you wanting to hang out? Yi Futian lifted his head to face her. What goes on in that head of yours? She lifted her hand to knock on his head. If you dare to not come looking for me, then I'll really come after you. Futian and I will definitely come visit together. Hua Jieyu said softly. Zhuge Mingyue turned her attention over to Hua Jieyu, giving her a look before chuckling. Senior sister? Hua Jieyu was slightly confused. I know what to do so little brother will come see me. She laughed. What if I take Jieyu with me so that Xinger will have a companion? Hua Jieyu's eyes widened before shaking her head no. I don't want to go. That was when she realized Yi Futian was looking at her. Seeing the look in his eyes, she lowered her voice to ask him, what are you looking at? You want to get rid of me again? Jieyu, senior sister's suggestion is worth a second thought, he said in all seriousness. I'm not reconsidering. She shook her head. You and Jieyu think about it, laughed Zhuge Mingyue. Jieyu is so pretty. I'm too worried to let her follow you around while you travel recklessly through the barren state. She knew well and clear that after the cottage disbanded, Yi Futian would definitely head to the barren state. Without the teacher, the eldest brother, and her around, it was all up to himself. Okay. Yi Futian nodded. He was considering similar circumstances as the second sister. When you return to your family, wait for me. At this time, Gu Donglu, who was also unusually quiet today, spoke up. Everyone turned to look at the third brother. It was obvious who his words were meant for. What for? Zhuge Mingyue didn't look at him. Instead, she lowered her head to focus on the dishes on the table. You know what for, he replied. I don't know, she said, finally looking up at him. Gu Donglu and Zhuge Hui met eyes. Everyone else watched them as the atmosphere took a weird turn. Wait for me to come marry you. Gu Donglu stood up after replying and walked away. Just like that, everyone was completely frozen in shock. The third brother was so manly. The third brother is so cool, Yi Futian exclaimed while watching the departing silhouette. A real man, Luo Fan complimented. So awesome. Yi Shaoshi was stupefied. Zhuge Mingyue watched as he left, the corners of her mouth curling into a smile. She then glared at Yi Futian and the others. Eat. After their meal, Yi Futian and Hua Jieyu strolled toward the back mountain hand in hand. Hua Jieyu spoke softly, I won't go. Wifey, you're too beautiful, too eye-catching. What happens if someone tries to steal you from me in the barren state? Yi Futian joked. Something of the sorts happened in the Donghua clan. Du Ao went to take Hua Qingqing. Then you protect me, she replied. Hearing her gentle voice, Yi Futian lowered his head. He felt guilty. Walking over to a cliff, he watched the sea of clouds. Qingzhou City, Donghai City, the Nandu Nation. I thought I'd seen the whole world, but the world is far larger than I imaged. What they called the fate of an emperor seems like nothing more than a myth. I've given you the fate of an empress, but to this day, I still don't have the ability to protect you. From his words, Hua Jieyu knew that he was feeling down in the dumps. She lifted her eyes to him. Look at me, she said. Yi Futian turned to her. She walked forward and leaned against him. Standing on tiptoes, she planted a soft kiss on his lips and then separated from him. She never meant for her words to upset the man she loved. A smile bloomed from her like a beautiful flower. Hua Jieyu looked up to the sky where the sun was shining brightly. When you were 15, people thought you didn't know how to cultivate. You were optimistic and joyful. Then during the fall exams that same year, You shocked everyone with your talent and proved yourself to the entire Qingzhou Academy. 16. You set foot in Donghai City. You played the melody of the white feathers garment at the Luo Palace, used the decree of the general in front of the school of the Emperor Star, and made yourself known as the Guqin Devil's disciple. That year an emperor wanted to kill you and you refused to just give in, taking fate into your own hands. During the Fenghua banquet, you gained the recognition of Emperor Yi. During the Tingfeng banquet, you were undefeatable. After that, you wowed the ancient barren world and entered the cottage. Your life is just beginning, and you're already a legend in the Eastern Barren territory. This year you're 20. You dominated in the battle on Sky Mountain and now, there isn't a single person who doesn't know you in the Eastern Barren territory. Hua Jieyu smiled brightly, the sunlight lighting up her face. In a gentle voice she spoke, Yi Futian, I'm proud of you. Yi Futian turned to take in her profile. He chuckled. My fox knows how to console people now. Hua Jieyu looked at him again and laughed. Everything I said was true. You're only 20 and you're able to deal with nobles and sages so naturally. I believe that since you're already able to overshadow everyone our age in Qingzhou City, Donghai City, the Nandan Nation, and the Eastern Barren Territory, someday you'll be able to do so with the world. There will be a day when the entire Divine Prefecture will know your name. Am I really that outstanding? Yi Futian was high off the compliments. Yeah, Hua Jieyu nodded in all seriousness. You said that you'll make me an empress. I will remember that, so you have to fulfill your promise. Okay. All of Yi Futian's dispiriting thoughts were wiped away by Hua Jieyu's words. He had no time to waste being dispirited. In his younger days he was so confident in himself. Was he going to let these losses dull his light? Then do you agree to go with second sister? Yi Futian asked. I agree. Hua Jieyu nodded. But not to run away. When I get to the barren state, I will work hard on cultivation and wait for you to come for me. Okay, he nodded. Then, he hugged Hua Jieyu close to him and continued, before we separate, should we take care of something important in our lives? You wish. She blushed hard in his embrace. I'll be so lonely and cold with you. Then you have to come for me sooner. Fox, you're too cruel. Humph. Their exchange continued as the sunlight beat down on the green grass. This had Yi Futian thinking that even though the world of cultivation was cruel, it was also beautiful. He had so many people that liked him and there were also people he liked. Days later, a large group had arrived in the sky above Book Mountain. All of them had impressive auras and were truly outstanding. They were from the Zhuge family. Naturally, they were here for Zhuge Mingyue. She accepted everything that had happened. Disciples of Book Mountain and the cottage were here to see her off. Seeing everyone in front of her, she smiled. Don't miss me too much. Beside her, Beiteng Xinger was already in tears. Eldest brother, fourth brother, fifth brother, Shaoshi Futian, you guys take care. She then turned to Gu Donglu, who stood further away. Third brother, take care. When you get to the barren state, remember to listen to your senior sister, said the sword saint. Okay, Beiteng Xinger nodded. Jieyu, you also have to listen to senior sister, he said softly as he patted her head. Okay, nodded Hua Jieyu. She looked behind Yi Futian at Hua Fenglu and the others. Father, mother, teacher, clan leader, all of you have to take care as well. Little brother. Zhuge Mingyue spread her arms for Yi Futian. He walked forward and shared a light hug with her. Then with Beiteng Xinger. I look forward to when we meet again, little brother, Zhuge Mingyue said softly. The three of them lifted up in the air and headed for the ship in the sky. Let's go, said a young man on the ship. He took one look down below, his eyes falling emotionlessly on Yi Futian. The ship in the sky began to move. Zhuge Hui took one last look downward at a lonely figure in white. Then she turned away and moved further and further away. Chapter 397. When the music stops, the people go. Chapter 397. When the music stops, the people go. Days later, the cottage became unusually lively. The disciples of the Moon Clan had moved into the cottage. Mr. Du had said before he left that the cottage was one with the disciples of the Moon Clan. All at once, the mountain was filled with beautiful women. If this had been the Yi Futian of the past, he would have been so happy. However, he was no longer in the mood for any of that. These past few days, He remained at the cliff, reading and cultivating. It used to be Jieyu accompanying him, but now it was Yu Shang. A couple of figures headed his way. The Sword Saint, Goddess Wangyue, Shui Yi and Luofan, as well as College Chief Xiao, all arrived in Yi Futian's location. "Little brother," the Sword Saint called out. "Eldest brother," College Chief Xiao, Goddess Yi Futian greeted. "Your eldest brother is the college chief now, you can just call me Uncle Master," College Chief Xiao chuckled. "All right, Uncle Master Xiao," nodded Yi Futian. "Sit, we're just strolling around," said College Chief Xiao. "We were so busy settling things at the college we didn't even have time to chat with you." "Uncle Master, you're too polite." Yi Futian was still unfamiliar with College Chief Xiao. After all, they hadn't met too many times. However, he was different from what Yi Futian had imagined. The disciples of the cottage had all naturally assumed that the relationship between the college chief and their teacher was not a good one, but in reality, it was the exact opposite. The relationship between the two of them was not one that could be easily understood by outsiders. Some people claimed that College Chief Xiao wanted to control all of the college and was thus displeased with Mr. Du. Truth was, the college chief had always wanted the Sword Saint to take over. The group took seats on the ground. The Sword Saint spoke, "Little brother, the people of the Qin dynasty are already gone. The palace is now empty. They're most definitely worried about the college's revenge, and have completely become a thing of the past. Several lords of the Lu Kingdom have come to Book Mountain with apologies. Wuxian and Lu Qinyu are cultivating on Book Mountain. I asked for their opinion and they rejected the apologies, so I told the people from the Lu Kingdom to leave. However, I won't order any follow-ups with them as this is a Lu Kingdom business. I'll leave it for them to deal with themselves." "Okay," nodded Yi Futian. It was only natural that Yi Wuxian and Lu Qinyu would refuse to forgive the traitors of the Lu Kingdom. "Also, your third brother left. He came to see me and then left without saying anything to anyone else," said the Sword Saint. Yi Futian nodded in understanding. This was expected. According to third brother's personality, there was no way he wouldn't leave. The proud scholar he was would definitely chase after his target. "The teacher and your third brother had high hopes for you. They both mentioned you before leaving, saying that you don't belong in the Eastern Barren territory. Your world is somewhere far away." "I'll be leaving for the Barren state in some days," said Yi Futian. "Fourth brother, fifth brother, seventh brother, what are you guys planning to do?" "We'll stay to help out at the college for the time being. After everything is completely settled and the Eastern Barren territory starts anew, we'll leave," Shui Yi explained. "As his disciples, we'll help teacher achieve his dreams." Yi Futian nodded. Life is full of meeting and parting. Everyone had their own path to take. The disbanding of the cottage was only a matter of time, although the time seemed to have arrived too early. So there was no helping these feelings of sadness. Your teacher always wanted to be able to create change. In the end, he realized he wasn't able to change a single thing and even dragged his disciples into it, said College Chief Xiao. "A thorough jerk. Uncle Master, what kind of person was the teacher? Why was he taken away?" asked Yi Futian. College Chief Xiao let out a reminiscent look. He said, "When your teacher was young, he was just like you guys, full of pride and confidence. He was so focused on traveling the world. That was until he met the two people who changed his fate. Dong Huang the Great and Emperor Yeqing?" Yi Futian asked him with bright eyes. "That's right." College Chief Xiao looked so serious as he nodded his head. Not many people knew about this slice of history. But your teacher did indeed leave with the two emperors. It was many years before he returned, and when he finally did, his edge was gone. He became lazy and idle. I've asked him what happened while he was gone, and he said that he was tired of what he saw in this world. He killed some people but never told me who. However, I'm sure that they were people he shouldn't have messed with. Otherwise, he wouldn't have returned to the Eastern Barren territory and gone into hiding. He only began to change slightly when he started taking in disciples. He had new goals, but it was all null in the end. Though, he did say before he left that he had no regrets. He said he had seen things that others hadn't and killed those that others didn't dare to. Now, he even had a group of such extraordinary disciples. He wouldn't feel regret even if he were to die. Yi Futian listened quietly. He never thought that his lazy, alcohol-loving teacher would have such an astounding story behind him. Your teacher always said that principle ruled humanity, but more often than not, principle loses to a physical punch. Therefore, your punch has to be stronger and more powerful than everyone else's because that's the only way people will listen to you. In reality, that jerk has never had any principle when he was with me because his punch was always stronger than mine. College Chief Xiao seemed to be complaining. Yi Futian and the others couldn't help but laugh. It seemed like College Chief Xiao had been through a lot. Because of this, his life was full of contradictions. He spent his whole life in a world of self-contradiction. College Chief Xiao continued. He has finally let everything go now. He said the person he had been waiting for had finally arrived. So now the future is up to you guys. The person he had been waiting for? Yi Futian was interested. Who? Just as he asked, he realized that both College Chief Xiao and the eldest brother were looking at him. He was Mr. Du's last disciple. After Yi Futian came on the mountain, Mr. Du cultivated with him in the back mountains and even said that he had no regrets leaving. So, who was the person Mr. Du was waiting for? Is it me? Yi Futian muttered. If so, then the old man that always looked down on his talent was actually waiting for him? Wasn't that funny? However, he couldn't manage to let out a laugh. Lifting his head to the sky, Yi Futian could almost see the elder's figure. The old drunkard that was both respectable and loathsome. Why was he the one he waited for? What did the old man know? Their only similarity had to do with the two emperors. After some random chit-chat, eldest brother and others left. Yi Futian watched their departing figures and called out, Uncle Master, Senior Brother, I won't come to say goodbye when I leave either. The college and the cottage will always be your home. The sword saint turned to smile at him. In fact, everyone turned to give him a last smile. Days later, Yi Futian could no longer be found in this spot. The disciples of the cottage had all left the mountain, including Shui Yi and Luo Fan. Now, only the ladies of the Moon Clan remained. Standing by the cliff right now was a beautiful girl. She stood quietly, looking up at the ocean of clouds. The view here was truly breathtaking. This girl was Chu Yaoyao. Sis called out a voice. Chu Lian approached, looking equally beautiful. With her eyes on the same view, she asked, What are you thinking? No much. Chu Yaoyao shook her head. Don't lie to me. Ever since you left Sky Mountain, you've been hiding something deep down, said Chu Lian. Can you tell me? You want to know? Asked Chu Yao. Yeah, Chu Lian nodded. Chu Yaoyao smiled before giving her reply. I fell for a person I shouldn't have fallen for. It's not a matter of whether or not you should have. If he's worth it, then you should follow your heart. Throughout the Eastern Barren Territory, there wouldn't be a single person who wouldn't fall for your charm. Of course there is. Who? Someone who used to cultivate, Chu Yaoyao answered with a big smile. But that's all in the past now. Everything starts anew now. On another mountain of Book Mountain, another beautiful girl stared into the distance with a tear-stained face. Why did he have to leave by himself? She uttered through her tears. Beside her, a young man spoke to her softly, because he couldn't bear the thought of dragging you around while they wandered. That's his opinion. Doesn't he know that this is even crueler? Lu Chenyu cried. He's cruel to himself as well. However, he would rather shoulder it all himself. I would do the same in his situation. Lu Feiyang smiled. He wants to give you the world, not have you suffer with him. There was another girl on Book Mountain with her eyes focused somewhere far away. It was Yi Qingxian. She did not cry though. She was smiling. She knew that this was all part of the experience. Parting was going to be a large part of it. This was the choice she made. The man she loved did not belong to her fully. He belonged mostly to the young man beside him. Months later, a rumor spread from Sky Mountain. They said that the sounds of a guqin were heard from the mountain. The beautiful music melted in with the snowflakes. Nobody knew if this was another appearance of Emperor Will. However, there weren't many people climbing Sky Mountain anymore, so not many cared about this rumor. At the top of Sky Mountain, the fluffy white snow never stopped falling. A figure clad in white sat quietly, playing the guqin while the snow fell. It was Yi Futian. He hadn't left the Eastern Barren Territory just yet. He was cultivating here. All this time, he was practicing on the guqin and building his spiritual energy. He also cultivated sorcery and martial arts to strengthen his body. Not far from Yi Futian, Yu Shang sat cross-legged, also cultivating. In a distance was a one-armed youth practicing with a sword in the snow. Yi Wuxian was bathed in sword will, flowing and blowing through the snow. There was also a girl on the snowy mountain. Quietly, she took in the cold of the sky mountain. It was Lulan Shui. Just then the music stopped. Yi Futian shifted his gaze to the mountain trail. There, a beautiful figure braced the cold winds and approached the mountaintop. Her steps were light and she headed for Yi Futian. Yi Futian took in what she was wearing. The rough fabric looked like something monks would wear, but not even the plain clothing could hide her innocent beauty. Yi Futian was surprised at how the girl in front of him was dressed. When the monks from the Qianqiu temple arrived on Book Mountain last time, I wanted to be enlightened. So, after that, I went to the temple and I cultivate there now, smiled Hua Qingqing. The air of innocence around her seemed to have been restored. That's good. Yi Futian returned her smile. Can you play the Yukio song for me again? I want to listen to the full piece, she asked softly. Okay, Yi Futian nodded. His expression became serious and he placed his hands on the guqin. The peaceful music resonated on Sky Mountain once again. Perhaps this was the last time. When the music stops, the people go. Chapter 398, Barren State, Yunhua City. Chapter 398. Barren State, Yunhua City. The Barren State was boundless. In the north was the demon city that was at the border of the demon world. The demon god race and Taishan Mountain loomed there. White Cloud City guarded the west, pressing down on the boundless land. There was also Inferno City near Fire Mountain that occupied a lot of land. The south had an endless snowy terrain. There was a temple there with 2 gusts of power. The snow area and Fire Mountain formed a strange territory. The center was the renowned Alchemy City. Of course, Zhongzhou City was still the richest. This place loomed over the center of the barren state. Strong cultivators were everywhere there. Yunhua City in the east of the barren state wasn't the main city there, but it had an ancient history and was magnificent. Right now, a black wind eagle flew in the sky above Yunhua City. Its eyes were very sharp. It was an eagle, but when it flew it felt like a rock. It was that fast. There were 4 youths on its back. The one at the front was handsome and he looked forward. Beside him was a muscular youth. He was resting with his eyes closed. The one-armed handsome youth behind them had 2 ancient swords crossed behind his back. There was also a veiled girl. She had long silver hair that fell down like a waterfall. Her eyes shone with silver light, beautiful yet demonic. They were cold. This was Yi Futian's group, coming to the barren state from the eastern barren territory. They paused at times along the way. Mooncloud City was one of the bigger cities. Its liveliness was comparable to the Qin Imperial City in the center of the eastern barren territory. That should be Crescent Lake. Lulan Shui stood up. Wind blew against her as she pointed at a crescent moon-shaped lake. She held a map that she'd bartered for after entering the city. It should be White Jade Tower before Crescent Lake. Looking forward from the lake, one could make out a palace-shaped building. The black wind eagle sped up and it became clearer. It was a palace-shaped inn, one of the 3 biggest inns in Yunhua City. It was entirely white and seemed to be made from jade, hence the name. It was as magnificent as a royal palace. As they got closer, the black wind eagle rushed downward and landed on the steps of White Jade Tower. Yi Futian felt spiritual qi hit him. This meant that White Jade Tower was made from spiritual stone. It contained a matrix inside. Living in it, they would feel powerful spiritual qi. It was beneficial to cultivation. Looking up, Yi Futian walked up the steps and stopped outside the main hall. Lulan Shui and Yu Shang held the spiritual stone and walked in. They were going to spend a few days here, so they chose somewhere like White Jade Tower. It would be easier to get information. They also needed a map of the barren state. They couldn't get it in a smaller place. Many people walked up and down the steps. Sir, are you a foreigner? A thin youth in a blue robe asked Yi Futian. Yes. Yi Futian smiled and nodded. I am Yang Ting, the other greeted. Yi Futian. Brother Yi, are you here for the battle between the 4 clans? Yang Ting asked. No. Yi Futian shook his head. He just arrived and didn't know anything about the 4 clans. Most people who come to Yunhua City are here for that reason. I misunderstood. Yang Ting put his hands together in apology. No problem. I just arrived and am new to Yunhua City. Please help me in the future, Yi Futian said politely. You flatter me. We can help each other, Yang Ting said, smiling. Brother, it's done, a voice said. Pretty figure walked out. She had a ponytail and looked young, clean and pure. This is my sister Yang Yi, Yang Ting introduced. This is brother Yi. Yi Futian and Yang Yi nodded at each other. Yang Yi stared at Yi Futian with her pure eyes, thinking that Yi Futian was really attractive. As Yi Futian matured, his temperament kept changing. His features became more handsome too. He was very attractive now. What are you looking at me for? Yi Futian asked, smiling gently. Yang Yi realized that she'd spaced out. Blushing, she averted her eyes quickly. Brother Yi is handsome, but you don't have to do that, Yang Ting also joked. Yang Yi kicked him and whined, what are you saying? I'm just curious. At this time, the ground below them shook. Yi Futian looked and saw a figure land on the white jade steps. The person was tall and extremely burly. His upper body was bare. The silver armor only covered his most important part. His eyes were like bronze bells, filled with authority as he scanned them. He climbed the steps and walked through Yi Futian's group. What beast is that? Yang Yi was looking up. She saw a fiery red knight with a mount come. The beast was a dark bird. The knight was a woman clad in fiery red clothing. Her curvy body formed a beautiful picture with a different kind of attractiveness. The woman's manliness was beautiful and cold. Blue Phoenix, Yang Ting said. The woman's blue phoenix landed. She also walked past Yi Futian without even looking. However, her blue phoenix glanced at the black winged eagle and cawed. The black winged eagle had been silent. After the blue phoenix cawed, its eyes sharpened instantly. It shot a gaze at the phoenix. One could see darkness flowing through its eyes. The blue phoenix wouldn't stop. The knight frowned and glared at it, wondering why it was bullying an eagle. After glancing at the black winged eagle, the blue phoenix entered the hall with the knight. The black winged eagle glanced at it arrogantly and closed its eyes to rest. At this time, Yu Shang and Lulan Shui walked over. Brother Yang, Yi Futian said, I'm ready. The Yang siblings looked at Yu Shang and Lulan Shui. This group all had great temperaments. Lulan Shui had her face veiled, but judging from her body, she wouldn't be ugly. Come, let's go together, Yang Ting said, smiling. Yi Futian nodded. The two walked to the side and climbed the steps. They found their own floor and courtyard. Coincidentally, they were neighbors. After entering the courtyard, they found that the entrance was in the backyard. After a hallway was the front courtyard. They could see Crescent Lake and the people arriving at the inn. The Eastern Barren territory should be in that direction, Yi Futian murmured, looking into the distance. Now, he had already stepped foot inside the Barren state. He was extremely far away from the Eastern Barren territory. It would take months to cross that distance. Now he would truly be in the outside world, far from his home. Lulan Shui stood beside him and said softly, I asked around in the hall earlier. The map isn't easy to get. The Barren state is too big. Even many people in this city haven't gone out of the eastern region, let alone the entire Barren state. Yi Futian nodded lightly. You've worked hard. Our future is unknown. I hope you won't regret this. He'd warned Lulan Shui, but she had insisted on coming. This is my duty as a servant, Lulan Shui replied softly. As for regret, this is my own decision. Is Brother Yi here? A voice came from the other courtyard. Yes, Brother Yang. Come over, Yi Futian said. Okay. A laugh sounded and then two figures came from the sky. The view is quite nice here, Yang Ting said, laughing. But it's truly expensive. Brother Yang, I have a question to ask. I came here to challenge myself and I wish to travel the entire Barren state. Is there anywhere I can get a basic map? Yi Futian asked. The entire Barren state? Yang Ting's eyes flashed in shock. It wasn't realistic to travel the entire Barren state at Yi Futian's age, unless he improved his cultivation as he traveled. Many people did this though, so he didn't find it too strange. Yes. Yi Futian nodded. This type of map is rarely used. I don't know where to find it, but the top 4 forces of Yunhua City will have them, Yang Ting said. Which 4 forces? How are their abilities? Yi Futian asked. Yunhua City has the Feng family, Wang family, Thunder Clan, and Yunhua Merchant Union, Yang Ting said. They form the uppermost level in Yunhua City. All have people in the noble plane. Yi Futian nodded. This was only Yunhua City. How powerful would the main cities be? Brother Yang, are you from this city? Yi Futian asked. Yes. Then why are you living here? Yi Futian was curious. Brother Yi, how about we get a drink? We can chat while walking, Yang Ting said. Okay. Yi Futian nodded. The group left the courtyard and walked towards the wine house at the top level. The top 4 forces control most of the resources in the city. They hold a battle at the end of every year to decide the distribution of the resources. To be fair, they don't use the noble plane. Thus, all those who fight are in the arcana plane. Because there are injuries and casualties and the forces use it to attract more talents, it became a custom. Every year, this event is when they choose talents to fight for them. Those who perform well can join them. The White Jade Tower belongs to the Yunhua Merchant Union. Every year they would invite others here. That's why I asked if Brother Yi came for that reason. As Yang Ting explained, they arrived at the open-ceiling wine house. Many people were there, it was very busy. So you wish to join the Yunhua Merchant Union? Yi Futian asked. They are a force in the Chamber of Commerce. They have the most resources and are the most generous, Yang Ting said, eyes sparkling. Yi Futian nodded. After coming to the barren state, he discovered that they would often use cultivation resources. For example, spiritual stones were common here and used as currency. Brother Yi, are you interested? Yang Ting asked after they found somewhere to sit. No. Yi Futian shook his head, laughing. He'd come to the barren state to cultivate. He wasn't going to join a force. Chapter 399 Common Man. Chapter 399. Common Man. Yang Ting wasn't surprised. Since Yi Futian wanted to explore the barren state, he obviously couldn't stay in one place. Brother Yi, the Yunhua Merchant Union controls many auction and trade buildings, Yang Ting said. They will definitely have the map you want. You don't want to join, but there's another way. You can rent yourself to fight for them and receive what you want. You can do that? Yi Futian was interested. Of course, Yang Ting explained. For their battles, if you help them win a round, there will be rewards. The exceptionally talented can beat more opponents and receive more rewards. Otherwise, how can they attract people to fight for them? You must know injuries and deaths are common. That is why they won't send all their people. Otherwise, it's easy for an uncontrollable battle to erupt. It had happened before. I see. I'll consider it. Yi Futian nodded. He looked into the distance at Crescent Lake. There was a slight breeze. The view was so nice. At that time, loud noises came from behind. Yi Futian turned around and saw 2 figures step onto the battle platform in the center of the wine house. They were getting ready to fight. The place was big, so the platform wasn't awkward. The 2 shot into the air and started fighting there and then. They were both in the lower arcana plane. Doesn't the White Jade Tower care? Yi Futian asked. Standing onto the platform means that both agree to the fight, Yang Ting said. The White Jade Tower purposely supplied this place and like seeing this. It helps them rate the people's abilities. Especially during these times, most everyone who lives in White Jade Tower is for the battle. They naturally wish for the White Jade Tower to see their performance. The tower will naturally report to the Yunhua Merchant Union. As expected, the battle was endless. More people stepped onto it to fight and more people gathered around. Yi Futian saw an elder in a long black robe. He was in mid-arcana plane and was very powerful. He controlled a fire spell. He must not be as talented to be in the arcana plane at his age. But because he'd cultivated for so long, he'd studied sorcery more and had better control. The black-robed sorcerer beat many people. Gradually, more powerful people challenged him. Now, Yi Futian saw the female knight with the blue phoenix walk on. A fiery spear solidified in her hands. Flames covered her, making her seem very handsome. In her clothing, she also looks sexy. I know who they are, Yang Ting said. Fire Girl Lulan and Black Sorcerer Shimu are both quite famous here. The 2 had an intense battle. Lulan was skilled in fire and wind but was a female knight who cultivated martial arts. Her combat ability was very strong. She added her elemental talent to her spear technique. Each attack was beautiful. Sometimes she would use spells for aid. However, she often missed. Black mist would cover Shimu and then he would teleport. This shocked Futian. He used freedom meditation and Shimu's actions became clear. No move could escape from his eyes. The black mist was just a cover-up. Shimu actually used a water elemental spell. He must have added spiritual sorcery, as well to create an illusion while moving with the spell. However, he looked mysterious to people of the same level. Brother Yi, who do you think will win? Yang Ting asked. Fire Girl Futian replied. But Shimu has the upper hand now. Yang Ting was surprised. Shimu used his technique to restrict Lulan. What determines victory is still one's ability. Some methods are interesting, but Shimu is a sorcerer and not a martial artist. He can't attack suddenly. His attack is comparable to the Fire Girl, but his defense isn't. He will lose but can drag it on for a while. Yang Ting looked to the battlefield curiously. Shimu still had the upper hand. But as time passed, changes occurred. The Fire Girl became more intense, making Shimu panic. After a while he lost miserably. Big Brother Yi is so powerful, Yang Yi praised. Yang Ting also looked to Futian impressed. He was quite observant. Big Brother. Futian smiled at Yang Yi with her ponytail and pure features. She couldn't be 20 yet. Futian really was old now. He thought of his little sister Yi Shaoqin. She must have grown up now. He wondered how she was now. Was she still in Donghai? Yeah. Can I call you that? Yang Yi asked, smiling. Of course. Futian nodded. Big Brother Yi, has anyone ever complimented your looks? Futian blinked and then nodded seriously. I'm used to it. Yusheng looked away with disdain. He was tricking little girls again and Yusheng couldn't stand it. Yi Wuchen was quiet the entire time and didn't have much presence. Yang Ting would sometimes look over. He had a unique feeling by just sitting there. Incredible. I've heard of you too long ago. Someone suddenly praised. Futian's group looked over and saw a young man and woman. The man was handsome. The woman in a pale blue dress was sexy but still elegant, very attractive. There were also servants and guards behind them. Clearly they had a powerful family. Their appearance attracted many eyes. Shimu and Lulan nodded politely. That is Shanghai and Shangqing, siblings from the Yunhua Merchant Union. Their father is in charge of White Jade Tower. Yang Ting murmured to Futian. I'm going over. With that, Yang Ting went to the Shang siblings. He bowed slightly and then hovered around the two. He looked submissive. Why is he like this? Yusheng asked Yang Yi. He was confused. If he wanted to join the union, he should use his power. Being submissive like this detracted from his strength. Yang Yi bowed her head. Yusheng. Futian glared at him. They'd only just met Yang Ting and didn't know each other. They had no right to interfere with how the other acted. Yang Yi will go down now, Futian said. Okay. Yang Yi nodded. Futian's group walked down the steps and left the wine house. Back at the courtyard, Futian sat before Crescent Lake, thinking about the battle. Shimu and Lulan were quite powerful. Futian guessed that their abilities were equal to some of the talents in the college. Thus, he guessed that the talents in Yunhua City wouldn't be stronger than the best in the Eastern Baron territory. This was normal though. Yunhua City wasn't a main city, and there were many cities of this scale. The truly best would definitely go to the bigger cities. Furthermore, even though the Eastern Baron territory didn't have many resources, the best were still quite talented. They were at least equal to the best in Yunhua City. The spiritual qi is very heavy here, Futian said, smiling. He closed his eyes to cultivate. A while later a voice said, Big Brother Yi, can I come over? Yes. He nodded. Then come over. As soon as he finished, a figure descended from the wall. She said, Big Brother Yi, you can call me Little E. Little E, Futian called. Yang Yi smiled. Were you looking down on my brother? No. Futian shook his head. That was the truth. Everyone lived differently. He didn't know Yang Yi well, so he had no right to comment. Our parents were killed while trying to enter a relic when we were young. After that, we had to survive alone. In a conflict after that, we were both injured. I was heavily injured and can't cultivate as well as before. My brother works hard and wants to join the battle, so he can find a spiritual medicine for my injury. The Wuxia Merchant Union controls many trades. They'll definitely have the medicine. That's why he's so submissive with them. Yang Yi continued softly. We'd also used all our savings to live here. All of this is for me. My brother is actually quite talented, but he was restricted by me. Big brother Yi, I don't mean anything. I just hope you won't look down on my brother. With that, she smiled and turned to leave. After she left, Yi Futian smiled wryly and turned to Yu Sheng. Did you hear that? Yu Sheng scratched his head and said, I'll apologize. Yi Futian looked into the distance. The Baron State isn't all top forces like the Nantian House and Sacred Fire Sect. There are many common men with common lives, working hard for their goals like us. Brother Yi, another voice said. Yang Ting came over directly with a smile. I asked earlier. They do have a map. If you're chosen to fight and perform well, you'll have the chance to get it. Yi Futian and Yu Sheng gaped at him. He'd just come back. Yang Yi had come earlier in secret. Okay, I'll consider it seriously. Yi Futian smiled and nodded. He didn't mention Yang Yi. Let me know when you decide. I'll register for you, Yang Ting said before leaving. Thank you, Yu Sheng said. Yang Ting halted and looked at him surprised. This burly youth always followed Yi Futian but didn't speak until now. Since we're friends, we should take care of each other. Yang Ting smiled and returned to his courtyard. Chapter 400, Show the Door. Chapter 400. Show the Door. Yi Futian had been practicing in White Jade Tower. The matrix made his cultivation much easier. These days, more and more people gathered in the tower. Strong cultivators kept checking in, preparing for the upcoming battle of the four strong forces. Yi Futian and Yang Ting as well as Yang Yi were getting along very well with each other. Familiarity grew between them. Yang Yi and Yang Ting frequently visited Yi Futian in his courtyard. Other than some interesting news about the Baron State, they also discussed how to cultivate. Yang Ting found that Yi Futian knew a lot about this. While benefiting a lot from Yi Futian, Yang Ting began to be curious about Yi Futian's strength. Yang Ting was very gregarious in the tower. He had made many friends these days. Perhaps because their parents died early and they had to struggle to live, they were very good at making friends. In the courtyard, Yang Yi and Yi Futian were chatting. Big brother Yi, where are you from? Yang Yi asked curiously. Yi Futian was good-looking. Yu Sheng looked unusual. Yi Wuxian and Lulan Shui were also different from common people. She had presumed that Lulan Shui was Yi Futian's girlfriend and called her sister. But Lulan Shui told her that she was just a maid, which surprised her. I come from a very distant place. In the east, there is a land isolated from the Baron State. That's my hometown, said Yi Futian. I have never left Wuxia City since I was born, but you have been to so many places, said Yang Yi with a smile. Brother Yi, won't your parents miss you? My parents? Yi Futian smiled with embarrassment. I don't know. To tell you the truth, I don't even know who they are. Ah, Yang Yi said, startled. I'm sorry, big brother Yi. It's okay. Perhaps they are very famous people and are enjoying their life now, Yi Futian joked. Do you hate them? Yang Yi asked. Hate? Yi Futian shook his head. I have never thought about it. I don't think I hate them. Life is so wonderful. I've felt fervor, frustration, and sadness. Everywhere I go, I experience a story. Life is so, isn't it? Yes. Yang Yi nodded firmly. Looking at that bright and handsome face, Yang Yi thought that Yi Futian must be very optimistic. Yang Yi, come to harass your brother Yi again? Yang Ting said, walking over. No way, we were having conversation. You can ask brother Yi. Yang Yi grumbled. Yi Futian smiled. Yang Ting also laughed and shook his head. He turned to Yi Futian and said, Brother Yi, all the tower's rooms are already occupied. There are many other places full of people. It seems that the battle this time will be very fierce. Have you decided? We will join. Yi Futian nodded. He had thought over this these days. They didn't have to show much strength in this battle. After defeating some people, they would get the Baron State's map. They could decide where to go then, rather than wandering blindly in this place. Good. I have companions now. Yangting smiled and nodded. Brother Yi, what's your level? I need your information to sign up for you. The second level of Arcana Plane, Yi Futian answered. On basic of this, he was confident that the third level was not far. Okay. Yangting didn't make further comments. With Yi Futian's age, this level was already very high but was not high enough to make him outstanding. But that was also because Yi Futian didn't start cultivation until 15, which was comparatively late. I'm going to sign up for you now, said Yangting. I'll go with you, Yi Futian said. That'll be even better. Yangting nodded, and then the line of people walked out of the court, heading for the wine house on the top of White Jade Tower. More people gathered here than in the past few days. Yangting looked around but didn't see the White Jade Tower staff. Perhaps they are busy on other things. Let's wait here for a while, Yangting suggested. Yi Futian nodded and was about to find a seat when the Black Wind Eagle walked forward. There was the Blue Phoenix ahead. The Black Wind Eagle lifted its head high and looked at the Blue Phoenix disdainfully. Of course, the Blue Phoenix would not stand with the Black Wind Eagle's provocation. It tweeted constantly and some strong aura effused from it. Spectators around were interested in the two birds. Somebody laughed and murmured, "What an interesting eagle. Who is its master?" People who don't know might think it is a golden rock. Many people there made fun of the Black Wind Eagle. How could it lift its head up high before a Blue Phoenix? The Black Wind Eagle was seemingly not very self-aware. Its proud eyes still looked at the Blue Phoenix lazily. Something dark flashed in its eyes. That Blue Phoenix kept tweeting as if it was really irritated. Lu Lan, the owner of the Blue Phoenix, frowned. She and the Blue Phoenix could read each other's mind. She could feel that the Blue Phoenix seemed a little grumpy. "Get back here!" Yi Futian shouted. Hearing his voice, the Black Wind Eagle instantly calmed down. It lowered its proud head and walked to rub against Yi Futian. "You think you're powerful now?" Yi Futian knocked on the eagle's head to warn it that this was not a date. Yi Futian turned to Lu Lan and bowed his head slightly. "Sorry about that. Your eagle is really bold." Lu Lan sneered. An eagle dared to provoke the Blue Phoenix. It wasn't just being bold. Her senior master had paid much effort to get her this young Blue Phoenix. "No, it's just inexperienced," Yi Futian said with a smile. The fire girl just nodded and didn't say anything else. At this moment, a rustle came from people around the pub's corner. They kept looking down curiously. "It's Sorcerer Wu," many people exclaimed. Hearing this, people were all stunned and hurried to look down over the edge. "Sorcerer Wu is also here now?" Yangting's eyes flickered. "Who is Sorcerer Wu?" Yi Futian was confused. Wu is his surname. He is a very famous spell sorcerer. Nobody knows his real name, so people call him Sorcerer Wu. He is powerful to a horrible extent. Though he is only in the middle level of Arcana Plane, the whole Yunhua city knows his name. The forces all want him to join, but he refused them all. This time he came to join the battle. Is he ready to join the Yunhua Merchant Union now? Yangting's curiosity was provoked. He stood up and suggested, "Let's have a look." Yi Futian also stood up. From what Yangting had said, Yi Futian inferred that this must be a very talented sorcerer here. He wondered how strong the Sorcerer Wu would be. Yi Futian walked to the corner and looked down. He saw a figure in a black cloak. He could see that this man was much younger than he thought. But his dress was just as strange as his name. Even Mr. Shang came to welcome him. "That's Sorcerer Wu," somebody exclaimed. Shangqing and Shanghai as well as the White Jade Tower's other staff stood down there to welcome him. "No wonder we couldn't find them," said Yangting. In the distant sky, sword and tent rolled over. People looked up and saw a figure riding a sword. He came very quickly and descended slowly. Duan Ke, the demon swordsman, also came. People were very surprised. With the two here, it seemed that the battle would be very vicious. Sorcerer Wu and demon swordsman all came to help the Yunhua Merchant Union. The other three forces must have invited some top talents too. Duan Ke, known as the demon swordsman, is very skilled in swordplay. He is also very strong. The Yunhua Merchant Union is really one of the top forces. Much must have been spent to invite the two, said Yangting. Yi Futian's group looked calm. They knew that every place had its top talents. Sorcerer Wu and the demon swordsman were two of them. Shanghai and his sister welcomed Sorcerer Wu. and the demon swordsman into the White Jade Tower. People returned to their seats and continued their comments. Brother Yi, this battle might be more dangerous than before. Please be careful. Yang Ting said to Yi Futian. Seeing the two here, he felt that this battle could be very vicious. I will. Yi Futian nodded. After a while, the pub suddenly became quiet. Some people came up from the stairs. Yi Futian turned around and saw Shanghai and Shangqing found good seats for Sorcerer Wu and the demon swordsman. They looked very hospitable. Some people of the White Jade Tower behind them walked up and looked around. They saw Yi Futian and walked to him. Sir, do you live in the Chuyue court in the first floor? The man asked him. Yes. Yi Futian nodded. Sir, our White Jade Tower is full now, the man said. We only offer reception to those who are willing to fight for the Yunhua Merchant Union. Therefore, could you move out? I'm very sorry. Yu Sheng frowned and asked coldly, what do you mean? Yang Ting and Yang Yi also looked displeased. My friends are also going to join the battle, said Yang Ting. Sorry, we don't accept any other applicants now, the man said. Yi Futian knocked the table with his fingers. He glanced at Sorcerer Wu's direction, knowing that this was because of their arrival. Okay, we will leave after finishing the drink. Yi Futian didn't argue further. Could you pick up your luggage now? What do you mean? Yi Futian was vexed. You entered our room? Bang. Yu Sheng pounded the table, shattering it. He stared at the man coldly. They still lived there and those people couldn't wait to pack up their things to empty the room for the two? Many people noticed things happening here. They showed some sympathy to Yi Futian's group, but this was how it worked. The White Jade Tower was occupied. Someone had to leave so Sorcerer Wu and Demon Swordsman could settle down. Shanghai and Shangqing walked over and stared at Yu Sheng. Sir, what do you mean? What do I mean? Yu Sheng sneered. It's our wrong, but please understand us, Shanghai apologized. We have paid enough spirit stones for next few days, isn't that right? Said Lulan Shui coldly. Give them the refund. Shanghai asked his staff to do so. That waiter seemingly had everything prepared. He directly delivered Yi Futian's group a bag. That's enough, said Yi Futian lightly. Now you're just looking for trouble, Shanghai scolded. Beside him, Shangqing smiled and said, if it's not enough, I can give you more. Then she walked out and dropped spirit stones before Yi Futian's group, one by one. Chapter 401. Undercover. Chapter 401. Undercover. Shangqing's pretty eyes were cold and arrogant as she looked at Yi Futian's group. Of all those living in White Jade Tower, they were the only ones who hadn't signed up to fight for them. In that case, why would they live here? Everyone in Yunhua City knew that living in White Jade Tower during this time meant they were here for the battle. If Yi Futian's group was living here but not helping, were they spies from the other three forces? Of course it didn't matter even if they weren't. Sorcerer Wu and the demon swordsman were here. White Jade Tower was full. Who else could they choose to kick out? As for offending people, the Yunhua Merchant Union didn't care. They only had to make Sorcerer Wu and the demon swordsman happy now. They didn't have to waste too much time with Yi Futian's group. If they wouldn't go nicely, they would be forced out. The spiritual stones clinked brightly on the ground. Yang Ting and Yang Yi's faces were all pale. Looking down, Yang Ting clenched her fists and said to Shangqing, Miss Shang, my friend has decided to help you fight. Why are you like this? Faced with the Yunhua Merchant Union, they couldn't fight back at all. Shangqing glanced at Yang Ting with a smile. Yang Ting had been wandering around them all these days. She naturally knew what Yang Ting wanted. People who had to rely on those tactics wouldn't be skilled. This was also why she treated Yi Futian's group like this. Those who were truly proud wouldn't act like Yang Ting. People and objects were grouped by their similarities. If Yi Futian was with Yang Ting, they were the same. We need 2 quartz. You can give yours up too, Shangqing said. She tossed some spiritual stones at Yang Ting. You're too much. Yang Yi's eyes reddened. Her brother had given up everything for her in this chance. Now Shangqing was about to shatter everything. Hurry up, Shangqing said, smiling. Her voice was still calm. She turned and moved away to Sorcerer Wu. You might have to wait a bit, she said gently. It's all right. The demon swordsman's eyes fell upon Yi Wuqian. Swordsmen could sense each other's auras. This one-armed swordsman had 2 swords. He had an uncommon feeling. Crunch. Yu Shang clenched his fists and his aura exploded. With his personality, he wouldn't allow anyone to insult Yi Futian. Before, he would have attacked long ago. It was different now. They were in the outside world and could get killed by a small misstep. He had to bear it and repress his temper. Yang Yi's eyes were red. She bent down to collect the spiritual stones. She knew this was humiliating, but so what? She'd experienced this before. This was everything her brother had. Seeing Yang Yi's figure, Yi Futian felt bitter inside. He squatted down and smiled. Little Yi, it's all right. Yeah. Yang Yi looked up at Yi Futian and squeezed out a smile. Her eyes were still red. Yi Futian could see the tears in them. Lulan Shui and Yi Wuchen also squatted down quietly to help them pick up the spiritual stones. The surrounding people laughed while watching at this scene. It was unbearable to Yi Futian's group, but this was actually normal. The White Jade Tower had asked them politely to leave, but Yi Futian insisted on asking why. Why would they do that? They were just looking to be humiliated. They didn't know the rules of the cultivation world at all. Fire Girl Lulan looked at this calmly. Then she looked to Sorcerer Wu. But there, the demon swordsman was watching Yi Wuchen picking up the stones. He was disappointed. He'd thought that the other would be a true swordsman, but he seemed to be wrong. Okay. Yi Futian chuckled after picking up the stones and said, "Let's go." Everyone nodded and the group started walking out. "You don't deserve to practice swordsmanship," a voice said at this time. Many people were shocked. The speaker was Duan Quebec. He sat there, quietly drinking wine with the Shang siblings, but everyone knew who he was talking to, the one-armed swordsman. Yi Wuchen's steps halted, but his emotions didn't change. Then he started walking again, leaving without saying a word. Yi Futian's group left the White Jade Tower. There was still someone at the border of the wine house watching them. Now the figure left quietly and walked outside. People walked to and fro from the tower though. No one noticed him. After leaving the tower, Yi Futian gazed at Yang Ting. "Brother Yang, I'm sorry. This has nothing to do with Brother Yi. The Yunyuan Merchant Union is too insulting. I guess I was asking for it though. The more I go to them, the less they'll respect me." Yang Ting laughed at himself. He thought that the Shang siblings knew him now, but after seeing their attitude, he realized they didn't care about him at all. This was probably the tragedy for unimportant figures. Only abilities can win over respect, Yang Ting said seriously. She'd learned this from the Shang siblings' attitude towards Sorcerer Wu and the demon swordsman. "Brother Yi," Yang Ting continued. "Actually, I was the one who was wrong. I was always inviting you to join the Yunyuan Merchant Union. I didn't think this would happen. What do you plan on doing now?" "I haven't decided. What about you?" Yi Futian asked. "The Yunyuan Merchant Union isn't the only top force. I don't have the ability to prove anything, but I should also work hard to earn the resources to cultivate. I won't give up so easily. I will try other forces," Yang Ting said. "Brother Yi, what do you think?" Yi Futian glanced at the Yang siblings. Seeing Yang Yi's bowed head, he knew that Yang Ting was pretending to be okay. He did all this for his sister, but he only said it was for himself. "That's too much. I don't plan on experiencing that again," Yi Futian said. "Let me know when the battle is starting. I will be there." He didn't plan on trying to join another force. "Okay." Yang Ting nodded. He didn't know what ideas Yi Futian had. "Please wait," a voice said behind them. Yi Futian's group turned and saw a figure run up to them. It was a 20-year-old youth like them. He wore simple clothing and had average looks. He wouldn't attract much attention in a crowd. "You?" Yang Ting asked. He'd seen this man before. He also stayed in White Jade Tower. The newcomer greeted Yi Futian's group. "I am Wang Linfeng." Yang Ting's eyes flashed. His surname was Wang? Usually he wouldn't think much, but this was a sensitive period. If a Wang lived in the White Jade Tower and then ran after them, he had to feel suspicious. He'd heard about the forces trying to spy on each other before. "Are you from the Wang family?" Yang Ting asked. "Yes." Wang Linfeng nodded. "Can we speak elsewhere?" Yi Futian looked at him and said, "If you're going to hide, then no." Wang Linfeng's eyes flashed. He reached up and wiped his face. Mist clouded instantly and his face changed, becoming much more handsome. It was as if he'd changed entirely. I had to. I'm sorry. Wang Linfeng glanced at Yi Futian with some shock, and then nodded at him. I saw what had happened earlier. The Yunhua Merchant Union is too cruel. Would you be willing to fight for the Wang family? Spying in White Jade Tower must be a method that the four top forces use often, huh? Yi Futian's voice was cool. He thought of the Shang siblings' treatment to them, and if it also had something to do with suspicion. After all, they were the only ones who didn't sign up. I heard that the disciples of the forces would compete amongst themselves too. If they find powerful people to fight, they would get rewards, Yang Ting said. He could see this from how Shanghai and Shangqing treated Sorcerer Wu and the demon swordsman. Now Wang Linfeng was helping the Wang family enlist people. That is so indeed. Sorcerer Wu and the demon swordsman joining the Yunhua Merchant Union makes things troublesome, Wang Linfeng said. If I agree, will you be able to let us participate directly? Yi Futian asked. Since he was a spy, he must not be a very important person in the family. Hearing Yi Futian's question, Wang Linfeng smiled wryly and shook his head. You must pass our exam. After all, there are limited spots. What plane are you? Yi Futian asked. Wang Linfeng looked at him with some confusion. Mid-Arcana plane. Yusheng. Yi Futian looked over to Yusheng. The other immediately understood Yi Futian's intention. Yusheng walked towards Wang Linfeng. Power burst from him, actually pressing down at Wang Linfeng. Bang! Yusheng took a step and moved forward. Before Wang Linfeng, he raised his fist and punched. The punch had horrible power and the air popped around it. Wang Linfeng's eyes sharpened instantly. He could sense that the man before him was only in the lower arcana plane, but he'd felt such strong pressure. Raising a hand, dazzling light shone from his hand. He lunged forward and sent his arm forward. Boom! The two attacks crashed. Wang Linfeng felt extreme power travel up his arm. He was forced backward. After steadying himself, he stared at Yusheng in shock. He hadn't used all his power, but someone of the lower arcana plane could send him back with one hit. His strength went without saying. Yusheng's expression was still calm. He turned and walked back to Yi Futian. Yi Futian glanced at Wang Linfeng. He also turned and walked forward. I won't take any exams. You saw what had happened at White Jade Tower. I do not wish to experience it again. I will be at the battle. If you can let us fight, then we will. If not, I will find another force. Finally, I need a map of the barren state and some spiritual medicine. Wang Linfeng looked at Yi Futian's arrogant backside. His eyes sharpened and he clenched his fists. No problem. I will arrange it. He seemed to have found a treasure. He and Shangqing had the same thoughts. Strong cultivators would naturally be proud, and he'd observed everyone in White Jade Tower. Yi Futian had been humiliated, but he'd been too calm. To stay calm in the face of humiliation required extreme pride and confidence. Chapter 402. Battle of the Four Top Forces. Chapter 402. Battle of the Four Top Forces. Yi Futian's group turned to leave. Yang Ting and Yang Yi stared at Yusheng with shock. Yang Yi said, Big brother Yi, Yusheng is so powerful. Of course he is. Yi Futian smiled and nodded. Then what about you? Yang Yi asked curiously. I'm obviously not as powerful as him, Yi Futian said, chuckling. Oh, Big brother Yi, will you fight for the Wang family? Yang Yi asked. We'll see. Yi Futian patted Yang Yi's head. You have so many questions. Yang Yi giggled. Thank you, Big brother Yi. When she heard Yi Futian mention medicine to the Wang family, she knew it was for her. Hearing it, Yang Ting figured out that Yang Yi had told Yi Futian about it. He gazed at Yi Futian and said, Thank you, brother Yi. No matter if they succeed or not, he was still grateful. No need to thank me. I still have to trouble you. Since we were kicked out, may we stay in your home? Yi Futian asked. Okay. Yang Ting nodded, his heart feeling warm. The group climbed onto the black-winged eagle who spread its wings and flew somewhere. Countless days later, Yunhua City was even busier. In the Yang residence's yard, music streamed like godly music. Yi Futian was sitting cross-legged in the yard, playing a calming melody. Playing the guqin could help him focus and raise his spiritual energy. Sorcerers could cultivate this way. It went without saying for musical sorcerers too. The music slowed down and stopped. The echoes remained and the people were still mesmerized. Lulan Shui sat near Yi Futian with her eyes closed. When the music stopped, she opened her pretty eyes. She felt extremely calm. Yang Yi was beside Yi Futian. Moving her hands from her knees, she looked up at Yi Futian. Big brother Yi. How come you can do everything? These past days, Yi Futian often talked to her brother about cultivation. Yang Ting was very impressed. Yi Futian's music was also very beautiful. She'd never heard something so calming. It made her heart relax and she could almost forget everything. The feeling was great. Of course. That's who I am, Yi Futian joked. Yang Yi giggled. With her ponytail, she was filled with youthful spirit. She gazed at Yi Futian, not wanting to look away at all. These days were probably her happiest days. There were no frustrations or worries. It was peaceful. Before, she always had some worries from struggling to survive with her brother. She was lonely too. After all, she was just a girl. Yi Futian added liveliness to the home. He looked so nice when he smiled too. His unique charisma could spread to the others, calming them. She wished Yi Futian could be her real brother. That would be great. Yi Futian obviously didn't know what she was thinking. In reality, he didn't even know that he felt reliable to Yang Yi. He was used to relying on others. Now that he was out here by himself, he was changing without realizing. Perhaps he was transforming without even himself realizing. Brother Yi. Yang Ting walked over now. His brows were furrowed and seemed to be worried. What's wrong? Yi Futian asked. I just went to get information. The news about Sorcerer Wu and the demon swordsman joining the Yunhua Merchant Union has spread through the city. The other three forces became desperate and paid a lot to invite many people in the Arcana Plain. Many of them are well known. The news is spreading like wildfire. This year's battle might be the most intense yet. All who will represent the forces will be extremely strong. As the battle was drawing near, Yang Ting obviously had to go get news. After all, Yi Futian had already agreed to fight for the Wang family. And there were risks. If he had a cruel and powerful enemy, the consequences would be horrible. Oh! Yi Futian smiled at Yang Ting. Yu Sheng is strong too. Brother Yi, I'm serious. Don't joke. Yang Ting had to panic a bit at Yi Futian's careless attitude. The Yunhua Merchant Union will see you represent the Wang family, and send the people after you to protect their ego. I'll keep that in mind, Yi Futian said when he saw Yang Ting's serious expression. He knew that Yang Ting was trying to help. Brother Yi, you can give up if you want. We can go to the trading post. If we're lucky, we might get a map. Then what about the medicine? Yi Futian asked. Yang Yi needed the medicine to be cured. Her injury was on the spiritual level. For a sorcerer, that was a catastrophe. He played music all the time to help her compose her spiritual energy. Hearing this, Yang Ting fell silent. This was always on his mind, but there was no other chance to get something so valuable. Even if it appeared on the market, he had no money. Don't worry. It'll be fine, Yi Futian said. Yang Ting nodded. He would remember this. While getting news, he understood that this battle had nothing to do with him anymore. Even if he stayed in White Jade Tower, he would be eliminated from fighting for them. The days passed. Yunhua City became livelier and livelier. People from outside hurried over without stopping for this feast. The battle of the four top forces was always the most anticipated event. They could watch the most powerful people of the Arcana Plain in the Yunhua City fight each other. The day was finally here. The entire city shook. Countless people and demons flew toward the same direction. In the center of Yunhua City, there was an ancient battle platform. All battles had taken place there. Somewhere, a black wind eagle flew in the air. Yi Futian's group stood on it, gazing around. There were all types of people and demons around them, hurrying forward. Everyone had the same destination. The huge crowd had a powerful force as they went in the same direction. We're here at the Yunhua battle platform. The four forces have already entered, Yang Ting said. The people descended and then started walking. Now the four top forces of Yunhua City had already arrived. Each force took up one corner with great distance between them. Between them was an ancient matrix battle platform formed by two half-moons. There was also an ancient battle drum. In the Wang family's place, Wang Linfeng was a bit worried. The person he was waiting for hadn't come yet. A beautiful girl stood before him. She was Wang Yuro, one of their prides. She was very talented. Wang Linfeng was a disciple of the main lineage, but he worked for Wang Yuro. They had the same lineage but had different statuses. Otherwise, Wang Linfeng wouldn't have been sent as a spy. As Yi Futian had guessed, he didn't have a high position. There were others beside Wang Yuro, all with extraordinary auras. Still not here? Wang Yuro asked. He promised me he would be here. Wang Linfeng was panicking. His future relied on Yi Futian. He didn't have a high status in the Wang family and couldn't receive many resources. He relied on Wang Yuro. She also had much stress about this battle. She personally went to find people to fight for her. Last time Wang Linfeng told her that he'd found at least one person and maybe even more. But now they weren't here yet. If you ruin it for me, you're dead, Wang Yuro said coldly. She glanced at the people beside her. Thankfully, she had backups and had brought many people here. She didn't lack people to fight for her. What she lacked was people at the top. Wang Linfeng was covered in cold sweat. He knew that Wang Yuro looked pretty but was the strictest. If he affected her this time, he would have a horrible ending. I hope I'm not wrong, he prayed. He gazed into the crowd. More and more people were here. Even if they came, they would be easy to miss. He was usually right about people. Otherwise, he wouldn't be sent as a spy. Yi Futian's group were proud, confident, and calm. People like that should keep their promises. Yi Futian had arrived now. He was asking Yang Ting where each force was. The people of the 4 camps were all serious. The atmosphere was suffocating. Clearly, they placed heavy importance on this. He saw the Yunhua Merchant Union. They had the most people. In the crowd, he could see the Shang siblings in elegant clothing. Sorcerer Wu and the demon swordsman were beside them. On the other side was a group of strong cultivators in purple robes. They were from the Thunder Clan. The people who were dressed differently were there to help them. They were easily distinguished. Across from the Yunhua Merchant Union, there were many armored guards. They had sharp and cold auras. Yang Ting told him that that was the Wang family. They went over. Seeing Wang Linfeng, Yi Futian called, Wang Linfeng. Wang Linfeng turned. Seeing Yi Futian, his eyes flashed. You're finally here, he said quietly. Chapter 403. Wang Linfeng's decision. Chapter 403. Wang Linfeng's decision. Wang Yuro stared at Yi Futian's group. Wang Linfeng brought them here to help. This battle meant a lot to Wang Yuro. It was not just about her, it was also about the interest of her whole family. She had to win. She needed to win this battle. In the battle of 4 forces, every single round was very significant. Yi Futian also looked at Wang Yuro. She looked delicate, beautiful, and of a valor. She had all the good points of both man and woman. This was a very charming woman. She looked at Yi Futian straightforwardly as if she could see through him. If Yi Futian's group was just ordinary people, they could not help and could even get her into trouble. Who will fight? Wang Yuro asked Yi Futian's group. How many of us do you want? Yi Futian asked in turn. Hearing Yi Futian's words, Wang Yuro's eyes flickered. From his words, she inferred that Yi Futian was very confident that he could fight no matter how many fighters she wanted. What a proud man! People around Wang Yuro walked forward and stared at Yi Futian's group. They were also here to help Wang Yuro. If Yi Futian's group joined in, there would be too many fighters. Somebody had to leave then. Usually, Wang Yuro would bring 9 people with her, which meant if Yi Futian's group joined, someone among their 9 had to leave. How many of you can fight? Wang Yuro asked again. Neither 2 sides responded to each other directly. Is 3 enough? Yi Futian asked. You 3 are all in the lower arcana plane? Wang Yuro asked again. She had heard from Wang Linfeng that Yi Futian was in the 2nd level of arcana plane, which was of the lower arcana plane. That was exactly what she needed in this battle. It would also be good if someone was in the middle arcana plane. She could let him help her other family members. Yes. Yi Futian nodded. Both Yu Shang and he were in the 2nd level of the arcana plane. Yi Wuxian was in the 3rd. Moreover, it was very possible for them to break through their present level at any time. The battle of the 4 forces set restrictions on people's level in every round. That made sense since it would be unfair if somebody in lower arcana plane faced someone in the upper arcana plane. Do you know the rules? Wang Yuro asked. Yes. Before coming, Yang Ting had briefly introduced the battle rules to them. There wouldn't be any major amendments, of course. The battle this year is the same as the last year, Wang Yuro said. People in the arcana plane are divided into 3 groups: upper, middle, and lower. I am in the lower arcana plane, so my family let me be responsible for this group. I will select 9 people to fight for me. Now I have 9 people with me already. If you 3 join us, there will be 12 with 3 extra. Though Wang Linfeng brought Yi Futian's group here, she was reluctant to let strangers fight for her. She trusted Wang Linfeng very much, so she gave Yi Futian an opportunity, but she still didn't trust him. Now she was trying to give Yi Futian some pressure. She needed Yi Futian to prove that they had the strength to substitute her 3 strong cultivators. Yang Ting and Yang Yi, standing behind Yi Futian's group, could feel the pressure too. Though with a charming face, Wang Yuro commanded a powerful presence. Yang Ting started to realize that it was such an unpractical thought of him to sign up for the battle. Just standing before Wang Yuro, he could feel the forcing power. How could he have the strength to face his enemy in the battle? However, Yi Futian looked quite calm, as if he felt nothing. Wang Yuro's powerful presence couldn't threaten him at all. As a musical sorcerer, Yi Futian was impregnable. Yang Ting was not going to fight, but he was keyed up already. The battle hadn't started, but an oppressive force could be sensed already. The air was a little stifling to him. Wang Yuro was not the only one staring at Yi Futian. The 9 people around her were also glaring at him with their sharp eyes. Some of them were well-known talents, while others also used much effort to be here. But Yi Futian's group just abruptly appeared and was going to knock 3 of them out? Wasn't this ridiculous? Yi Futian looked into Wang Yuro's eyes. Then he turned to Wang Linfeng and said, "Remember our deal?" Wang Linfeng's eyes flickered. "I told you that I would come here, but I am not going to take any so-called tests. If you don't trust us, we'll just leave now." Yi Futian smiled thinly. When leaving the White Jade Tower, Yu Shang had proved his strength. Wang Linfeng was struggling. He looked at Wang Yuro. Wang Yuro was also a little surprised. What an arrogant guy. She wanted Yi Futian to prove their strength. Instead, Yi Futian gave her pressure as if he didn't care at all. "Wang Yuro, aren't we enough?" a man beside her questioned. "I agree. We have Xing Feng here for the lower arcana plane. We don't need anybody else. Why should we bet on those people? We don't even know them. Moreover, we have promised to help. Nobody would like to be replaced by a group of strangers." Somebody showed his discontentment. Wang Yuro had selected the 9 people herself. Seeing someone threatening their position, the 9 were naturally disgruntled. They had passed enough tests to be here. Why should some of them leave just because of Yi Futian's few words? Furthermore, who would leave among the 9? Wang Yuro was hesitating. Yi Futian had forced her to make the choice. She looked at Wang Linfeng and said, "They are your people. You decide." It was just a simple sentence, but it gave Wang Linfeng so much pressure. He was the one to make a decision. He knew what it meant. If he insisted to let Yi Futian's group fight and they were defeated, he would lose everything. He would have no say in the family and no trust from Wang Yuro anymore. But if Yi Futian's group really won this battle for Wang Yuro, Wang Linfeng would also benefit a lot. He knew that this was a gamble. He was going to bet his future on this decision. Yi Futian's group decided his future. "Let them fight," Wang Linfeng said determinedly, clenching his fists. The decision was made. He had to undertake all responsibilities no matter what the consequence would be. He glanced at Yi Futian, hoping he hadn't judged incorrectly. "Okay." Wang Yuro nodded. She didn't trust Yi Futian yet. This was their first meeting. Who knew Yi Futian's strength? Cultivators tended to be blindly confident. Without the test of a good-sized battle, it was not easy for people to admit that they were as good, especially for those talented people. But Wang Yuro trusted Wang Linfeng. Another reason was that some of the 9 people she selected were not top talents. The battle would be very fierce. No force could have all its fighters survive. Usually there would be no more than 3 people left to fight, so she would like to have a try and bet on Yi Futian's group. "What about the things I asked for?" Yi Futian asked Wang Linfeng. The Barren States map and the spiritual plant or something, right? Wang Linfeng asked. It's spirit refining grass, said Yi Futian. We have only one original version of the map, so I had someone transcribe one for you. It might not be exactly the same, but it's enough for you. Wang Linfeng took out a map and said, since you know the rules, you must know that you are going to face talents from the other 3 forces. If you 3 defeat 6 of them, I'll give you the map. As for the spirit refining grass, it's very expensive and rare. So if you defeat 12, I promise to get the plant for you. Okay. Yi Futian nodded. One last question: if I offend people of the 3 forces when fighting, what's the consequence? This was the 4 forces battle. If he defeated too many cultivators and harmed the interests of others, he would definitely get into trouble. He had to consider that. Rest assured, the battle of the 4 forces has been held for years. There are rules and people follow them. No one is allowed to have conflicts after the battle. Otherwise, there won't be so many people willing to fight. Retaliation won't happen, or the 4 force would have gotten into too many troubles now, Wang Linfeng said. If they hate you, they will kill you only on the battlefield. Got it? Yi Futian nodded. He was confident he would defeat 12 people. Wang Yuro turned to the 9 people she'd selected and talked to 3 of them. The 3 looked sulky. One of them said, we promised to fight for the Wang family and we passed all the tests. Now we must leave like this, Miss Wang? That's right. Just because of his few words? Another person grumbled. The 3 were very indignant. What I have promised to you, I give you 3 times more, said Wang Yuro. The 3 looked at each other. They knew that they could not change the decision, and so they agreed. Follow me. Wang Yuro walked away. Yi Futian, Yi Wuxian, and Yu Sheng followed behind. Actually, Lulan Shui was also very excellent on the battlefield, but out of some concern, Yi Futian didn't let her participate. When the battle begins, Xing Feng and I will decide your order of fighting and your rivalries, Wang Yuro said to the people. Some people nodded. Yi Futian just glanced at that youth named Xing Feng. The line walked to the Wang family. Many of the people there looked over at them too. Yuro, are you confident about this battle? A senior of the Wang family asked. Grandpa, trust me. Wang Yuro nodded firmly. Good. That senior nodded with a smile. Yi Futian looked straight at the Yunyue Merchant Union's members. Some of the people there also noticed Yi Futian's group. They were Lu Lan and Shimu, the dark sorcerer. Seeing Yi Futian appearing with the Wang family, Shimu was very interested. He said to Shanghai, Mr. Shang, look. Shanghai turned around and saw the Wang family. When seeing Yi Futian, his eyes sharpened. They too looked straight at each other across the distance. Chapter 404 First Battle Yusheng. Chapter 404. First Battle Yusheng. Aren't those the people that were kicked out of White Jade Tower? Dark Sorcerer Shimu said, grinning. Sorcerer Wu, the demon swordsman, and others all looked over with interest. Yi Futian getting kicked out was still fresh in their memories. It must have been interesting. That day, Shanghai and Shangqing had scattered spiritual stones on the ground. They'd all squatted down to pick it up before leaving. Now they were representing the Wang family? Were they trying to regain their reputation that they'd lost in White Jade Tower? Interesting, the demon swordsman Duan Ke said, chuckling while holding his chest. Shanghai squinted and then laughed. Did they want to use these methods to get back at the humiliation? They must be dreaming. Brother, they're helping Wang Yuro. Shangqing giggled from the side. Shanghai had naturally seen Wang Yuro beside them. She was the cold beauty from the Wang family, but she was handsome and coldly arrogant. The youths of the 4 top forces always joked over who could take this thorny rose. He obviously had these thoughts before too. He didn't like her though. It was just the desire for men to take over things. I saw. Since Wang Yuro chose them, they probably have some skills, Shanghai said, chuckling. He didn't care though. Even if they were skilled, these nameless people couldn't be too powerful. This time the battle was filled with monstrously talented people. Many extreme prides of Yunyue City would come. Yi Futian's group was nothing. It would be impressive if they could win some rounds. They'd most likely be cannon fodder. That's unfortunate. Wang Yuro is in the lower Arcana plane, so she'll probably go to that battlefield. We won't meet her. Shangqing smiled. If they met, it would be interesting. That's not definite. Shanghai smiled. Other than the usual battles, there are other methods too. Aren't there? Something flashed past Shangqing's pretty eyes as she glanced at Shanghai. Did her brother want to keep humiliating them? Brother, you don't think White Jade Tower was enough? Shangqing giggled. You're too much. Shanghai's smiling eyes also had some coldness. Since they wanted to represent the Wang family to regain their dignity, he would help them. He just wished they wouldn't be too weak. That wouldn't be too fun. Go tell Feiyu to take care of them, Shanghai said, smiling. Shangqing nodded. Okay. With that she went elsewhere. Shang Feiyu was the person representing them in the lower arcana plane. People arrived gradually. The four top forces waited. The vast space became more serious and repressive. The people who came to watch stood far away, but they also felt the repressive atmosphere. The annual battle wasn't a simple battle. It pertained to the resource division of the next year. Cultivation resources determined their development. Currently, the Yunhua Merchant Union was the wealthiest and developed strongly. They were about to overshadow the other three. Because they had more resources, they could usually invite better people to fight for them. Their attraction was also stronger. Before, that was why Yangting wanted to help the Yunhua Merchant Union. They were wealthy and gave more. Of course, no force was stingy about this. It just depended on who was willing to spend more. At this time, a figure walked towards the Yunhua battle platform from the four forces. The vast space instantly silenced. The battle platform was big. The four figures walked in the same direction. The ancient battle drum in the center. The drum was very strange. It had four sides. The four figures all stood before one side. The strong cultivators of all forces looked over. A while later, someone raised a fist and slammed down on the drum. With a huge boom, the drum shook the sky. The vast space became extremely quiet. Everyone stopped talking. Yunhua Merchant Union, the person said. His voice rolled into the distance with the drumbeat. Boom. As soon as he spoke, the drum was beaten again. A voice said, Thunder Clan. After that, the representatives of the Wang family and Feng family both beat the drum. Drumbeats echoed through the sky. The vast space was silent. This was the ceremony before the battle. It was also a vow. They established the vow with the drum. It had been like this since the beginning. At the end of the battle, they would keep their promises. The four didn't come down after beating the drum. They stood before the ancient drum and turned around. Facing the people, they said, the rules are the same as before. The first battle is of the lower arcana plane. It determines the distribution of spiritual stone mines. First place receives 40%, second place receives 30%, third place 20%, last place 10%. Any objections? There were countless mines within the city. No one family could take it all for themselves. It would lead to war. Thus, they followed this rule for many years. The four top forces would mine them together. The distribution ratio was determined by each year's battle. The first battle was the lower arcana plane. It would determine the distribution of the spiritual stone mines. In the barren state, spiritual stones were the basis of cultivation. The importance of this battle went without saying. Each force would try their best and send their best people. The helpers were chosen carefully. No objections, the head of the Yunhua Merchant Union said from their place. No objections, the heads of the Thunder Clan, Wang family, and Feng family also said. To the battle platform, a figure before the drum said. Instantly, strong cultivators from four directions walked out. From the Wang family, Wang Yuro brought Yi Futian's group over. Countless eyes fell on them. Yi Futian also felt the serious atmosphere. He was shocked that the four forces would use this method to distribute resources. The pressure felt by the fighters went without saying. No wonder nobles weren't allowed. A noble battle of this importance would be hard to control. He had to admit that this method was strange, but it was logical. Each force sent one core disciple and 9 helpers to fight. They walked to 4 places and stopped. Wang Yuro sat onto the ground. The others also sat down. Yi Futian's trio sat as well. The strong cultivators of the other 3 forces also sat down. Yang Ting had told Yi Futian the rules. Those on the battle platform would fight in order. For example, the Yunhua Merchant Union would send people for the first battle. The second battle would be by another force. As for the target, there was no rule. They could challenge anyone. When there was no one left, the first round would be over. During this, the core disciples wouldn't fight. The helpers who remained would enter the second and final round with them. Of course, it was possible their helpers were all defeated and they would be alone. It would be dangerous to fight against the others. For example, if Wang Yuro was the only one left from the Wang family, but the other three forces had helpers, who would be eliminated first in the next round? It went without saying. The three would definitely eliminate Wang Yuro first. Thus, the abilities of the helpers were very important. It affected the result directly. The Wuxia Merchant Union won last year. Today they will fight first. The four before the battle drum acted as the judge. Instantly, countless eyes went to the 10 of the Wuxia Merchant Union. Shang Feiyu led many strong cultivators and had invited 2 powerful people. At this time, Shang Feiyu's eyes went directly to the Wang family. Wang Yuro arched an eyebrow. Then a figure walked out. This person was clad in silver white. He had flowing long hair and was handsome. Zhou Xiaoyun. Everyone's eyes flashed. Some recognized him. He looked at the Wang family. Icy spiritual qi gathered into a silver spear. He pointed it at the Wang family and he said, "I challenge the Wang family." Yi Futian's eyes flashed. Zhou Xiaoyun was looking straight at him. He understood that the Wuxia Merchant Union was targeting him. Zhou Xiaoyun, 3rd tier Arcana Plane, Martial Arts and Sorcery. He is most skilled in ice sorcery and spear. His spear contains spells and can slow you down. This battle requires speed. You can't be fooled by his spears. Wang Yuro seemed to be talking to herself. Then she looked at Yi Futian's group. Send someone for battle. She would test their abilities through this. Okay. Yi Futian nodded. Yusheng stood up. His burly body almost blocked everyone's vision. He walked out. Remember, end quickly, Wang Yuro reminded. Yusheng didn't reply. He walked out to Zhou Xiaoyun. Instantly, countless eyes fell onto the two. Yang Ting and Yang Yi watched nervously. This battle was very important. Of course, no one was more nervous than Wang Linfeng. Standing in the crowd, he stared forward, fists clenched tightly. His heart seemed to stop. This battle could determine his fate. If Yusheng lost, it meant he'd been wrong. Whoosh! Wang Linfeng took a deep breath and exhaled. His eyes shone brilliantly. He gambled his future for this battle. You're tuning in to the Li Mei's Wuxia Whispers YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.